silent sound system. So, hello.
It's so weird.
Hello.
I can't hear you.
It's very weird.
Then you'll hear
Put them
yourself.
on and tell me if you can hear me then.
Okay.
Hear me?
No, oh, I've turned it on. Okay, now?
Hello.
Yeah.
You're already live.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
But I could hear you if you just talk.
But our audience online cannot.
So weird.
Okay. Set.
But that's. Sorry, I shouldn't be talking. The.
A very warm good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us at the Nature Zone today. And those of you who are watching us online, thank you. We've heard there are some protests going on in the city because of which the bus services and so on have been affected. So while we were waiting for others to join, there's been a slight bit of a delay. We're sorry for that, but we're starting now, and we hope that the others can make it here soon as well. Well, today is the Nature Day at the COP26. And what better for all of us to start the Nature Day than talk about the multitude of co-benefits that are offered by nature-based solutions. We have an esteemed panel here. They will be talking to us about their experiences in the domain, and the panel will make a strong case about why we must focus on nature-based solutions. That's not working. Yeah. So our main focus here is to talk about how do we move towards the socio-ecologically sustainable nature-based solutions approach, which enhances local incomes, livelihoods, and has other associated benefits for water, food, livelihood security, and so on. How we are looking about it is as follows. We're looking at various entry points which can be taken for the development pathway. So we are saying that you could have a nature-based solution intervention to address hunger or clean water and sanitation and life below water and so on. And those nature-based solutions will have outcomes which are people-centric. So we are looking at improved health and nutrition and land productivity and so on, which directly influences livelihood. And of course, climate mitigation and adaptation. So we're looking at nature-based solutions as a holistic approach where we have solutions which are for the planet and the people. Now, without taking much of any more time, I'll pass on the mic to the panelists here. Um, May I request Professor Ruth DeFries, who is the Denning Family Professor of Sustainable Development in the Department of Ecology, Evolution and Environmental Biology at Columbia University. Her research includes using remote sensing to examine the changes in Earth's vegetation and its consequences for ecosystems and people, including food security, forests, and biodiversity. Ruth, may I request you to share your experience about the co-benefits of
Okay.
NBS? Yeah.
Thank you, Anuja. So what we're going to do here on this panel is go through some examples, some case studies of nature-based solutions which start with a people-centric approach. Start with the entry point of benefits for people that then also lead us to some benefits for climate. So the entry point for the example that I'm going to talk about is nutrition, and the example from India of millets, the traditional cereals, which are highly nutritious, and also, as we'll see, increasing their production and consumption has a climate adaptation and climate mitigation benefit as well. So the Green Revolution, one of its consequences, in addition to vastly increasing production of rice and wheat with many benefits, one of the consequences of the Green Revolution was that the production of traditional millets, sorghum, finger millet, pearl millet, hundreds of kinds of millets, became far less of a proportion of the overall cereal production in the country. And a outcome of that, because cereal diets in India are so heavily based on cereals, was that the nutrition, the consumption of nutrients in those millets declined because they're less prevalent in the diet. You can see there on the right that the consumption of iron, very important from a public health point of view, declined over the past decades as millets became a lower proportion of the overall consumption, and particularly affecting the rural poor, where the decline in the consumption of millets was the steepest. So the issue of increasing the production and consumption of millets revolves very, very much around nutrition, because these are highly nutritious, more nutritious than rice. So there has been, in the last few years, of very, very exciting developments around this topic, where the government of India has declared millets as nutri-cereals. This is a big shift in thinking about these traditional cereals as something that should be replaced to something that should be promoted. So it's really very, very exciting to watch this. Some states have taken on including millets in the public distribution system, which is the largest food security system in the world, which provide cereals to below poverty level households. Also at the higher end, in urban, high income consumers are increasing their consumption of millets. You can find them now in fancy grocery stores and upscale restaurants. So there's been a real revival in the last couple of years. So what we get from that is improved intake of iron and other micronutrients, and also comes along with that some benefits for climate. So if we look at a comparison of the greenhouse gas emissions from the different cereals, rice is clearly a high producer of methane, paddy rice, producing a lot of methane. That's the non-CO2 on the left there. So we have a climate mitigation benefit from increasing the production of millets. We also have an adaptation benefit that's on the right there, because the millets are adapted to be dry, to grow in dry conditions and poor soils. So if we look at how sensitive the yields are to a extreme dry year, we see that the yields of rice, which is the orange there for the different cereals, is a substantially bigger impact, more sensitive to an extreme dry year than the impact on the other cereals. So this is in comparison to rice. So we have a mitigation benefit and an adaptation benefit, but starting from the entry point of nutrition and a public health outcome. Now we can think of, hypothetically, scenarios where the production of the millets increases in those places where historically those cereals were grown, because there's knowledge there, there's traditions of those cereals in the diet. So if we create, I won't go into all the gory details of this scenario exercise, but if we create scenarios where we keep the total production in terms of tons the same, we keep the cropped area the same, and look to, for instance, minimize water demand because the millets are less water thirsty than rice and wheat, and we increase the production of the different millets to minimize the water demand. Then we come out with an output that decreases water demand, but also has an impact on greenhouse gases and an impact on the nutritional outcome, iron, protein, the demand for irrigation, the demand for energy, all different multiple dimensions. And then ask that same question. If we aim to decrease greenhouse gas emissions to the maximum extent, how would it affect these multiple dimensions? And when we do that exercise, we find that there really are no hard trade-offs. That no matter how you optimize this situation, that there will be a benefit for protein, for iron, reduced irrigation, less energy demand, decreased greenhouse gases, and more climate resilience. So in this particular case, and this is a particular case because these kinds of win-win solutions are very rare, but when they do exist, they can be a really beneficial nature-based outcome with the entry point of people, of improving nutrition. So this is one example, and my colleagues are going to share other examples of thinking about nature-based solutions from the point of view of what is good for people, starting with that entry point. So in this case, it's the nutrition. We'll hear other examples, and I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues here who have worked on these analyses around the millets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. So we note here that when we start with public health and malnutrition and health of people and look for a nature-based solution that can address that, we reach a point where climate mitigation and adaptation are sort of the outcomes of it as well. So thanks, Ruth, for sharing that. Moving on, we have Ishan Agarwal from FES, which is the Foundation for Ecological Security in India. He couldn't join us today, but he's here online, and he'll be sharing how commons can help with co-benefits when we look at restoring them. Ishan works with the Foundation of Ecological Security, and he deeply believes in commons and the community's ability to act as stewards for conservation of natural resources. And he's currently working with the Commons Collaborative, an effort which is anchored in FES for building a coalition of actors in the country for realizing the promise that commons hold for larger issues that our country is currently facing, like poverty, environmental degradation, and gender disparities. So here we go.
Greetings from India, and a very happy Diwali. I am here to present what promise commons hold for co-benefits from eco-restoration. I am Ishan from Foundation for Ecological Security. I'll discuss a bit about FES, my organization, and then a bit about commons and eco-restoration, co-benefits from eco-restoration. And I will also present a case on Lantana camera in the end in Kana Tiger Reserve landscape in central India. So Foundation for Ecological Security, we are committed to a gender-inclusive, community-led governance of commons in India for improved ecological and economic outcomes. This is kind of set the context. India has 25% of its land mass as commons, which is around 205 million acres of land. Around 350 million rural poor depend upon these forests and pastures for their livelihoods. They contribute around 99 billion US dollars every year as annual economic value, and which is in terms of fodder, minor forest produce, firewood, food, etc. The experience of FES has shown that eco restoration generally uh, ensures that there is an improvement in to about 2.6 times increase in biomass, and also has an impact on incomes contributed from commons, which go up from $2 per day to $4 per day. uh, we are understanding of the resilience that forests or commons bring to households. This schematic diagram actually shows that we see fodder, firewood, timber, and cash incomes going to the households, and an improved water regime and fodder availability for livestock also contributes to agriculture and makes agriculture possible in rain-fed conditions especially, and also contributes indirectly or directly in terms of nutrition to the households. So thereby saying that biophysical rural infrastructure, which is soil, water, biomass, and biodiversity, all get strengthened by eco-restoration to enhance ecological health. Coming to specific co-benefits derived from eco-restoration, we know that there are improvements in water tables after eco-restoration. This is an example of Thoria watershed in Rajasthan, Western India, where we have seen improvement in water tables longitudinally after working in this watershed only on common lands. We also see land use changes in Thoria watershed, where a large amount of agricultural lands went from single crop to double crop, and there has been improvement in the condition of commons. There has been more forests and scrublands available. And the restoration also make possible the resilience of livelihood systems, and we see improvement in livestock holdings in the among the poor households, and also reduction in risk of crop failures in low rainfall years. And we see a rising milk sale despite the despite the changes in the rainfall patterns. uh, the impact of eco restoration is not only in terms of biomass or land use, but also in terms of soil stored carbon, increase of microbial activity, and also improvement in biodiversity, where we notice the improvement in number of tree species, shrubs, climber species, grasses, etc. uh, the increase in floral biodiversity is also complemented with improvement in faunal biodiversity, and thereby the benefits coming from the faunal biodiversity to communities and agriculture is especially in terms of improvement of pollinators and improvement in number of pollinators and pest predators, uh, uh, which help in seed dispersal and pest control. Coming to the specific case of lantana eradication in Kanha Tiger Reserve landscape, which is somewhere here in the state of Madhya Pradesh in central India. We know now that India's tiger habitats are severely impacted by lantana camera, which is a highly invasive species. Uh, we also know in Madhya Pradesh itself, around more than 4,000 square kilometers of area is under lantana camera. Um, the invasion of lantana camera means that there is less availability of fodder, less growth of native grasses, and the inaccessibility of the commons is increasing. So in the Kana landscape, which is located in Mandla district of Madhya Pradesh, this is how the typical landscape looks like. And this is the where the intervention around lantana was centered, basically commons and some areas of private uplands, which were infested with lantana, which made agriculture impossible there. So what are the community perceptions around lantana? We have seen a decline in millet cultivation because of lantana, which grows on barra lands, which are basically uplands. There has been communities feel that they are unable to access important non-timber forest producers from the forest because of the lantana thickets. And it also becomes a potential source of human wildlife conflict by roosting in the lantana, by making it a ideal habitat for wild boar. It reduces visibility for communities in the forest areas. And the usage of lantana has been on the rise because of its availability and low quality firewood and for fencing. The interventions that we carried out from 2013 to 2019, we basically strengthened the institutions on restoration of degraded commons. We tried to bring in better governance of land and water commons, focused on women's participation and leadership, um, facilitated communities to build rules on for natural resource management, bridge the gap between community and the forest department, and provide certain technical inputs to the community wherever required. So this gives some idea about various sites where we eradicated lantana around Kana Tiger Reserve, mostly around 5,426 hectares of area that has been cleared of lantana in last 5-6 years. We in 2019 we embarked upon the studies of the impacts of lantana eradication in forest fringe areas, and we studied some hypotheses like whether there is a correlation between grazing land and fodder availability and management of invasive species around in the village. If there is a correlation between agriculture production system and provisioning services obtained from uplands and invasive species on the land, whether there is crop rates reduced in the villages where invasive species have been removed, and whether there is a reduction in effort for protection of the field by farmers after removal of invasive species. We are also trying to understand activity patterns and movements of wildlife close to human settlements in areas where lantana has been removed. So the findings of our study has been that a large number of farmers are using lands cleared of lantana for grazing, which means that there is an improvement in growth of fodder productivity of those lands. We see quite a market rise in in the fodder productivity of community managed commons. We also see a market rise in terms of biodiversity and non-timber forest produce collection from these sites. About 96% of the farmers, they basically express either much ease in accessing non-timber forest produce or slight ease. So, which means that the lantana eradication has helped the farmers immensely. And of course, the benefits in terms of biomass and carbon stocks, there is a market increase in the both these indicators. We see impact on crop raiding and the effort for protection. In the map, these green spots that you see are the watchtowers that the farmers would make to protect their land from wild animals, from crop raiding. And these green ones, they are now not existing anymore, which means that farmers are putting less effort in protecting their lands from crop raiding, which is a very big impact of lantana eradication efforts. We also see that because of the improvement in availability of fodder and water in the village, we see impact on cattle kills and cattle injuries. They are both going down. So finally, the two before after images sum it up. We see these images from the Indravan village in Kanha Tiger Reserve's buffer zone, and where we worked on eradication of lantana, and we are now seeing rapid growth of native vegetation in the landscape. That brings me to the last slide. Thank you very much. Hope you have a very fruitful conference. Goodbye.
Thank you, Ishan, for sharing FAS's work on ecological restoration. And I think what we see here is that when you put people and communities at the heart of ecological restoration, not only do you see benefits for carbon and soil and water and so on, but things that affect them more directly, fodder availability, livestock, and these are farmers. And when we see that these things directly impact their livelihoods, that's a more holistic sort of way to look at it. Moving on, I will invite Ruchi Ahuja, who leads the Environmental Defense Fund's global climate smart agricultural work, which addresses development and resource challenges while reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the sector. He heads EDF's engagement in India, supporting the country's shift to a prosperous, low-carbon future. Richie, would you like to come in and share?
Hang on, let me take my headset off. Okay, can you all hear me? Oh, great, perfect. So thank you, Anuja, and thank you to the earlier two presenters. What a fascinating set of presentations. Totally enamored by what I saw online. Just the fact that these are such people-centric approaches and you're getting these huge plethora and abundance of outcomes. That's really cool. So I'm going to come at it from a different angle because we're trying to offer some different types of case studies. Again, my name is Ruchi Ahuja. I work with Environmental Defense Fund. Just a little bit about my organization. It's a global not-for-profit, basically focused on some of the most wicked problems, as I call them, but or the most pressing problems, climate change being one of them. We operate in about 28 countries. We are very much focused on science and economics as a way to get things done. A lot of advocacy. We have 750 staff and about 2.5 million members and activists who support us. Here in Glasgow, we've been pretty active, a lot of work around methane. You'll see us at edf.org, COP26. So what am I going to talk about here? I'm going to talk about our partners' biogas program. So we work on climate smart ag in India on the production systems, but there's a couple of good examples on production, so I thought I'd share these. The biogas program issue, basically what is a biogas, just for some people who may not know this, although this is a well-tested technology. It's basically a household level biodigester that converts cow dung to methane. And you capture that methane to cook. In the process, if you were to talk about mitigation, then 3 to 5 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent is mitigated every year. And this has been verified through various programs because the work has been implemented using the gold standard program. But I would take a pause here and ask the question if that is the real entry point. And I would posit that it's not the primary driver, although it can help. The entry points can be many. And so in this case, I'll sort of talk about gender as an entry point. Let me just Yeah, okay, let me just go with this. So here's a, I just want to make sure that people understand our partners. We have a network called the Fair Climate Network. This program's been going on since 2008, and our partners in this network, you see them on the right, and that's the scope on the left on the map. They've implemented tens of thousands biogas units. These are the household level units in tens of thousands of households in their respective regions. Uh, More than 70% of India still cooks on biomass, and we know that women and kids bear the brunt of that challenge. There are multiple challenges, but it's the drudgery of collecting firewood, the problems they face when to, eve teasing and other things from men when they're going out to collect firewood. You hear some pretty horrendous stories. There's also the issue of indoor air pollution, and we can look at that. But what we learned in this process is that's the primary audience. So if you want to try and work on climate in this case, but really we want to work on women and indoor air pollution and human health. So that was what they wanted, and that's what we were trying to serve. So that's what became the entry point to implement the program. So some of the impacts are, as I said, are pretty straight up. There's women and child health. There was a real desire that most of the times in India, the women are on the hearth cooking away, the kids are around with them, the men are outside the huts, and there's a lot more smoke inside. So they're the ones facing the brunt of that indoor air pollution as well. So there's social impacts in terms of indoor air quality. Another interesting set of impacts that came through, even though we were working on gender, because all these units are owned by the women, and they're in charge. So they're self-organized and they're working to implement these programs. But some of the other impacts that came through was interesting. So Ruth, who just spoke first in this meeting, her team actually did a pretty nice assessment of what's the potential impact when you move from collecting firewood and cooking on firewood to a cooking gas that you're generating internally and you can turn on at the switch of a button like we all do. What happens to diets? And what we found was that it begins to start adding more diversity to the diet. People can cook multiple times. It's easier to cook. Not always it's all good. Sometimes you can, but that's a different story. But the point is your diversity increases, and that's interesting. Similarly, another study was conducted. So if you're going to not collect as much biomass as firewood, then what happens? Can we actually show that there's a change in the biomass strands around the neighborhood? And it began to show that, yes, there is regrowth. And again, that's a separate set of outcomes right there. Another outcome that flowed from this, again, women wanted this, but other things happen. It creates a lot of jobs. It's not easy. Every household unit requires an intervention. You have to go out there, make the bricks, build these units, dig the holes, and get it done. And we sort of started measuring the direct impact on jobs. The kind of jobs that are created are brick makers, masons, material transporters, village volunteers working on these programs. The gentleman on the left you see here has built 500 biogas units. Each unit costs about $250, so you can see how much income is beginning to happen internally in these villages, which again will stimulate demand and growth. Evidence that we are finding is in these units that were built about 10, 11 years ago, there's some impact on household incomes for village volunteers, about 4,000 rupees. Other income generating activities happen. Women have more time, and they should, and they may choose not to do anything. Leisure is a great thing to do as well. But what we're seeing is, there's more focus on animal husbandry, petty trade pops up, little shopkeeping. They want mobile banking is happening, so some of them are turning into bankers, mobile bankers, cycle repairs and small mechanics. Again, all income generating activities. So we try to measure, and it's across a couple of NGOs how many jobs we created. So for about every 7,500 households, what we're finding is about 297 temporary jobs during construction phase. And then for every 100 units, there's a women micro-entrepreneur that is trained to monitor the biogas unit and service it and repair it. And there's about 110 of those, and they earn about 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 rupees per month from that particular activity. Other interesting impacts that came up, this has happened to me in the field. I've been sitting in and talking to a bunch of people about how their biogas unit program is coming along, and I asked this little girl as to what did she think of her mom's biogas unit, and this answer surprised me. She's like, I can get to school on time. My mom cooks every morning now, and it's really quick, and I don't have to be late at school ever. Never would have thought it, but it has real impact. And so that's, again, just a series of benefits flowing from what we thought was a gender intervention, inclusion, and economic activity for women, and with mitigation co-benefits. But then here you go, you get a whole plethora of impacts. So really, in a nutshell, what I'd say is you have to focus on fulfilling a demand at the local level. You have to sort of identify what is the want, and then figure out how you're going to fulfill that want, and what are the outcomes that are going to flow from it. So from our lens, I often talk about this as development in a small place like India, or a rural, poor place like India, or other rural settings. Development is the primary objective. And it's a very all-encompassing word. Everything we saw in there was development. And climate sort of flows from that. So it's just about low carbon rural development is perhaps another way to put it. Let me pause here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Richie. Your work on low carbon rural development reiterates the point that we've been making. We're looking at indoor air pollution, we're looking at women health, we're looking at emissions, we're sort of looking at the whole bunch of things, and I think it really drives the point home of what Ruth and Ishan sort of said earlier. Next, we'll move on to Dr. Abhivanak, who is a senior fellow at the Center for Biodiversity and Conservation at the Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and the Environment. His work includes animal movement ecology, disease ecology, One Health, savanna ecosystems, invasive species, among other things. Would you like to take it from there?
Thanks, Anuja. So and thank you all for attending. I know it's been difficult getting to the venue this morning. So I'm going to step back a little bit. We've heard some really excellent presentations on various kinds of solutions and the kinds of benefits that they may have. But I'm just going to take a step back and talk about the environment that some of these solutions occur in, and what are the challenges that these environments face. Okay? So we're going to talk about biodiversity. I mean, when we talk about the climate challenge, we know that conservation of biodiversity, the loss of biodiversity, both exacerbates the problem of climate change and can also benefit from climate change mitigation efforts. Okay, so these are some of the savanna ecosystems in India that much of the work that we're talking about and that the ARREST program aims to work in. And many people will be surprised that there are savanna ecosystems in India, but it's true, we have them. There's a lot of wildlife in here as well. I'll talk about it a little bit. For some reason, there's a band on that map. But anyway, so this is a map, an ongoing effort to map the savanna ecosystems in India and other open natural ecosystems in India. So they may not necessarily be savannas, they could be rocky plateaus, and so on. So we find that about 10% of India's land mass is these open natural ecosystems. And they can take a variety of shapes and forms. And from the desert sand dunes of Rajasthan in Jaisalmer to the grasslands of central India, the scrub savannas of southern India, and the riverine moraines or the savanna woodlands of the Western Ghats. So whole diversity of habitats that are called open natural ecosystems. There's also a lot of dependence on these landscapes. So for example, nomadic pastoralist communities with small ruminants utilize these landscapes. There's also areas of historical significance. This, for example, is the World Heritage Site of Hampi, UNESCO's, just a beautiful, breathtaking landscape. Fairly high endemic and native biodiversity, full of endangered species, many of which are unfortunately endangered because these landscapes have not received the due that they should have. This one is extinct from India, the Asiatic cheetah. There are efforts to bring back some cheetahs to India now. We'll see how that goes. But if you come to most of the landscapes in central India, this is kind of what they look like. They are mixed use landscapes. So you have savanna grasslands, you have agriculture, you might have poultry, you might have plantations of forestry and so on, and horticulture. Most of these are in the semi-arid belt. Okay? But there's still a lot of wildlife here. You can have things like jackals, foxes, jungle cats, and whatnot. And of course, livestock dependence is pretty high. There's many of these areas are drought prone, so there's a lot of mortality associated with livestock in these areas. But what's happened is that historically these landscapes have been categorized as wastelands, and this is not just a problem in India. The savanna or the semi-arid landscapes across the world are amongst the most rapidly converted landscapes. And we see that, and I'll show you, we'll see that they face some unique new challenges when it comes to climate change mitigation. So, what do these wastelands look like on the ground? Well, they're wonderful savanna landscapes, okay? These plateaus that are on the Western Ghats, the rocky plateaus of the Western Ghats, have endemic lizards, such as this fan-throated lizard. And after the rains, they look like this. It just takes one rain, and these are areas of floristic diversity, hyperdiversity, and I mean, just breathtakingly beautiful places. But yet, this is where most of India's wind power is being established currently. Okay. So let's talk about some threats. We know that a lot of effort is being put into planting trees. There's the Billion Trees program, the 10 Billion Trees program, the Trillion Trees program, and so on and so forth. Okay, these are the ecosystems that are being targeted for all of these tree planting programs, especially in India. And what we are saying is that it can't be a nature-based solution if it destroys the very natural landscape that it aims to convert. So not all interventions can be called nature-based solution, especially if they go ahead and do things such as this to these landscapes. Okay, so this for example is a savanna that was successfully converted into a woodland, and has a lot of biodiversity, negative biodiversity repercussions. Okay, this is another emerging threat to these kinds of landscape. Again, it's a climate change solution. Solar farms. So large-scale, utility-scale solar farms are coming up in open natural ecosystems across the world, particularly in India. And going forward, our challenges are going to be how do we balance all of these? Okay. So this, for example, is one of the largest solar farms that's come up in Madhya Pradesh, and it's occupied several hundred acres of really excellent savanna habitats. So I'm just going to leave this out there, that while we think of interventions and co-benefits, targeting livelihoods, targeting rural households, and with climate change benefits, we need to keep in mind that biodiversity co-benefits that arise from these also should suit local ecosystems. They can't just be sort of a one-size-fits-all, and especially it can't be just blanket tree planting kind of programs, or even, for example, this solar farms, because they're a green solution, and wind farms, because they're green solutions, are exempt from environmental impact assessments in India. So there's no taking into account the kind of lands that they're converting. So I'm going to stop here. Yeah, this is another example of that. And I'm just going to end with these last two slides. Okay, this is an example of a traditional form of land sparing that occurs in agricultural fields around the country. So this is a classic example. You have green gram being grown on the right, and the plot adjacent to it is left fallow or left wild, so that you can harvest it for firewood or for grazing for your livestock. Okay, but these places are also what harbor the native biodiversity in those areas and become refuges. And you know, when we're talking about restoration of these landscapes, these are the sites that we want to target, and try and revive some of these traditional forms of land sharing and land sparing in these landscapes. I'll end with that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhi. And thank you for bringing in the question of trade-offs and being ecologically responsible, because that's how we started. We started by saying that we want to identify a pathway for nature-based solutions that are both ecologically and socially responsible. So I think that it's interesting, and I'm sure we'll come back to it in our discussion. Next, we have the final presentation for today before we move into our discussion. By Dr. Ravi Prabhu. He is the Director of Innovation, Investment and Impact at the World Agroforestry Center. And he served on various international initiatives and commitments, including the Millennial Ecosystem Assessment and the UN Millennial Project Task Force. So over to you, and we'd like to hear what you have to say.
Thanks, Anuja. Thank you very much for being here in your numbers. I'm going to speak about a very interesting project that the government of Odisha in eastern India has asked us to do, and you can see their logo there. They have a challenge in the uplands of Odisha, what are called the tribal areas, in that during the off-season, families are forced to migrate. They migrate south to Andhra Pradesh, to the cities. They work as manual laborers, often leaving their children behind with severe social consequences. So the challenge for us was, how would you come up with a nature-based solution to what was essentially a really problematic solution for very resource-poor farmers? And I'm going to take you through a quick gallop through what we've done in about 150 villages in these two districts, Bolangir and Nuapada. Just to give you a sense of one of the challenges they're facing, a nutrition challenge. Ruth spoke about this earlier in the presentation series, but you can see it's really very severe if you look at the percentages of people affected. And then the forced migration, which basically meant people who were rooted to the land are forced to leave during the dry season because they had no food to eat. So what do we do? So this is a bit of a sense of the landscape. It looks very lush and green because these are the rains. Well, we did something very simple. We've added trees. We've swapped or added crops into the diversity of crops that they're using. We managed, helped them to manage water across the landscape using bund systems and more traditional systems that allowed water to flow through the landscape and to percolate in, improving at the same time with the kinds of tree planting and crop changes, the soil organic carbon that's being stored, so improving the water holding capacity. And we encouraged innovation, because if there's one message I have for this COP, we've got to invest in stewardship, which means people looking after the land, and above all, we have to invest in innovation if they are going to find the solutions that they need. So this is just a profile of the kind of nutrition available throughout the year when we take what we call the portfolio approach across the landscape. So not just trees, but many trees, but also the kinds of crops that allow us to deal with the nutrition challenges during the hunger season. So there is no hunger season. And we are managing the landscape now for malnutrition, but also for jobs and economies. So really by just looking at some of the key, and this is not the whole list, this is just the ones that we've got the data for. Switching to different varieties of rice. My colleagues did something very interesting. They took rice varieties from the hills and brought them down to Odisha because we wanted to grow rice under shade. All the agricultural research had been focused on monocrop open field rice production. And we hypothesized by bringing in rice varieties that were more tolerant to cooler temperatures, they would do well under these conditions. So not only were we improving nutrition, but we were also improving income across these landscapes. The challenge with any of these systems is the knowledge. And we wanted to make knowledge available. So this is the beta version of what we're calling an agroforestry app. And I just want you to get a sense of the complexity of what we're trying to do over here. To bring in a whole lot of factors that is evidence-based and provide them to farmers so that they can make the kinds of selections that they need to. So this is available. You can go to the App Store and get it. I think this is the earlier version. There's a newer version now. And we're going to put this into Uriya and languages. So I'll just quickly walk you through some of the elements, because more than anything else, it summarizes the kind of complexity we're dealing with. And the challenge we have with most development programs is that they turn complexity into something simplistic. And that really causes the problems that we are seeing over here. What we want to do is to support farmers to make the kinds of choices they want to in the landscapes as they find them. So this is my last slide here. What you're seeing here is the result of 3 years of work across these 150 villages, where I think roughly 10,000 hectares of land is starting to come back and become green. And the response from farmers is great. Roughly a third of the farmers who used to migrate do not need to migrate. They have doubled their income. Families are together, so kids are not left, and with all the exploitation that one would see of children, particularly girl children, is starting to stop. And the Odisha government has asked us to start working across other districts in the state as well. We have not yet done a full climate impact analysis, simply because we are not confident that we have the technology yet. So we are working together with the Aga Khan Foundation and SIF in 3 other states in India to develop a MRV system for low carbon agriculture, which we would apply in these states. Work in desk studies in Andhra Pradesh to the south suggests that we can get up to 50% greenhouse gas emission savings simply by shifting to a low input agriculture form such as agroforestry or regen agriculture. So Karishma, back to you.
Thank you, Ravi. And that's all right. I think the implications of agroforestry on society, I mean, in terms of migration and protection of girl child and, women empowerment to some level, it's remarkable. Thank you so much for sharing that. So we've seen some great case studies, and we've seen a lot of win-win solutions and co-benefits and so on. I think the first question that pops up is that if you're looking at all these solutions, and I mean, Ruth, you said that there were no hard trade-offs. So when you did that study, you saw that there weren't many hard trade-offs. Then the question that arises is, what are the challenges or what are the barriers for us to scale this effort? how do we take it from individual case studies and pilots, which have worked really well, and we have data showing that it has. But how do we scale it up? How do we think about it on a macro level? And I think I'm going to go around the panel with that. Ruth, do you want to start?
Okay, thank you. So, when we look at the multiple dimensions like greenhouse gases or water or production of nutrients, micronutrients like iron, then we might not see any hard trade-offs across those dimensions. But there are very real reasons why it's not easy. Not easy to increase the production of millets. One of them is the milling technology has not advanced, so milling and processing is difficult for millets. Another is sort of cultural in that these cereals have been seen as lower status. That may be turning around, but it takes quite some time to turn that around. There's the, the whole system around a rice, wheat, a rice lobby and these very ingrained, no pun intended, sorry, ingrained system around these production systems that have come out of the Green Revolution. So it's not an easy switch, not at all. And it's not even appropriate in all places. But these kinds of policies, like in Orissa with the incorporating the millets into the public distribution system, which purchases from farmers and then provides back subsidized to below poverty level households. That's like a very big game changer. But there are still these barriers in terms of the technology and the cultural acceptance.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it's also the complexity and how context specific that it is, and everybody has been sort of echoing that. Rishi, what would you say about scaling it up? And whenever we think of nature-based solutions, we always think micro. So how would you think of scaling it up?
Oh boy. So look, I would probably start with let's start with people should want what you want to scale up. And that's context and place-based, as you said. So if people can want it, then the next question is, how do you create the enabling conditions? What are the levers that you need to pull to fulfill that want? Finance is often talked about, and it's true, you need money, but money just doesn't flow. It only flows to places it can go to. And so, to cut a long story short, what I'd say is you have to have near customer institutions at scale to fulfill these wants and facilitate these transactions and measure impacts. So to me, those are the highways of change. I mean, that's the delivery vehicle. Once you have that, then you can, the finance can flow. It can flow with confidence. Outputs that's being generated can be taken out. So a whole bunch of innovation can result. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that begins to happen. We found that on the farming side, and perhaps that's a story I can tell another day. But this is what happened with the biogas program as well. I mean, the women wanted it. We had women micro-entrepreneur jobs. Then that's the near customer institution that allowed for service and repair and a whole bunch of other things to happen. That's why the units are still functional after a decade. So yeah, just some thought has to go through into it. But institutional capacity near the customer is critical, I think.
Yeah, institutional capacity, and just following up on that, what would you think of institution capacity which might not always work together? So when we talk about co-benefits, we talk about institutions and ministries and departments which are often working in silos. So we can build that, but a mechanism to bring it together, some sort of matchmaking, something that's bringing people, the demand, the finance, and the various institutions that are working on various levels together. So, I mean, I would think about it like that if you want to scale it up. So, what would you say to that? Yeah.
Look, that's the holy grail, right?
Yeah.
To get everybody to converge. Again, you can try to converge at the top. I mean, this is a really difficult question to answer, but what I'd say is, if you're near the customer again and able to internalize all the aspects that are needed to deliver, then it becomes also easier to convince the top to line up and align and create this whole process to deliver the outcomes we want.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to quickly add that, what Richie said about um, asking people what they want, and I'll give you an example. So there's some work that we're doing in Western India in a place called the Banni, which has. So you saw the work that FES showed that about restoration by removing the invasive lantana camara. The Banni used to be a grassland ecosystem before it was planted up with another invasive species, Prosopis juliflora. And over time, and I know Prosopis is a problem in many countries around the world, over time what happened is the people adapted to it as well. And people started harvesting Prosopis to make charcoal. They started using the pods as feed for their livestock and for selling them. There's resin cultivation from Prosopis, and there's honey collection from Prosopis. So now they don't want Prosopis gone from the landscape either. Okay, so whereas as ecologists, we want to come in, we see our intervention as removing invasive species because we see that as restoring the ecosystem to what it was. And the people in the Banni used to be pastoralists. Well, they still have very large herds of livestock, but they're no longer pastoralists. Now they're ranchers and milk producers. So they use the money that they get from Prosopis stick and charcoal sale to buy feed to feed their livestock. They're no longer dependent on the grasslands. And they actually find this system works better for them. So, putting people, what you said also, putting people at the center of this can sometimes have weird trade-offs that are not anticipated and can ultimately result in outcomes that may not always, from an ecological point of view, appear to be what we want to see. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Yes. Also, as a follow up to what you said in your presentation, there are trade offs. There are threats from plantations or monocultures or nature based solutions which offer low biodiversity and so on. But the trade off exists because they actually might be l- easier or a more cost effective or simpler solution to implement. So when we look at it from the viewpoint of policy or the government, um, how do you think those trade-offs can be managed, and how does one sort of make a case for nature-based solution that's ecologically responsible?
I think at the heart of it, it comes back to the question you asked earlier: how do you scale up? Okay, and the problem is that when you want to scale, well, governments love scale because that's how they want to operate. But the problem with scale is that it becomes a one-size-fits-all solution because that's generally the best way of achieving scale. But all of the examples that have been shown here are really micro level examples. And sometimes it's not possible to scale all of those. And so you might have a diversity of micro scalable solutions depending on where you are. And I think that heterogeneity is important, and it's maybe it's time for us to also think about what scaling up means. Maybe we want to scale heterogeneity and not, you know, not try and have a homogeneous solution for all of this.
Yeah, thank you. Ravi, you want to comment on? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to disagree violently with Abhi. But since I'm a peaceful guy and he's a peaceful guy, we're not going to do it violently. I agree completely with the sentiment he's expressing. But if we don't reach scale, we can meet here for the next 100 years in a planet that's going, well, it's going into the incinerator anyway. We'll see what happens. So we have to reach scale. Abhi's absolutely right. We have to reach scale, but not with a one-size-fits-all. So what do we scale? We scale principles. So there's a lot of discussion today over the Global Landscapes Forum on agroecology and the principles of agroecology. I spoke earlier about innovation. We have to scale the capacity to innovate. We have to scale the capability for adaptation. Those are things we can scale. We must stop scaling technologies because technologies do not scale. They are not context sensitive. So, to my mind, one of the big challenges we have, and I would suggest that, you know, in the term nature-based solutions is the promise of failure, is that we are too technology focused in everything we do. I was at a panel yesterday where somebody made the very pertinent point that we need to get from projects to programs. And sure we do, but that's not enough. Just to stay with the alliteration, we need to get from programs to paradigms. So what we are starting to talk about is the concept of stewardship and a move to a stewardship economy. What do I mean with that? I mean, when you look at these landscapes in India, every farmer in that landscape, every single one of them is indebted. So what happens is a drive to further commodify those landscapes. That is the drive that is changing the landscapes in the way that everybody here is worried about. In previous times, farmers also nurtured the services. They were dependent on the water that came out of those landscapes. Carbon wasn't a factor. They were dependent on the biodiversity in those landscapes for their nutrition. But with commodification and markets, they are now being pushed to extend their crops from one end of the farm to the other, removing the trees. People have noted that the Indo-Gangetic Plain used to look like a forest in olden times. All agriculture prior to the modernization of agriculture that started with Justus von Liebig and agricultural chemistry and continued with Norman Borlaug and hybrids, all agriculture was agroforestry. Agroforestry is not new. So I think we need a paradigm shift. We need to start rewarding people for the services they produce, not just the commodified services, and that means a fundamental a change in the way we deal with nature. So not just nature-based solutions, but nature as the solution.
Right, right. I see. Before I follow up, Abhi, would you like to respond to that?
No, there's no disagreement here. We just use different words.
Yeah.
But yeah, fundamentally, I think we're on the same track here.
Yeah, of course. Ravi, one thing I'd like to ask you is World Agroforestry has done some great work in India, and they were very closely working on the agroforestry policy and the mission that came through. But it seems as if the uptake for that mission has been a little slow, and it hasn't been at the pace as one would have, as anticipated. So, do you agree that what are the challenges because of which, even though there was a policy, there was a mission, there was finance, it was in a mission mode, so we had different departments and ministries coming together. So, I mean, it did check a lot of the boxes that we're thinking about. So, what do you think was the reason that there hasn't been sufficient uptake, and what lagged, or what can be done now, sort of, to encourage agroforestry?
Well, I think as with any change that requires people to change their mental models, people are the ones blocking it. If you look at the way the agroforestry policy and mission has been applied across the country, states like Tamil Nadu have forged ahead, other states have not. And this depends on the attitudes of the bureaucracy, the attitudes of the political economy around that. I think Ruth was referring to that, to the extent of their ability to receive new information and act upon it. Farmers left to themselves have taken this upon them. But we're talking about a 5 to 6 year period. Um, and the problem is cultures change slowly, and we need to do a lot more. The incentives for changing to new systems need to be much more profound. We spend 97 or 98% of all our research money in agriculture on about 10 crops, not including any of the ones that we are talking about here in any significant way. So that's just one indicator that, you cannot switch a country over by simply announcing a policy and a mission. And when you then compare the amount of money that goes into the agroforestry mission as compared to all the other mission modes, you are basically saying, yeah, you're important, but you're not quite as important as expanding rice and wheat into eastern India, improving irrigation without actually improving irrigation because we are, lousy at using water in the country. So there's a lot more to be done. But really it is about an understanding that if we want resilient systems, we have to value diversity, not just biodiversity, but social and cultural diversity in ways that we have not learned to do so far.
Yeah, yeah. Points well taken. Before we move to closing remarks, I think we're almost out of time. Is there any question in the audience? Anybody would like to ask the panelists anything?
I can talk? Is this okay? Thank you. That was, I think, the best panel I've seen at the whole COP. It was very heartening. I'm struck that I haven't heard much discussion of finance. Yesterday I saw a number of talks where there was discussion of the need for certified benefits from adaptation programs, where adaptation funders were saying we're ready for high quality projects if they can say what they're achieving. And that felt sort of very high level. Here we're hearing this on the ground, people-centered, locally driven perspective, and I'm wondering to what extent you see finance as one of the barriers, and or whether there's a disconnect between those two conversations that doesn't make sense yet. Thanks.
Richie? Yeah.
Sure, I'll try and take a crack at this. Look, finance is always needed, and it's going to be needed, as Ravi was saying as well, this disproportionate amount of funds going towards one way versus another. Important point. So a corollary here is, when renewable energy came around, people were like, we need a lot of money, we need to do this renewable energy, but then there was no uptake. Deal flow was slow, institutions didn't understand how to allocate risk to renewable energy, how to set things up. So this comes back to my point again, so you needed aggregators. So it comes, and what happens? I mean, you end up having local institutions and local capacity to drive that change. That paradigm shift that Ravi is talking about is not top down. I mean, it's a conversation across a culture, right? So I think having local institutions, their ability to understand their customer and deliver the change to the customer, having the tools that allows them to then measure and understand what the impacts are, creates that transparency and creates that enabling environment for the money to flow. Just because the money is there doesn't mean it's going to flow.
Ravi, would you like to add something?
No, I agree completely with what Richie was saying. I think one of the challenges is the tools and models that funders have are not fit for purpose when we talk about adaptation. So I gave an example on another panel yesterday of fantastic, carbon projects which were set up to support smallholder farmers that fell completely flat because the farmers in that case, this was in Africa, did not have title tenure. So if you cannot deal with the institutions that exist on the ground, you are trying to press them into your models, then you have a barrier and the funds can't flow, although everybody wanted to invest. So I think we need new models. I think there are possibilities to develop these models. And I think what we need is also a change in the way the value chains that come out of these systems are managed, and who has access to what. So I think it's all very possible. This will sound trite, but I think what we are facing is a large-scale failure of imagination. Yeah, I think we need to start understanding and dreaming a different future. Then we'll make it happen.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Anything else? I thought we had a question online. All right. Okay then. Okay. We're almost out of time. So can I request you all to give me quick closing remarks, a minute of what you think? Ruth, we can start with you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just reiterate, I think the concept that is run throughout this whole panel is that nature-based solutions, we're really talking about people-based solutions, which might have some benefit for climate mitigation or climate adaptation. But starting with the people and the development needs and what people on the ground see for their aspirations and for their future, that's where any solution has to start. Not only from the point of view of achieving the need for development, but from the point of view of just being successful. If there is a climate mitigation angle, we'll not be successful if people on the ground don't see it to their benefit. So I think we're starting to see that, a different thinking about nature-based solutions really being people-based solutions.
Yeah, Richie.
No, first of all, I want to say this has been a pleasure to be a part of the panel here. It's a really rich discussion. I agree with everything the panelists are saying here. I mean, I think we're all on the same page. What I'd say is just take a pause, embrace complexity in all its glory, I guess. But that's just what nature is. And that's what people are, and so if you try to fit one size solution across the whole landscape, some things do work, but not everything works, and I think again I just want to reiterate the point that change requires a highway, and that delivery mechanisms, those things. I mean, as we're talking about scales, that's really what's needed. I mean, I'm pretty adamant that near farmer or near customer institutions that can sort of help be in that discussion, participate in discussions with customers, share knowledge, obtain knowledge, pass it back and forth. That is what will lead to the outcomes we want and allows people to imagine a different future.
Thanks. Yeah. I guess I just quickly want to say two things. One is that from a biodiversity conservation perspective, we are going to face a lot of challenges from several different angles. One, of course, we have a biodiversity crisis. Everybody knows it. We talk about restoration of landscapes. You will then talk about restoring biodiversity in those landscapes as well. But they're not always going to be easy transitions. There are going to be costs on all sides. Sometimes there can be benefits, for example, as we saw with Ishan's talk, but in other cases there might not be. We know that health is going to be a big part of the conversation when it comes to healthy landscapes as well. I mean, we talked about nutrition side of it, but as we've seen in the last couple of years, there's also the biodiversity health linkage in terms of the risk of emerging zoonoses, and that's going to be compounded by climate. So I think keeping that in mind when we are also planning all of these interventions is necessary. Just sort of trying to take whole systems thinking approaches in all of this, embrace the complexity of it as Rishi says. Thanks.
Thank you.
I really don't have much to add. I think it's all been said. So let me just say thank you to everybody, and I would urge everybody to stay positive and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you for that, Ravi. I think we all needed to hear that. Um, so yes, I think we can take away from this that we need to put people at the center of this. That's I think the biggest takeaway. And when we do that, and when we account for their aspirations and their demand, we will see benefits not only for the climate, but also for their livelihood and income and health and nutrition. And I think that's very, very well established through the number of case studies that we saw by the panel here. And I'm happy we're talking about this at the COP. It's Nature Day today, so I think it really sends a good message. Put a good start to this day for all of us as we go around. And that's it. I think we'll wrap up here. If any of you wants to approach the panel, I think we'll be here for a bit. Thank you.
We're used to seeing headlines about cool
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Good morning, everybody. We're about to start our event today. Thank you. So thank you so much for being here today at the Nature Pavilion and to be with us at this event, Building Climate Action and Ambition Through Forest Climate Solutions. Excuse me? Yeah, you need to, please just be aware that you need to wear your headsets in order to be able to listen to the presentations because it's connected, the sound is connected to the headsets. Please, if you can wear those. So yeah, thank you so much for accompanying today this event, Building Climate Action and Ambition Through Forest Climate Solutions. We are here today with a group of organizations that came together to make this possible. Environmental Defense Fund, WWF, International Emissions Trading Association, Conservation International, and the Mercator Research Institute on Global Commons and Climate Change. My name is Josefina Braña Varela, and I am the Vice President and Deputy Lead for Forest for WWF, and I'm very, very happy to be here with you today. Our objective here today is to speak, excuse me, to speak about the role of forest in helping achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. We know that the science is clear and we cannot delay more action in terms of advancing nature-based solutions, in particular forest solutions, to get us to a world where 1.5 is attainable. We definitely want to share during this session new information, quantitative analysis, and perspectives on how high-integrity forest climate solutions can be done, and to inspire others listening from the experience that we are going to hear today, using science to inform our interventions, but also listen to each other on what is going on in the countries and on the ground, what indigenous peoples and local communities are doing, the challenges they are facing, and how we are advancing forest climate solutions on the ground. So this is the objective today, just sharing this experience, sharing this new analysis, and have a discussion with you. So for that, we are going to first explore how forests can and are enhancing global climate action and ambition. We want to broaden, through these presentations, awareness of the role of forests in enhancing and speeding up climate action. And we also want to provide these insights into different forest climate solutions initiatives that are on their way. We will have a series of speakers today with us that will be sharing experiences from different perspectives, from indigenous peoples and local communities. We are going to explore also the role of emissions transfers in achieving the Paris Agreement. We are going to talk about the potential role of forest and land under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And we are going to then listen about a real-life experience and what is happening in Guyana in terms of the efforts to advance forest climate solutions on the ground. So this is our agenda today, and after we have our speakers talking, we will have a brief question and answer session with you to be able to interact. Because this is a different COP as we are used to, some of our speakers won't be here with us in person, so they have pre-recorded some messages for us. So unfortunately, they would not be with us for the Q&A, but we are happy to gather any questions that you may have and follow up afterwards. So with that, and without further ado, I'd like to invite my colleague, well, let me give you a round of introductions to start with the event so we don't have to do that later. So we have here Ruben Lebowski, the Adjunct Vice President, Climate and Forest, and the Chief Natural Resource Economist from the Environmental Defense Fund. Thanks, Ruben, for being here with us. To share the views and the experiences from the indigenous peoples and local communities, we have here Bruno Tyson, the Public Policy Officer from WWF Brazil. Thanks, Bruno, for being here with us. And we are going to have an indigenous leader. She's very inspirational. She's an indigenous leader from Brazil, Mariazinha Baré, coordination of the indigenous organizations of the Brazilian Amazon, COIAB. She's going to join us in a moment because she's wrapping up some interviews, but she will join us in a moment. To discuss the role of emissions transfers in achieving the Paris Agreement, we have pre-recorded messages from Will Turner, the Senior Vice President from the Center for Natural Climate Solutions at Conservation International, and also a pre-recorded message from Sabine Voss, the Head of Working Group Sustainable Resources Management at Global Change Mercator Research Institute on Global Commons and Climate Change. Afterwards, we are going to hear also a message from to talk about the role of nature-based solutions under Article 6, where James J. Edmonds, Professor and Senior Fellow, the Center of Global Sustainability at the University of Maryland, will be talking to us. And to wrap up with grounding in reality all these new analyses, we are going to have Pradeepa Bolanath, Senior Director on Climate Change from the Guyana Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Pradeepa, for being here with us. Okay, so now I'm going to invite my colleague, Ruben Lubowski, to give us some introductory and framing comments to get us started. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me okay? Hello? It works? Great. It's a little difficult to hear with the microphones. So thank you, Josefina. Hi, good morning, everyone. I want to give some initial framing remarks around the magnitude of the challenge of increasing climate ambition and the huge potential of natural climate solutions. But I really want to emphasize the huge challenge this represents and the need to really implement and execute at scale. But I think we have some inspirational examples of how this can actually work. So I'll provide some of that. So this is some scenarios that we have run at Environmental Defense Fund. There are many different versions of this figure, but the black line shows increasing global emissions over the next 15 years. We know the BAU is going up. Again, there are many possible scenarios, but we know it's going up and it needs to come down. The current pledges under the NDCs of Paris are the blue line, and basically, if those are achieved, which will already be a big achievement, what they do essentially is stabilize global emissions around 2020 levels. So rather than going up, emissions are now flat, which is, again, not going to be an easy challenge, but is far too little because we know emissions actually have to come down very, very quickly. So the green line here is showing one scenario for a 2-degree consistent trajectory. And we know that even to get below 2 degrees, it's going to have to go even faster. So, and the question is, how can we achieve the blue line to start, but then hopefully be increasing ambition over time, potentially represented by that dotted black line, ratcheting down towards the green line and hopefully even going quickly below that green line. So this is a challenge. What's this going to take? We've done some analysis that using an international market approach or international cooperation to achieve the NDCs, if rather than every country having to implement domestically, we used international cooperation, depending on the scenario, we know we could achieve a lot more for the same cost, as much as double the emission reductions under the current NDC for the same cost. And a lot of that opportunity, as much as half of it, comes from natural climate solutions, particularly stopping tropical deforestation in the next decade. But what's this going to take? Our analysis indicates that we need to reduce something on the order of 11 billion tons annually, and this would entail on the order of 2 to 4 billion tons of international transfers every year, just to implement the current NDCs. To go above and beyond to 2 degrees, it's even more, but 2 to 4 billion tons of international transfers. Just for context, the CDM program in the past 20 years since it was instituted under Kyoto, cumulatively over these 20 years has generated about 3 billion tons of credits. So now we're talking about doing something of that magnitude every single year and with much higher environmental and social robustness and integrity. So this is a very big challenge. So it might sound like a theoretical exercise, but we have some real world experiences that show what the potential could be. So this is just a figure from the state of Mato Grosso in Brazil. Mato Grosso is one of the world's biggest agricultural producing regions. It's a state, but it's about 3.5 times the size of the United Kingdom. It's about the size of France plus Spain put together. So it's a state, but it's a very big area. And in 2004, if Mato Grosso had been a country, it would have been one of the top 10 global emitters due to the emissions from deforestation. So globally significant. However, within 8 years, Mato Grosso decreased its deforestation by about 90%. And maybe what's even more impressive is that the deforestation has stayed low. And it went from being a top 10 emitter to roughly number 53 in the world. So this shows that this can actually be done at a very globally significant scale. I don't think we have an example of this sort of movement of a top 10 emitter so dramatically down the list in any other sector or situation. So we know that deforestation can be reduced at scale, but how was this done? It was done with a comprehensive approach with the government behind it, doing law enforcement, protected areas, working to recognize indigenous rights, working with agricultural producers. So this is what we call, and it was done with increasing agricultural production at the same time. So the economy was growing, deforestation was coming down, and I think this provides a model for what we need to do to get emissions even lower within Mato Grosso and other states in Brazil, but also at the global scale. We need to implement at this, what we call the jurisdictional level, move away from doing only selected projects here and there, but doing something really at big scales of whole countries or jurisdictions with all the actors participating. And this is partially what we're trying to do. We heard about the LEAF Coalition in the past few days, putting private sector finance behind these kinds of programs. But the key is going to be executing and implementing at big scale. So I think that's what the challenge is and what we'll hear about today. Thank you. I think next, thank you. Bruno, you think it's your turn?
Thank you very much. I was like translating for Mariazinha, so that's why But my name is Bruno. I work for WWF in Brasilia. And thank you. There we go. We are going to talk about this initiative, this project that involves many organizations, involves the American government. So it's an example of an initiative that it's all about cooperation among different actors from different sectors. So that's a project that is still in the beginning, so we can speak some about it. And it involves a good, important point about it is that it involves indigenous organizations from the very beginning of it. So this is we have two images, satellite images, that show how important indigenous territories are to stop deforestation, to keep forests standing. It's the most important shield against deforestation in tropical forests. This is very clear. We have two different places. One is the state of Mato Grosso, actually. The second one is in Rondônia state. Both states with very high deforestation rates. And you see like the indigenous lands as some islands of forest in a place where pressure from cattle ranchers, illegal loggers, land grabbers is very strong. So that's why it's so important to work with indigenous peoples, indigenous territories to stop deforestation. Just to compare, considering that deforestation is responsible for nearly half of Brazil's emissions, and Brazil is the fourth biggest emitter in the world. It's pretty clear that we have to work with indigenous territories to find solutions for climate crisis. As a matter of fact, if Amazon alone was a country, would be among the top 10 emitters in the world nowadays. So it's a very critical issue in terms of climate change. This is, I mean, we have some slides to discuss. I'm going to pass quickly about the project, the AIRR project that talks about indigenous rights and resources. And it's very important to state that it's an initiative that comes from USAID and involves like different countries, different indigenous organizations, environmental NGOs, Brazilian environmental NGOs, WWF from 4 countries, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, and some figures there. It started in 2019, so we had some challenges because of the pandemics, because it involves a lot of partners on the field, and we could not do some field work for quite a long time. Actually, we're going back now, starting to go back, so this is a big challenge for implementation. We talk about doing Zoom meetings all the time, but when you are talking about some indigenous communities that do not have access to the internet, it's quite hard to implement. And this is the map that shows the areas that the project works in. So it's enormous areas. And in Brazil, we work number 3, the Tapajós River Basin, which I'm going to show you right now here. Some indigenous communities over there, indigenous associations. Just to compare, the area we work just in Brazil in this project is about 6 times the area of Scotland, so it's quite significant. And there is a participatory structure that it's quite interesting because it involves committees with the local associations and organizations. So this is quite important, and I work specifically with Objective 1, and I'm going to bring one experience involving capacity building. That's a very strong component of this project, and it is Objective 2 is about productive chains, because we cannot talk about stopping illegal artisanal gold mining. That's a huge problem in that region if you do not show some economic alternatives. I mean, frequently people do like illegal mining or deforest areas because of lack of economic alternatives for income alternatives. So this is very important, objective number 2. And I'm going to give an example concerning objective number 1, and it's all about, and this is a slide done by indigenous young communicators, and Alana, who is right there, she's here somewhere, she's right here. And she was the coordinator of this capacity building along with Christian. And we did some like 50 hours of capacity building on video making, on storytelling, because the usual approach in projects involving indigenous communities is that the environmental NGO comes with a project and give them the project already with everything there. And this time, we're doing something very different because they are involved since the very beginning of the planning. It's not like the capacity building is not about us coming from Brasilia, from São Paulo, from Rio, and teaching them how to do things. No, it's like a lot of indigenous leaders who already do communications and a lot of activities and who have like university undergraduations in different areas. They are the ones who go there and teach their peers about about, as I said, video making, audio visuals, text writing labs, and things like that. You know, so this is the approach we adopted for this, and which has been working in different areas of this project. So of course I'm not gonna speak too long about it because it's something that we have done recently, and we would have like a lot to share with you guys. But just to give you an example of an initiative that involves governments, involves local NGOs, and involves indigenous associations. This is very important. This is a key component of this project. I will hand the floor to Mariazinha because she is the coordinator of COIAB. That's the organization that represents indigenous associations from the Amazon region. And she can tell a bit about the experience of COIAB within this project. So, and I'll be simultaneously translating her speech from Portuguese to English. Thank you very much.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. My name is Mariazinha Baré.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mariazinha Baré.
Faço parte da coordenação das organizações indígenas da Amazônia brasileira.
I'm part of the indigenous coordination of organizations in the Brazilian Amazon.
E nós atuamos nos 9 estados da Amazônia.
We work in 9 Brazilian states within the Amazon region.
Nós fazemos parte dessa rede de parceiros que o Bruno acabou de mencionar dentro do projeto que é apoiado pela USAID.
We are part of this network of partners within this project that is supported by USAID.
Bem, a Amazônia é muito grande, a Amazônia brasileira é muito grande e a gente não consegue atuar com ações efetivas sozinhos, né?
Amazon is enormous, so we are not able to work without partners alone.
E aí já começa um dos nossos grandes desafios.
There is one of our biggest challenges.
A gente tem a nossa própria forma de governança enquanto povos indígenas da Amazônia.
We have our own ways of governance and of administration in the indigenous peoples from the Amazon.
Porém, para a gente conseguir avançar nas ações, essa rede de parceiros, tanto governamentais e não governamentais, e principalmente a participação das organizações indígenas, tanto no processo de construção e implementação dos projetos, é primordial.
So it is essential to have this network of partners, of organizations, in order to move forward with our projects.
Só assim que a gente consegue, de fato, levar ações para dentro dos territórios indígenas e chegar até as comunidades indígenas.
That's the only way to make actions go in the indigenous territories and to reach the communities that are inside our territories.
E gostaria de parabenizar pela apresentação que eu vi no último slide quando cheguei, falando da situação de como é que está hoje o mundo a partir do relatório do IPCC.
So she would like to congratulate you for your presentation to show the current situation in the world and concerning emissions and things like that.
Então, assim como o IPCC está alertando o mundo sobre não só as mudanças, mas a crise climática, nós também, povos indígenas, há muito tempo a gente vem alertando o mundo.
Just like IPCC is alerting the world about the climate crisis, we indigenous peoples have been doing this for a long, long time.
As ações que a gente tem desenvolvido no âmbito desse projeto, elas parecem ser pequenas, mas são muito importantes para que a gente traga soluções e mostre as soluções que nós criamos para dentro dos territórios, mas trazer para o mundo, principalmente para os governos e para os bancos financiadores.
The actions we developed in that project, they seem small, but they are very important, especially to bring to the world, to governments, to finance institutions, what we are doing and what we can do.
A gente tem tido uma grande preocupação em relação às grandes discussões que se dão no âmbito dos financiamentos para a questão da crise climática.
We are very worried about the discussions on how to finance solutions for the climate crisis.
A gente sabe que 70% dos recursos que são destinados em resposta à crise climática, menos de 1% chega dentro, de fato, dos territórios indígenas.
We are very aware that less than 1% of the resources, of the money that involves climate projects, reach the indigenous territories themselves.
E a pergunta que a gente faz é: para onde é que está indo esse recurso? Para onde é que está indo esse dinheiro? Onde, de fato, que está sendo investido? Onde que os governos que recebem esses recursos estão investindo? E onde é que estão os grandes financiadores que não conseguem ver, observar, de fato, onde e de que forma que está sendo gasto, implementado os recursos?
So the big question is, where is this money going to? What the governments who get some parts of this money, where this government is investing this money, where what happens that the biggest investors or financiers cannot make sure that this money reaches the communities themselves.
Todo ano a Amazônia queima. Todo ano. E as queimadas são 2 vezes maiores. Nós observamos aqui na apresentação do companheiro que o Mato Grosso, no Brasil, né, foi o destaque na questão das queimadas, inclusive.
So every year Amazon burns, and this burning is increasing right now. And we watched through his presentation the problems specifically in Mato Grosso and how the fires are a key factor there.
A gente entende que existe a parte do desenvolvimento. Sabemos que temos que produzir, principalmente para a questão da nossa alimentação, da soberania alimentar. Mas sabemos que existem formas que causam menos impactos para a produção de alimentos, né, para o desenvolvimento, para a questão da questão energética. O que precisa ter? Vontade política para adotar esses outros mecanismos que impactam muito menos o ambiente.
We know that there must be some way, some sort of development, but we also are aware that there are ways to produce food, to generate energy that have way less impacts in the environment. So we have to find solutions in this direction.
Bem, nós, enquanto povos indígenas, nós continuamos muito preocupadas da forma que o mundo e da forma que os governos, principalmente, e os grandes bancos financiadores, né, estão criando as suas políticas. A gente não está vendo um retorno para o próprio clima, né? Hoje a gente não está falando de crise climática, nós estamos falando de crise climática e não tem mais tempo. Nós precisamos mudar as nossas atitudes, nós precisamos sair do discurso. A gente já está no discurso há mais de 30 anos falando de mudanças climáticas e nada mudou. Então a gente tem que mudar, de sair do discurso e ir para a prática.
So we indigenous peoples from Brazil are very worried about the ways things are being handled in this climate crisis. We've been hearing speeches for more than 30 years, but this must move from the speeches to actions.
O projeto que o Bruno apresentou, ele envolve a questão das formações, das capacitações, inclusive, que nós necessitamos. E aí a gente traz uma formação que são a formação de jovens comunicadores indígenas que nós temos.
This project that Bruno explained talks a lot about capacity building, and this is very important for us. And in this specific case, we're talking about capacity building for young communicators, indigenous young communicators.
A comunicação para a gente, ela tem sido muito importante, tanto para dentro como para fora. A comunicação é uma estratégia de acesso à informação, mas também de acesso a nossos direitos, de denunciar, né, de denunciar, mas também de dar visibilidade para as ações que os povos indígenas têm desenvolvido dentro dos seus territórios.
Communications for us is very important, not only to communicate among ourselves, but also to communicate to outside of our communities about what's going on, raising awareness about the problems we are facing, and it's very important for us to have good communication.
Bem, estudos demonstram que as terras indígenas são as mais preservadas, as mais conservadas. Isso porque é devido à nossa própria forma de viver e cuidar dos nossos territórios. E aí a mensagem que fica, Bruno, para todos nós.
Indigenous territories are the most well-preserved areas, and this is thanks to our traditional ways of life. So the message that I would like to disseminate to end my speech.
E aí eu encerro convidando a todos vocês para a gente sair do discurso e ir para a prática. Se a gente quiser mudar o cenário e se a gente quiser, de fato, ter um futuro para os nossos filhos, porque o futuro ele depende do presente, e nós não estamos fazendo o nosso papel no presente, nós não estamos fazendo mudança. Nós, povos indígenas, estamos fazendo a nossa parte, mas precisamos que o mundo também faça a nossa parte, e cada um de nós aqui é responsável em saber o que seus governos também, dentro dos seus países, estão fazendo de fato. Nós somos responsáveis em saber o que as grandes empresas, de fato, estão fazendo e o que os grandes bancos que financiam essas empresas, se essas empresas, de fato, estão cumprindo e fazendo o papel de conservar. No Brasil, na Amazônia, tanto os governos, o governo brasileiro, quanto os bancos, a gente vê que estão destruindo a Amazônia. E essa é uma grande preocupação. Convido a todos vocês a abraçar a causa com os povos indígenas. Obrigada.
Vou ver se eu lembro de tudo, hein? Nossa Senhora. She says that she invites everyone to abandon just words and move to actions. They are indigenous peoples from Brazil and from all over the world. They are doing their part on this. They are preserving forests. They are curbing emissions. But the rest of the society must do the same. So you all most in your specific countries, check what your government has been doing, what the companies from your countries are doing in order to stop this crisis. I invite you to join us, indigenous peoples from Brazil, in our causes. Thank you very much. And soon we are going to leave to the march, so we apologize for not staying until the end.
Well, thank you. So a call to action, very powerful. Now we are moving on to the next speaker, which is again going to give more of a global perspective, an analytic perspective about the potential of natural climate solutions, including stopping deforestation through the work of indigenous communities.
We're used to seeing headlines about cool new solutions that'll save the climate. That would be great if it were true, but a more evidence-based perspective tells us there's no single solution. The fact is, averting dangerous climate change will require that we decarbonize energy and industry, that we transform how we manage land and ecosystems, and that we develop greenhouse gas removal technologies, all of these pursued urgently and in parallel. But overall mitigation progress remains well below what's needed. Inadequate financing is a key limitation, and that lack of finance is particularly acute for natural climate solutions. So how can we address that? One possibility that's under debate right now is the potential role of international carbon markets. Now, the idea behind any international transfer of emissions is in principle that cooperative actions between countries or companies to limit and reduce emissions might help push the ambitious Paris climate targets within reach. Yet there's disagreement on the role of emissions transfers in climate mitigation and whether natural climate solutions should be included. There's been a lot of discussion on this recently, and having this discussion is extraordinarily important. The problem is that to date, the evidence hasn't really been coherently assessed. The result is that policies continue to be made in the absence of a strong conceptual and empirical base. So not long ago, Sabina and I and a few others realized that we were looking at this same problem. We wondered, can we address this less as a debate to be resolved in sound bites and more of a problem to be collectively solved, based on evidence, and a focus on our shared goal of avoiding climate catastrophe? So some of us had come together in a sort of working group, and we want to tell you about some initial results. Now, to inform this problem with evidence, what we wanted to understand came down to a series of questions. First, what's the overall potential of a functional emissions transfer system to accelerate climate action? Second, what are the barriers to realizing that potential? And third, are there ways to design a system that addresses those barriers so that we really accelerate progress on climate change? So the first question, what's the potential? We used EDF's global carbon market tool. And what we're going to do here is look at how the future global emissions trajectory changes based on the emissions reduction actions needed. That shows up on a graph like this, and you can see a business as usual trajectory we're on for comparison. We estimated how much it would cost the world over the next 15 years to stay within a pathway consistent with limiting warming to 2 degrees. But each country has to achieve its target independently and without tapping into natural climate solutions. We then performed a thought experiment. For that same cost, how much more emissions reductions would be possible if countries could cooperate internationally through a market system that tapped the least cost emissions reductions globally, including the case of international cooperation both with and without natural climate solutions. And it's the difference between these curves that we're really interested in. We find that in this scenario, the global use of emissions transfers and natural climate solutions has the potential to accelerate global climate ambition, contributing about 5.5 gigatons emissions reductions annually at no added total cost, compared to the case of countries acting alone. Now, if we look behind those numbers, about half of that is due to including emissions transfers, and half due to including natural climate solutions. And of course, those two interact. Some people might be interested to know that this accelerated case results in a world with millions more square kilometers of natural ecosystems than the alternative by 2035. And that's without compromising biodiversity or human needs for food or for fiber. Others might be interested to know that we see, along with these emissions transfers, hundreds of billions of financial flows from developed to developing countries. And those are really interesting things to look into further. But here, we're focused on the big picture for climate, which is a cumulative 90 plus gigatons of additional emissions for the same cost through 2035. Now, potential really is a key word here. This accelerated scenario is what could happen. If it does, it will be because we put together the evidence and the imagination to design a system capable of realizing this potential. And Sabina is here to talk more about that potential and some of what we know about the prospects for achieving it.
Sorry about that.
It is important to realize that what Will has just shown us also has an economic dimension. In order to look at the economic value of forest-based mitigation, together with colleagues of EDF, we published a paper earlier this year in Global Sustainability, and we extended a standard DICE model by introducing an endogenous representation of REDD+ supply, not only avoided deforestation, but also reforestation. We chose a cost effectiveness criterion rather than a cost benefit approach, more concretely minimizing discounted abatement costs between 2020 and the end of the century, given a total emissions budget. That allows us to interpret the resulting shadow prices of CO2 as a measure of policy cost without actually having to explicitly value avoided damages. Now, the results show that there are substantial policy cost savings in a 2-degree scenario. In particular, each US dollar invested into REDD+ yields about $5.40 in net policy cost savings at the global level. And that amounts to tens of trillions of policy cost savings over the course of the century. Realizing the full estimated potential for REDD+ furthermore reduces the risk-adjusted carbon price in 2030 by about $45 per ton of CO2. That means we can avoid a jump in the CO2 price that may have undermined the political feasibility of ambitious climate policy, thereby further adding to move us closer to achieving the Paris targets. Now, why don't we tap into these vast potentials that are also economically attractive? There are several concerns around doing so, and we have looked broadly into the peer-reviewed literature, policy documents, communications, and grouped those concerns into 2 broad categories. The first evolving around cheap emissions transfers from forests that may undermine current abatement efforts and thereby delay decarbonization. Arguments that are frequently made in this category is that an oversupply of cheap forest credits could actually lower the CO2 price too much, thereby disincentivizing investments into more expensive clean technology in other sectors. Also, projects may actually not be chosen to maximize avoided CO2 emissions, but to just greenwash, and so on. In a second category, are the concerns grouped around forest credits that may lack technical, environmental, and social integrity. Arguments that are frequently made here revolve around double counting, inflating baselines, a lack of additionality and permanence. But looking further into this literature, the policy documents, communications, and so on, we also realized that there's a lot of knowledge on concepts, ideas, tool sets to address many of these concerns. For instance, in the first category, by starting out with separate quantity targets, or if you wanted to immediately lift a larger potential and integrate emissions transfers from the beginning, you could do so by introducing forest credits along with price floors and quotas. And there's evidence that shows that by this, you can actually contain the risk of negatively affecting investments into clean tech in other sectors. In the second category, long-term project commitments and even jurisdictional approaches can address concerns around short time horizons, non-permanence. Clear definitions and standardized accounting can ensure the fungibility of forest credits and also avoid cases of double counting. Accompanying emissions transfers that are per se focused on carbon by social and environmental safeguards can furthermore help to ensure that they don't undermine the achievements of other sustainable development goals, and so on. I think it's clear that for reasons of limited time, I can only come up with a couple of illustrative results here. But I think one main message to take away from the analysis is that there's a lot of knowledge out there that allows us to focus our discussion on a solution space rather than to make an upfront decision against emissions transfers from forest mitigation. and tapping into the vast potentials that Will has demonstrated in the first part of the presentation, especially since the longer we delay climate change mitigation, the less we may be able to afford doing so. Thank you for your attention.
We'll move on to our next speaker. Again, a recorded video with some more of the analytic results on the potential of Article 6 and the role of nature-based solutions from Jay Edmonds. Apologies, there seems to be a technical issue with the audio.
Hi, this is Jay Edmonds. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but due to the COVID situation and inability to travel, the next best thing to being there in person is a virtual session. And so I hope you don't mind that I share some of the results we've gotten on the role of nature-based solutions under Article 6 that are emerging from the research that we at the University of Maryland and Center for Global Sustainability have been finding as part of the International Emissions Trading Association research program. Some of the key findings that are coming out of this work include that Article 6 could enhance and enable increased use of nature-based solutions to mitigate carbon emissions. The nature-based solutions could reduce the cost of meeting nationally determined contributions, and the nature-based solutions could contribute disproportionately to enhanced near-term increases in ambition. And then finally, in the long term, along a path to net zero emissions, the role of forests and soils may decline in physical terms, but its value remains extremely high. Let's begin by looking at a scenario in which we take all of the world's nationally determined contributions and we compare how those nationally determined contributions would be met in terms of physical emissions mitigation and in terms of fossil fuel and industrial versus land use change emissions. So if we take a look at the figure on the left, the bars that are above the zero line are the buyers, are the sellers of fossil fuel and industrial emissions mitigation into the carbon market, whereas those regions below the line are the buyers. Notice that the change is heavily weighted toward the buyers. The buyers increase their purchases of emissions mitigation credits. You can see that it's about 2 billion tons of carbon per year. And because we assume that every country achieves its nationally determined contribution in both the reference and in the cooperative case, that is the case in which we have perfect carbon markets, the increase in use of nature-based solutions is exactly offsets the decrease in use of fossil fuel and industrial emissions mitigation under the cooperative scenario. So having Article 6 available to achieve NDC goals results in a shift in emphasis away from direct reduction of fossil fuels toward utilizing nature-based solutions in the near term, which ends up reducing the cost that countries face in meeting their NDC goals. Solutions. Let's sort of dive into the economics now and take a look at enhancing ambition. One of the things that one could do with the savings available from carbon markets is reinvest them in enhanced ambition. And so we've undertaken an exercise in which we explore precisely that. What would happen if all of the savings from cooperative implementation of NDCs rather than independent implementation of NDCs? What would happen if all those savings were reinvested back into greater ambition? The short story is simple, that the combined reduction in costs is roughly $320 billion per year in 2030 from cooperative implementation of NDCs. And if all of those savings were reinvested in increased ambition, then a total of 9 billion tons of CO2 per year increase in mitigation would be possible. That's a very substantial number, more than doubling the emissions mitigation available from independent implementation of NDCs. Note that the cost savings are divided between fossil fuels and land use, and that the largest share of cost reductions occur in fossil fuel use. That is the largest share of cost reductions from an efficient implementation of nationally determined contributions using carbon markets. But when those savings are reinvested so that we get every country no worse off than had they implemented their nationally determined contribution independently, but we use a cooperative carbon market to take that reinvested $320 billion in savings and to increase ambition in the NDCs. The result is pretty striking. Almost half of the increase in ambition comes from nature-based solutions, from land use change emissions reductions. And 4 gigatons of CO2 per year come from land use, while 5 come from fossil fuel and industrial emissions mitigation. Thus, the investment in increased ambition is enabled and empowered by accessing land use change emissions, that is, nature-based solutions. So let's move on and take a look at carbon markets as we approach 2050 in a net zero world. Global emissions can only approach net zero if all parties and all sectors approach net zero together. You can't have any party that's a major emitter or any sector that's a major emitter sitting on the sidelines. All sectors and all parties have to participate to achieve net zero. That means that all parties will need to adopt comprehensive net zero or lower nationally determined contributions. And this comprehensiveness across sectors and parties creates the optimal conditions for efficient markets to form. So what happens as we move toward 2050 net zero? Well, as many people have pointed out, the physical flows of emissions mitigation, traded as the system approaches net zero, decline over the near-term values. That is, from 2040, when the physical trades reach their maximum, to 2050, the physical trades fall below the physical trades that were achieved would have been achieved in 2025. Now, that's not true of the value of those transactions, because the approach to net zero means that the value of every additional ton is getting higher and higher because the marginal emissions reduction is tougher and tougher. The value of those trades remains above $1 trillion per year all the way out to 2050. So it's not that the nature-based solutions fall off and are therefore not important. Rather, the importance increases and ultimately remains high because the value of every emissions trade remains high. So let's take a look explicitly at the role of nature-based solutions. They have a potentially large near-term role, as we have discussed already, and in the long term, terrestrial carbon sinks saturate. And you can see that in the figure to the right, in which we plot a global forested area along the path to net zero for both independent, the dotted line, and cooperative implementation. So the cooperative implementation figure is the solid black line, whereas the dashed line is independent implementation. You can see that the use of nature-based solutions to achieve long-term Paris goals, that role is enhanced through cooperative implementation of NDCs. So as we move forward, we've looked at a pathway along which everyone moves toward net zero in 2050, and look to see who are the countries that are the overachievers. Which ones are their earliest and which ones have emissions mitigation to sell. And they're the countries with the green dots. They are like Canada or Brazil or Northern South America or Central Africa or the Russian Federation. These are the regions that have the ability to get to net zero fastest, and which then potentially have the ability to take that emissions mitigation and sell it into a carbon market where it can reduce the cost of those without sufficient land. So we've gone through some of the potential, but there are also challenges, and in the near term, challenges are substantial. Challenges include getting the system up and running, creating carbon markets for heterogeneous NDCs, avoiding hot air, avoiding emissions leakage, avoiding unaccounted offsets. So there are many ways that in the near term, carbon markets efficiency can be challenged. In the longer term, as we said, comprehensive emissions mitigation, both in terms of sectors and parties, is essential. So the ability of carbon markets to form isn't a challenge in that environment. In that environment, it's how do we create incentives for low emissions, low ambition countries to rapidly increase their ambition so that the world can get to net zero in 2050. This may require both formal and informal rules for market participation. The details are yet to be worked out, but the potential that exists, if we're able to successfully work out the details, for nature-based solutions is extremely large. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, email me at jae@pnnl.gov, and I'll look forward to hearing from you and seeing you in person in the future.
So thank you to our virtual speakers who couldn't be here, but we appreciate their recorded remarks. We've heard some very compelling analytic results about the potential of nature-based solution to increase ambition. We've heard about the challenges, but also that there are ways to address those challenges through well-designed frameworks. But we've also heard very big numbers. This is a very big challenge, and it's going to come down to how does this get implemented on the ground. So we're very grateful to turn it to Pradeepa Bolanas from Guyana's Ministry of Natural Resources to hear more about Guyana's experience.
Thank you very much, everyone, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share our experience from the Guyana perspective, including giving a bit of a context in terms of what led us to the point where we're at right now and what lies ahead in terms of our journey to 2030. In Guyana, we have focused largely our effort on REDD+ at a jurisdictional scale. And as many of you would know, we have had a cooperation agreement with the government of Norway since 2010, which in large part catapulted our readiness and our preparedness as we move forward in terms of not only the technical aspects of our work, but also working on safeguards, working on benefit sharing system, as well as integrating community and indigenous populations within the framework of REDD+ implementation in Guyana. In Guyana, we have close to 18 million hectares of forest. Those hectares have remained largely intact for many decades. It's currently at 99.5%. And we have been able to maintain low deforestation rates, the highest being in 2012, when the rate was 0.079%. And that was as a consequence of our largest driver of deforestation, which is small-scale gold mining, gold price peaking in 2012. Yet we have not come close, which is a good thing, for any one of those annual periods we've monitored or the historic years to even 0.1%. And this is in context, I think, it's important to always remind myself and also as we present Guyana to the world that small-scale gold mining contribute 40% of our export earnings. So it's a huge part of our economy. And it is important that as we move forward, we keep this in mind, certainly within national policy, but also to ensure that it is not an increasing driver of deforestation within the national context. So the way that we perceive forestry in Guyana, certainly in terms of carbon credits, we have historically had low rates of deforestation. So there isn't a significant amount that could be reduced or reversed. But we continue to keep in mind that we cannot exclude any aspect within our program of nature-based solutions and moving towards REDD+ implementation. It's important that we conserve the 18 million hectares, which store about 19.5 gigatons of CO2. But at the same time, we would have to see where there is scope to reduce. Even though, as I allude to, the low rates of deforestation, there are areas where there could be gains, and we've pointed to some of this within our NDC. Certainly within the sectors that are key drivers of deforestation, the areas of increasing efficiencies within those sectors would continue to be important aspects of what we look at in Guyana. There are also close to 200,000 hectares of forests that would have been cleared for various aspects of mining in the past, and these are very good opportunities, as we've identified within the national context, to rehabilitate these areas. And I guess as a consequence of forests being intact, there is a significant amount as well of removals potential of forests remaining forests, which is one of the big areas that Guyana continues to advocate within the discussions on high forest cover, low deforestation rate jurisdictions. Within the context of everything we consider, we remain committed to the net zero. We remain committed to net zero by 2050. We support the climate pledge. We are strong advocates of ensuring that whatever gets done remains quite synergistic within the SDGs, certainly SDG 13 and 15, and we continue to look at this within the context of what we started in the historic sense. As I alluded to earlier, we have been in many ways catapulted in preparedness of REDD+ as a starter that we were able to see in 2009 through our partnership with the government of Norway. This allowed, among many areas that we have achieved, to develop a national monitoring, reporting, and verification system. And we have also been able to support this with key policy measures. Guyana is a member of and has been reporting for 2 annual periods now on EITI. So this is important, especially given that mining is a key economic driver as well as deforestation driver in Guyana. So with the good always comes the bad, but we have to have policy approaches that look at both sides of it, so that you drive transparency, you drive accurate reporting, but at the same time you recognize the value that these sectors bring to the economy and the environment. We are also in the EU FLEGT process, and this is a program that started back in 2012, and we're advancing towards the conclusion of this process within a couple of years. And as you can see on the screen, there are also other programs. I alluded to the MRV process, and we have had, encompassing all of this, our low carbon development strategy. Within Guyana, the layout of forest ownership is 85% forest belonging to the management and ownership of the state, and 15% of forest area under indigenous titles. A short background to that aspect. In Guyana, we have a program and a system whereby within the legislative framework for land tenure ownership to be given to indigenous communities. So there are titles that are granted to indigenous communities where they own and they manage these areas. And within that scope, there is a significant potential not only for maintaining forest, which has been by and large the trend we've seen for indigenous communities throughout Guyana, but a significant scope to benefit from potential climate change and climate financing that could come and go towards indigenous communities. The level of deforestation within indigenous communities is practically zero. There is very little that is happening in terms of forest change, and that kind of stewardship of forest area with just minimal impact on forest cover, save and except for a very limited sustainable livelihood activity that may impact on forest change, really is a very ripe area to reward and to be able to have an incentive-based mechanism. Within this context, you would see the deforestation rate as outlined here has stayed relatively flat over the last 10 years. The peak, as I mentioned, being back in 2012 when the price of gold was at one of its highest levels. So what lies ahead of us? We have recently launched our low carbon development strategy to take us to 2030. And we have been looking at ways in which financing could be matched with what are the development needs of Guyana. So not only looking at the programmatic implementation of EU FLEGT and EITI, but looking at how low carbon sectors could help to deliver jobs, could help to create livelihoods for indigenous populations. Now it's sometimes difficult to connect the importance of security and land tenure and indigenous people's rights and support and governance structures within indigenous villages when you think about creating financial mechanism and keeping deforestation rates low. But what we have seen in Guyana is a direct link to ensuring strong land tenure, ensuring that there is sustainable livelihood opportunities at indigenous villages as a part of our national climate solution. And for that reason, a significant percentage of what we have embodied within our LCDS, as we call it, focus on this area, which is sustainable livelihoods. And there is a commitment within our low carbon development strategy that 15% of all earnings that come should go directly to indigenous communities. And this will be in addition to what will go to communities that are not forest-based. So a lot of communities in Guyana are covered by savanna lands, so they may not have forests. They're covered in wetlands. So these communities also need to be included in the conversation because our approach has not been on an individualistic community by community level, but at a landscape level, at an ecosystem level, so that all communities have an opportunity to be involved within the program of REDD+. And in doing so, to create a broad spectrum of opportunities that look not only at energy, but look at livelihoods and that look at creating this within the context of the 4 pillars that we've identified within our LCDS. They focus on low carbon economy, they focus on biodiversity, looking at linking to global climate goals, and also connected to low carbon growth. And I won't go through these, but this is basically our roadmap to 2030 that align the social, the economic, and the environmental aspects of our approach as we look beyond carbon. Because we believe that even though a market might not be in place as yet for the biodiversity aspect and other areas of ecosystem, it would not be practical or useful for our national planning to only look at carbon, because carbon really is part of a broader context of the ecosystem as a whole. And that is our focus for the next 9 years as we approach our next steps. So maintaining Guyana's forests, aligning with global climate action, and having a clear path to the end goal, which looks at including important aspects of ecosystem services and sustainable livelihoods. So I close my presentation here, and I welcome any of you to take a further look at our ministry's website, as well as the work that Guyana has been doing on low carbon development. And I thank you for your attention and welcome any questions you might have. Thank you.
So thank you, Pradeepa. I think we have about 12 minutes for discussion. So anyone from the audience who has a question or comment, please come up to the microphone here and we open it up to discussion. Thank you.
Is this working? Yeah. Just a quick question for you, just if you've got any comments on the Leaf Coalition that we've been hearing about this week, and if that's something on your radar or.
Yes, thank you. So the Leaf Coalition, I think, is a great example of the growing potential to drive, at scale international resources towards high integrity programs to stop deforestation. I think it's notable that it's a public-private initiative, and I think it really represents a breakthrough in terms of the engagement of private companies, but also the distinguishing feature is that it's based on a standard that measures results at this jurisdictional scale, either national programs like Guyana's or large states like Mato Grosso that we were talking about, and also very rigorous standards around indigenous participation and safeguards. So it remains to be seen how effectively we can implement on the ground. That's going to be the main challenge, and including the need for technical support and for investment in these programs to and make sure that the money really reaches the ground. As we heard, that's a challenge for the indigenous communities. But I think this really, if we can make this work, this is showing that there's a potential to really scale up the finance from both public and private. So I don't know if you had more specific questions, but I also think it's an interesting model to address some of the issues on the demand side as well, because the companies are making commitments to their own science-based targets and decarbonization goals, and but saying that being a climate leader is doing emission reductions internally, but also contributing globally to priorities like stopping deforestation. So I think it's a very promising model. I don't know if you have a...
Sure, and perhaps I can add as well. So Guyana has been a LEAF participant country. We submitted our document to LEAF, and we have been successful through the first screening. We believe that one of the big advantages that LEAF has for a country like Guyana is for the first time allowing for there to be public and private sector participation within potential carbon markets. We've had a very thriving partnership with the government of Norway since 2009, but our vision has always been to walk over that bridge to go towards a full market-based mechanism where there could be that interaction of both private and public sector buyers. Connected to LEAF, as you all may know, the R3 standard is one of the first that there has been that recognizes HFLD and that provides that vehicle for HFLD to be able to access carbon markets. So that is one of the attractiveness that we see within the LEAF program, and one of the biggest advantages we see within R3's 2.0, allowing for HFLD to finally have a space within what could be a thriving and a beneficial carbon market for forest users, forest owners, and forest managers, certainly for HFLD.
And Pradeep, maybe I'll ask a question for those who may not know all the acronyms. What is HFLD exactly?
All right, so HFLD is high forest cover, low deforestation rate countries.
Anyone else would like to ask anything or comment? We've covered a lot of ground. Or Pradeepa, any other remarks?
Just to say that a lot of what we have seen at the level of tropical forest countries, and certainly in Guyana, is that the road is very lonely to walk alone, and it's difficult to walk alone. And what has made a big impact is collaboration with WWF and Conservation International. They have held our hands throughout the journey of developing our REDD+ capabilities, and now are helping us across that bridge towards a forest carbon financing mechanism. So I think many countries that try to do it alone, it's difficult and it takes longer, and the capacity in many ways isn't there to get things going as quickly as you could. So that has been one of our key success factors, and that we've seen really help to create a much lower learning curve for us in Guyana as we move forward. Guyana has CI and WWF offices, and within our region as well, there is that collaboration. So that has been very helpful for us in Guyana.
Great. Any other questions or comments from the audience? If not, maybe I'll just conclude by saying we've had an interesting session where we've seen some analytic results and modeling numbers, just making it very clear that there's huge opportunity to use natural climate solutions, particularly protecting forests, to enhance global ambition. There's trillions of dollars of potential economic value, huge potential climate gains in the billions and billions of tons per year. So this is a huge opportunity, and the question is, how can we put it into practice? We've heard from Mariazinha that there's been a lot of talk, but now we need action, and I think that's where the leadership of countries like Guyana and also initiatives like LEAF can play an important role to prove out the case for how this can be done in a way that really delivers both the environmental and sustainable development benefits that we want, and hopefully that's the path. I would argue that's the path to scaling this up, because the scaling challenge is huge, but we have to start to show the way forward. So with that, Pradeepa, if you have any final remarks, we'll just give everybody back a few minutes. Appreciate your joining this morning, and thanks again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? How are you, Nauko? So good to see you. We have 6 meetings together today. I can hear you like that. I don't have my headset on yet. Yeah. Yeah, you need a microphone.
Well, shoot, I've got it. I pass it down.
Can Morgan, shall we starting? Yes? Hey everyone. Channel 0. It's a very high-tech event. It's online. You will see people on screen. You'll see people here. You have to use your headphones. It's very good. We are ready? All right. Today, how has the food been here so far? I share your pain. I share your pain. So we're going to talk about food today. And not only food that is here, but actually how do we feed 9 billion people who will be here soon. So that's the topic. And today is Nature Day. And we're going to talk about the connection between food and wine and Nature Day. So put your seatbelts on. We have a fantastic group of people to walk us through this. My name is Ani Dasgupta. I am the CEO and president of WRI, kind of in the nerve center of FOLU that you're going to hear about, the Food and Land Use Coalition, which is a coalition of multiple parties. But the simple fact is, what we eat, how we produce it, matters a lot to what our climate is. That is what we're going to discuss. And the bottom line is, after this session is over, you're going to go back to all your friends and family and they're going to say, why isn't there more discussion about food in climate? Turns out, 30% of emissions comes from how we produce and eat food. That is important. Why is that important? Why are we talking about Nature Day? Because as we want more food, as our population grows, if we don't become more efficient in using land, people go and destroy forests to create more land. And that cycle of eating what we eat, the agriculture that we use, and if we don't do it more efficiently, that we actually destroy forests, this is why food has been discussed in the Nature Day in the Nature Pavilion. So if there was one thing you wanted to do today, it was being here. So you've done the first thing right. The second thing I'm going to say, it's not just feeding people. It seems the way we do produce food today, the way the cycle works, we actually are destroying $12 trillion of loss the way we do it. But if you did it right, there could be $4.5 trillion gain. So this is why we all need to be working together to figure out how do we change the practice. This is why FOLU, the Food and Land Use Coalition, put together to bring people voluntarily together. This was set up by Ethiopia, India, China, Indonesia, and Colombia. And it is to figure out together as a consortium, how do we change this practice? So to that, people looked at, and you'll hear from our colleagues from SDSN just in a few minutes, we looked at the NDCs, what all the countries put together, and asked us, what do they say about food? So you're going to hear about this fantastic report in a minute, that what can we see today in the climate declaration, how can we be better? But to get us started, we have no other than Jeff Sachs. Jeff Sachs needs no introduction. He's the United Nations SDG advocate. And just to set the tone before we get, oh, there he is. Hi, Jeff, how are you? This is Ani.
Very
how
good.
Are you doing?
Yeah, great to see you, Ani. Thank you. Hi, Naoko.
All right, Jeff, you have to get the scene setter. We have a fantastic group of people here and online. 5 minutes to tell us why should we care about food.
Thanks very much, Ani. I want to talk about. Oh, hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yep. We can hear you. Yeah, can you hear me now? Yes. Good.
Good.
Greetings, everybody. I want to talk about how we get organized. We should care about food because the food system keeps us alive and must be compatible with getting to net zero and with climate safety and with conservation of biodiversity. But the question is, how do we make this complex agenda work. And I know that will be the discussion all through Nature Day and all through this panel. So I want to mention very briefly the institutional complexity of what we're facing and some suggestions. It seems to me, and I'll just put it very quickly on the table, that we need an institutional framework that we lack. And I have 7 items that I want to just put on our table because they constitute the system that I think we need. First, of course, we need the technical pathways. I know there will be a discussion about the technical ways to grow food in a sustainable manner. That involves questions of diet, land use, zoning, boundaries, protected areas, agrotechnologies, and so forth. The second is metrics. We know we have to measure the sustainability of the food systems in terms of carbon, biodiversity, and other dimensions. Third is the monitoring, the real-time monitoring. We now are in a period where, because of satellite observation, we really can track forest cover on an almost real-time basis, and with other metrics, for example, with the barcoding of commodity supply chains, we have the capacity basically from farm to fork to track the sustainability of particular commodities produced and transformed and sold by particular companies. And this is another aspect of monitoring. The fourth part of a system is national pathways. In other words, national strategies for food system sustainability. Remember, just a couple of weeks ago, we had the UN Food System Summit. There is the follow-up process that will be based at the Rome-based institutions and led by the Food and Agriculture Organization. And everything we're talking about should be part of a process in which national governments have national plans, not just once every few years in NDCs, but systematic plans for food system sustainability, defined broadly to include the incorporation in net zero pathways and in the biodiversity conservation pathways. The fifth point on my agenda is the international organizational structure. You'll notice this week at COP26, a complete plethora of new initiatives, voluntary groups, 20 countries here, 60 countries there. There are so many initiatives right now that basically most are nice declarations, but almost impossible to follow up. We need something more systematic. In my view, the Rome-based institutions, and especially the Food and Agriculture Organization, should be our global node for follow-up action. That's why we have the UN system. My view is we should empower it, and we should also make it properly resourced, but then accountable for follow-up. The intention of the UN Food System Summit is that FAO will chair the follow-up. So the issues at COP26 as well on sustainable food systems seem to me, in my view, to logically be headquartered at FAO with systematic follow-up. The sixth point that I want to raise is political governance. What we know about the UN system is that it is a technical, a bureaucratic system, but I would say bureaucratic ideally in the Weberian bureaucratic sense, a rational process system. It is not a high political system. For that, we need world political leaders. Right now, I feel the UN agencies need more support from world leaders. And so if FAO is to chair this process, I would hope that there would be a world leaders executive committee of some sort, perhaps 10 or 12 heads of state and government that would be responsible in part for overseeing FAO's work, but in part for backing FAO's work. We've seen in the pandemic that the failure of the high political backing for WHO has been devastating in terms of the difficulty of containing this pandemic. In fact, when the United States walked out and US battles with China, it destroys the possibility of multilateral governance through the UN institutions. So I would like to see political governance systematically designed, not as a haphazard matter, not as a president here or prime minister there saying, I support this, but as a systematic feature of our global governance so that FAO and the other Rome-based institutions can do their job on behalf of the UNFCCC, on behalf of the Convention on Biological Diversity, and so on. The seventh area that is painfully evident in every part of our discussion is financing. We need a financing strategy. And the financing strategy has several components depending on which part of this complex system we're addressing. Part is direct financing. Naoko Ishii, I'm sure, will speak about the Global Environment Facility, which she led so ably. We need a much larger funding of the GEF. And this, I think, is crucial for us to have on the table in a serious way. We know that regulated carbon markets, Article 6, can play an important role here. They need to be integrated into this strategy. We know that the multilateral development banks should be doing much more, and not just because the World Bank decides it's going to do this or the Asian Development Bank, but as a systematic part of global governance. The MDBs should be tasked and harnessed and cooperating closely with FAO. This does not happen right now, by the way, in any automatic sense. There is no financing structure. And then we have to decide whether other forms of financing, perhaps at FAO and a new special fund, perhaps the World Food Program or IFAD, should play an added role for these purposes. But my point, as I listened to each day's activities, and I participated in the G20 last weekend in Rome, there's actually a lot of way to succeed, and there's even a reasonable amount of will. Not what it should be, but a reasonable amount. But what we lack in area after area is the institutional framework to put a global scale process together. Not surprisingly, we're built from nations upward. We're not built for top-down global public goods. We need to build the institutional system for sustainable food, and that is a global system. And that is why, Ani, I emphasize these 7 components. So thanks so much for letting me join in. Thanks to my colleagues in FABLE and in the Food and Land Coalition, so important. And back over to you, Ani.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you. And I just want to tell you, I hope you're still listening to us. We could hear you very clearly. The tech is really working. Really like your 7 framework. And I can't tell you from all of us are here how important your emphasis on multilateralism, how we need to be thinking together as a world and having a governance and institutional structure that can deliver it with the political leadership of heads of states. Points very well taken. So what we're going to do, we have 2 fantastic panels. One of them is going to talk about NDCs. What does it look like in a minute? And then I hope we have some time to take your questions after that. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get started with our very own Craig Hansen, the Vice President of many things at WRI, of forest, water, ocean. Craig, set us up on NDCs. Where are we?
Great, thank you. So today's session, I'm going to really kind of lead on here. You're going to hear more and more about why nature really matters and why we need to get nature and the food and land use systems into the NDCs. You're going to see a little bit of a progression in our discussion today on this one. I'm going to basically tee it off with 3 questions. Why nature, why now, and how now? Okay? So why nature? Right? Why are we talking about nature here at the Climate COP, right? And you kind of know the basic facts, right? a quarter to a third of all emissions, right, come from nature, essentially the food and land use system, right? It's agriculture and then the loss of native ecosystems for conversion to agriculture and other uses. At the same time, nature, this evidence shows, can be more than a third of the solution, right? And so we need a shift from being a quarter of the problem to being more than a third of the solution. And that's why nature really matters here at a climate COP. And nature's not just important for climate. It's the home for the world's biodiversity. We are amidst the 6th extinction, right? We're amidst a great biodiversity crisis. Also, nature and the food systems that grow within nature are critical for feeding us and nourishing us, right, as humanity. And it's also a place that we call home. We call home, but also the pristine nature is where millions of indigenous peoples call home as well. So that's why nature. Now the question is, why now? Why are we talking about nature now? And I would argue, and we have a report that just came out for the Food and Land Use Coalition called Why Nature, Why Now, that talks about why the next decade to 3 decades is fundamental, right? If we're going to achieve the Paris Agreement, there's no way that we actually get there unless we actually stop deforestation and conversion of natural ecosystems and start the restoration of them, right? And find ways to actually sustainably feed and fiber the planet, right? Even if you actually were able to go zero in terms of the energy sector and transportation sector, we still would have emissions. We still wouldn't meet the Paris Agreement. So the land system, the nature system has to play a role if we're going to achieve Paris. That means we have to do these actions right now. So that's why nature. Now, you may hear in some other booths about the importance of new technologies, direct air capture, et cetera. And I'm personally a fan of that. Right? I'm a technophile. We're going to need that, right? If we're going to overshoot, we're going to have to need that technology. But it takes a while to get there, right? The cost is high, the scale isn't there yet, and we should be investing in those technologies now for deployment, in a few decades, et cetera. But we need action now. And so, there's a technology out there that's been working for a long time. Trees. How long, for instance, have trees been around? How long? Do you want to know? How long have trees been around? You didn't think you were going to quiz today. You are, I hear 330 million. Do I hear anything closer? He's really close. Good job to Charles McNeil here. That's 360 million years of evolution for a tree, right? That's a lot of time to get it kind of right. So we should be investing in proven technologies, right? Namely the tree to help suck CO2 to the atmosphere and then keep it there, right? So that's why now. Then comes the how now question. And I like to break it down. The Food and Land Use Coalition likes to break it down kind of 4 areas. First, we need to protect what remains, right? That means protecting the forest, protecting wetlands, protecting savannas, right? Through respecting indigenous rights. There's been a big announcement a few days ago in terms of big financing and the importance of indigenous peoples and local community lands. Fundamental aspect of actually protecting nature. There's a whole slew of other things we have to be doing too in terms of protecting nature. Protected areas, moratoria on expansion, et cetera, right? Protection, really important. So protect what's left. We also need to restore what's been lost. And there's a lot of conversation about bringing back forests and bringing back trees in the landscapes, ranging from agroforestry systems back to nature. There's a burgeoning restoration movement. That is going to be fundamental to how we're actually going to have nature play its role in the climate, to addressing the climate crisis. But we also need to produce what we need. We can't forget that, right? We all need to eat. There's going to be 10 billion people on this planet by the year 2050. We all need fiber, right? So it's not just about protection and restoration. We have to find a way to sustainably produce the food and fiber and feed that we need on the planet. That's a fundamental aspect of the nature solution. And finally, we need to reduce what I call the unnecessary pressure. Think about it. A third of all the food we produce on the planet is lost or wasted between the farm and the fork. To me, that puts unnecessary pressure on nature. Think of all the land, all the inputs that's used to grow food that ends up not in the human stomach, right? That's inefficiency in the system. We need to reduce those types of pressures. So that's kind of the how now of what we're doing. Now I think a fundamental architecture element that Jeff was talking about to get this is we have to get this protection, this restoration, this production, and this reduction into national policies. One way to do that is through NDCs. And so with that, I'm going to turn over to our next panelists to start getting us to how do we actually translate this so that governments actually pay attention and put us on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you. Naoko, I want to go to you next. Naoko Ishii also is one of the people who needs no introduction. She led Jeff very ably for years, and now she's the head of Center for Global Commons, University of Tokyo, and an ambassador of FOLU. Naoko.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. By the way, can you hear me with this mask? Good. All right. I will continue. This morning, when I took on a train from Edinburgh to Glasgow, because I couldn't afford accommodation here, there is an announcement. Please mind the gap. I was thinking about this gap and what kind of gap do we have between NDC and food and land use strategy. And I think there are 3 gaps which we want to be mindful of. The first gap is actually how we can realize this potential of the food and land use sector to play its part to address today's climate change and beyond. That's all what Craig is talking about. Then to me, the role of policies is so critical because in a sense, it's much more complex world compared with even energy transition because you need a ministry, the policy of the environment, agriculture, finance because of the subsidy issue, then the infrastructure to how to connect the market, then local government to how to be mindful of the livelihood. Then that so how you can bring and health important from diet point of view. So how you can bring those different ministries together at one place. While I was doing the GF job for 8 years, one of the challenges how we can really let the country adopt this whole the government approach. It's so politically tough. And after I left the GF last year, I went back to Tokyo. It's same. The agriculture ministry is not talking to environmental ministry. So how you can really bring those different ministries together to adopt this national strategy for food. So that's a gap number 1. The second gap is actually that this scientific view versus what we are trying to do on the ground. As Craig already mentioned, that Jeff also mentioned, the food is not just food is not just a climate change. That the food is really to how to safeguard the global commons. In my terminology, it's a stable, resilient earth system, which is a climate is an important part of that. But then the biodiversity, the land and the water and even chemical cycle is a part of this global commons. Then the food and land use sector, it's so much involved in this and how to safeguard those global commons. So right now, that the NDC is mostly designed from climate point of view, and it's actually that it's maybe convenient necessity, but I actually see a little bit of risk of maybe we are not able to put that follow at the center of the global commons approach. So it's not just a nice cousin or the poor cousin to climate. The natural system needs to be seen much more central to safeguard the global commons. So it's a gap number 3 too. And my last gap, I will promise, is a gap between national and international, because NDC is mostly written or thought from national point of view, which is extremely important, by the way. But then when we think about where the nature is kind of destroyed, it's through the global value chain of the food production. So that when I see this food system dialogue, most of the dialogue are actually focused on national boundaries without really thinking too much, too big and too far of that, how to harness global value chain of food. So this issue of, how you can broaden up your strategy to capture that this impact through the global value chain is another important gap to be filled. So these are maybe 3 gaps that I want to see that how we can collectively fill or close. And I have just a quick 2 maybe offer. The one, to really complete the national strategy, we need to come up with a comprehensive spatial land use map. I understand no NDCs you observed has a comprehensive land use map. So this may be a starting point, because by using that, by coming up with that, you have to bring the all different ministries together, and it should be actionable. The last one, and it's my really plea for the world, is let's put value on natural capital
much more friendly so that all economic decisions to incorporate that the not real value of the natural capital. So that is my offer to, or plea to the entire audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naoko. Thank you. And we really want to wish you a lot of luck in getting the Japanese government to think of, because they have such long value chains across the world, right? That's what you said. And so anything we can do to support you. Now, just a few days back, actually, Craig and Craig's team launched an incredible platform that will allow us to monitor land across the world, to go to what you were just saying, to have a land use plan. Thank you so much. We want to bring someone in, Marion Farrett. Marion has been looking at exactly how NDCs, so little on their behalf. They just released a report looking at NDCs and the land perspective, Marion. Do you have slides to show us? All right.
I do have slides, and you can hear me all right?
So Marion is from SDSN Network. She works on this topic. Marion, tell us what's going on in NDCs.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody here in the Nature Zone at COP26 and everybody watching online as well. So I'm going to present some results from some just published work that we did on how countries include key transitions in food and land systems in their climate pledges, in their nationally determined contributions. But first, I'm a climate scientist, so I'm going to take a tiny step back and maybe re-emphasize the kind of why it's important and why now. Staying below 1.5 degrees of global warming requires immediate, large-scale, and rapid reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. The IPCC report was clear. This summer, we are already at 1.1 degree of global warming compared to pre-industrial levels, and that warming is due to human influence. Now, staying below 1.5 degrees of warming requires both reaching net zero CO2 emissions around 2050, so that means both reducing emissions across sector, including from food systems, from land use, from agriculture, as well as preserving and increasing carbon sinks. Now, 50% of the emissions, of CO2 emissions today are taken up by plants, by soils, by the oceans, but those things are very vulnerable to climate change as well, and as the Earth warms, the proportion that they're able to take up is going down, and they're, of course, also very vulnerable to extreme events, etc. Now, staying below 1.5 degrees also requires rapid reductions in non-CO2 gases, so that is methane, that is nitrous oxide. These are gases that are emitted a lot through the agriculture sector as well. Around 50% of today's warming is due to methane emissions as well. While these gases don't stay as long in the atmosphere as CO2, they are very powerful greenhouse gases. So it's very important to do reductions in these greenhouse gases as well. So really, again, the bottom line is we will not meet our climate targets if we do not tackle emissions from the land system, if we do not transform food and land systems globally. And I think, this is gaining momentum. We're seeing there's a Nature Day today at COP. There have been important pledges made over the first week, including net zero deforestation by 2030 by many countries, as well as a methane pledge as well to reduce methane emissions. And now we really need to move from these words, from these pledges to actual action in tangible, ambitious national policies, starting with the nationally determined contributions from countries. So this is a report that we just published, and we really we looked deep inside a subset of nationally determined contributions to look at how they included key transformations in food and land systems. We really wanted to answer three questions. First, how action-oriented are the NDCs with regards to transforming the food and land sector? Second, what specific policy measures do they actually include and do they propose in these NDCs? And third, which institutional mechanisms have been put in place to coordinate implementation? And that goes back to the point about cross-government coordination as well. We looked at a subset of NDCs. You can see them on this map in dark blue here. NDCs from the G20 submitted before October 2021, as well as the NDCs from the countries from the Food and Land Use Coalition. So that includes also Colombia and Ethiopia on top of the G20 countries. So I'm going to talk you through some of our key results now and explain a little bit what assessment framework we used to do this report. So we looked at some key criteria in these NDCs. We went deep inside the text, really looked at every page of the NDCs, and we tried to look at criteria that were linked to some of the key blockages in actually transforming food and land use systems. We looked for indications of actions in agriculture and food, indications of actions in LULUCF, so that's land use change and forestry. Then we also looked for indications of key food and land policies in the NDCs to actually achieve these actions, implement these actions. We looked at public finance commitments to fund these policies to implement these actions as well. And here we didn't look at climate finance, so we didn't look at flows from developed to developing countries. We really looked at what the NDC said about actual public national finance. Spatial information is another very important element that we looked at throughout all these NDCs as well, because good spatial information underpins good land use management as well. So we wanted to see whether the NDCs included this. And finally, we looked at indications of technology, of innovation in the agriculture and land use sector. And we took a very systematic approach, and we had this assessment grid here where we looked into each NDC across each of these criteria, and so we didn't rank them, we rated them. So with four-tier rating system here, so if there were specific and detailed indications of actions and means to implement these commitments, the NDCs were rated as very high. A high rating means that there are specific and detailed indications but not much information on implementation. If it's medium, it means just the general indications of actions. For example, saying we will reduce emissions in agriculture but not going further than that. And if it's low rating, that means just absent or unclear information. And I'm going to talk you through some of our results. And obviously we can read, so you can read this grid both ways. You can look country by country, but I'm going to invite you to look at it vertically because we're really interested in sort of how these themes need to be brought in more across the different NDCs. And of course, NDCs are not necessarily representative of everything that's happening on the ground, but we really want these issues to move front and center in the NDCs. So if I take the very high ratings that we had here, we can see that there's a couple who appear in actions in agriculture and food. So these are NDCs that actually give a lot of indications of orientations within these sectors that they wanted to pursue. Same with LULUCF as well. And we have a few NDCs that actually provide indications of policies to implement these in both agriculture and food and LULUCF. If we then look at our high rating here, we can see that we're starting to populate the actions in agriculture and food column quite nicely, and we're starting to populate the rest a little bit more as well. LULUCF and policies, we're still only about halfway there in terms of the NDCs that we looked at, and we're starting very little to populate a little bit the public finance commitments, the spatial information, and the technology columns here. Now, if we get onto the very general indications of action, so that's, again, when an NDC said something would be done but without much information, we're really starting to get to most of the agriculture and food and LULUCF, the first two columns here. So, the NDCs do include information about these topics. We're still not quite there yet on all of the other columns here. And therefore, it's no surprise if I get to the low rating here, there's still a lot of absent or unclear information, especially when you start getting into the kind of implementation aspect, so public finance commitments, spatial information, and technology. Maybe some key points from the results. So only half of the analyzed NDCs mentioned policies that are explicitly linked to actions in the food and land sector, and only 4 did so for both sectors. Only 2 NDCs provided specific information on funding to support the transitions, and only 5 NDCs referred to integrated spatial information and planning, which underpins good land use management, but there are very, very few maps and no maps related to mitigation. So that was our first assessment grid, but we also wanted to go further, and we wanted to look at what the NDCs actually said about key food and land transitions. And for this, I go back to the Food and Land Use Coalition Growing Better report that was published in 2019, and that really described in great detail 10 critical transitions to achieve the sustainable transformation of food and land system. And you can see them on this slide here. And it starts with sustainable and healthy diets. Then we have transitions related to including more nature-based solutions, so productive and regenerative agriculture, protecting and restoring nature, healthy oceans. We have NDCs related to kind of wider choice and supply, categories, diversifying protein supply, food loss and waste, and local loops and linkages. And then finally, we have 3 critical transitions more around kind of broader access for all, so digital revolution, rural livelihoods, and gender and demography. And again, we assessed all the 15 NDCs, these 10 critical transitions. And here there's a 3-tier assessment system. So if you see a green column, a green cell, it means that that critical transition was addressed in detail in the NDC, not just mentioned in passing, but actually had some form of essential action associated with it, whether that's a policy, whether that's a commitment to funding, et cetera. If it's orange, it means that that transition was mentioned, but in an inexplicit way or with no further information. And if it's red, it means that there's an absence of that critical transition mentioned in country. And again, here I'm going to invite you more to look horizontally this time across the transitions rather than country by country.
Marion, can I encourage you to
move
wrap
on?
up
Yep,
because we have
absolutely.
another panel.
Absolutely. So my one before last slide. So we can see that the ones that are very well covered are more productive and regenerative agriculture, protecting and restoring nature, rural livelihoods, and gender and demography. And then the four that are really badly covered throughout these NDCs are sustainable and healthy diets, so all the dietary shift and demand side, diversifying protein supplies, food loss and waste. Waste more broadly is mentioned, but very little related to food loss and waste. And then local loops and linkages as well. So really I'm coming to my last slide now, and I think, this COP is really meant to be where action is actually happening. There's this sense of urgency, and it's where governments need to go away and actually make things happen now on the ground. So NDCs need to be ambitious, coherent, and implementable, and policymakers now really have an opportunity to ratchet up their NDCs after COP26 and ahead of the first global stocktake. And they can do this in three ways as well: aligning NDCs and other international pledges, and such as the long-term strategies to other documents where they're putting their actions forward, as well as national policy development and planning. And really, that alignment is critical. Facilitating national level intersectoral policy dialogue as well, and making sure that those decisions are really going across government. And third, learning from positive examples of other countries, because the NDCs are very rich and there is a lot of information in there, and countries can learn from each other as well. So I'll stop there. Apologies for going a bit over, but there's all the information and results and the methodology as well in our report, as well as individual country profiles for each of these NDCs. So I just wanted to thank everybody who was involved with this report, especially Mikelin Khan and Alessandro Caprini, who can't be here, but who went deep inside these NDCs to really get all of that information. And of course, Folu and WRI and everybody involved. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Maren, thank you for sharing. What an incredible piece of work. And I hope you saw the last slide, but to get it, dig into it, and learn from it. I have a lot of questions. You have a lot of questions. Hold on to them. We have a fantastic, another panel. We'll have some time for discussion. So this panel, and Jeff Sachs, you heard why this is important, why from Craig, what are the things we need to do, but you heard in the end, where are we, right, in the NDCs right now. So thank you very much. If you can swiftly transition so we can get the next panel in, Morgan. The next panel is about, so this is why we need it and where we are, right? The next panel, we quickly hear what is happening on the ground right now, what's happening today. And we're going to start with a video presentation as soon as our next panel sits down. But it's okay, it's okay. Theo here. So we're going to start with Geeta. Geeta is the tech, we're good to go? Yeah. Geeta Saharani is the head of the Secretary of Lingkar Temu Kebupatan Lestari, LTKL of Indonesia, as she's going to talk about subnational level implementation of this. Let's roll the video.
Hello everyone, my name is Geeta Syahrani. I am the head of the Secretariat of Lingkar Temu Kabupaten Lestari, or the Sustainable Districts Association. In short, you can call us LTKL. Very happy to be here. Thank you so much for the Food and Land Use Coalition for having us in this panel. Distinguished speakers, chair, as well as guests, LTKL is a district association that really focuses on answering the question that is posed to us in this panel, which is how can subnational government actually contribute and implement national target on sustainability, including the NDC? Now, in the updated version of NDC in 2021, we really appreciate the fact that the national government right now also integrate landscape approach as one of the strategy to better implement both climate mitigation and adaptation target. This highly resonates with the way that we interpret landscape and jurisdictional approach as a way to boost cross-sectoral collaboration, not only within the government, but also to involve stakeholders that are operating in the jurisdictions, including private sector, civil society, development partners, academicians, youth, and even community themselves. Now, LTKL have been tracking progress of their district members, using 5 main pillars. This include planning, regulatory framework and policy, multi-stakeholders governance, monitoring, reporting, and communication, as well as joint action plan or joint portfolio. Now, there are progress that has been made based on LTKL 2030 target, which revolves around protecting important ecosystem, which includes forest, peat, and other types of important ecosystem through innovative way that boost also welfare of people living within and surrounding this important ecosystem area. Now, districts such as Sigi in Central Sulawesi, for example, have opened the pathway to become one of the districts that in Indonesia that actually has a regional level regulation that focuses on sustainability, making it something that is front and center when it comes to integration to planning, as well as the way that they've designed different implementation program. In other front, districts like Musi Banyu Asin in South Sumatra and Aceh Tamiang in Aceh have actually progressed in setting up multi-stakeholders governance structure, which is one of our core pillars as well. They've established Center of Excellence on Commodities and Agriculture that really plays this role of convening all parties that are operating within the jurisdictions to agree on a shared target on sustainability, to also agree on the division of labor or shared contribution among the parties. And at the end of the day, it relates to our next pillar, which is the monitoring and reporting. All of the progress that have been made is actually reported as a shared progress. So it doesn't only belong to the government, it actually belongs to all of the parties that have contributed to the effort. In terms of monitoring and reporting, District of Gorontalo, for example, in the Gorontalo province, have actually worked with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to establish or debottleneck the way that district government have actually built greenhouse gas inventory as one of their bases for emission reduction. Now, through this exercise, the district have actually uncovered a more efficient way of inventorizing as well as reporting from the district level to the provincial level up to the national level under the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. The last pillar that is quite interesting is also the joint action plan or joint portfolio. The district of Siak, for example, in Riau, has actually concentrating on translating the sustainability targets into something that is tangible and can be felt directly by the community. They have been focused on protecting their peat area, one of the largest in the country, and looking at ways of bringing in community into the actual effort. So one of the recent policy innovation that they've issued is actually an ecological fiscal transfer that allows district government to incentivize villages that have contributed to these sustainability targets at the district. If they manage to actually show real contribution, then they get allocated additional incentives. Through this type of confidence boost, the villages have actually taken action and established their own community enterprises that looks at peat conservation from a more strategic business lens. Eventually, one of the sectors that is right now being developed is fisheries. By actually cultivating fish in the peat conservation area, apparently it provides opportunity to also build a value-added industry and targeting it to the health and nutrition sector. So all in all, implementation model of NDC at the subnational level right now not only can provide enabling conditions at the district level, but also can contribute to tangible and really realistic results to the community themselves. Thank you so much for the opportunity. We're open to discuss even further. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta. Thank you very much for the really specific examples of what's happening in local government in specific locations. Theo, I want to move to you next. I want you tell us what producers, farmers are thinking about. Theo de Jager is the president of the World Farmers Organization, Theo. From farmers' perspective, where are we on this?
If you talk about farmers, it is
I think you need this.
Thank you. If we talk about farmers, we talk as if it's a homogeneous group of people, and it's not. Farmers in the Midwest of America farms in quite a different way than those in our neck of the woods in Africa. But for this very reason, it is so important that we reach consensus amongst producers on what we can do and what we should do and how we should do it. Farmers think very practically about these things. For farmers, you need to translate it into what should I do on my farm now to make the difference? And also, how will I be financed to do it? Where will I go to ensure that I do it in the right way? I spoke to farmers here at COP who says, if I do all the right things, if I do only climate smart agriculture, but my neighbor does nothing, it will come to nothing. This is why it is so important to translate it into tangible things. And for us on farms, 90% of those tangible things has got to do with our soils. Much of climate action on a farm is action in the soil, around soil health, around sequestration. And also, you have the direct benefit of it. Now, it's extremely important that this message goes from farmers to policymakers as much as it goes from policymakers to farmers too. This is not one-way communication. Policy making around climate action is not like a rat in a pipe. One way, no return. We must hear each other and influence each other. Of course, to influence policies for us as farmers, it means that we need to have policies too. And this is a difficult thing amongst farmers. Those of you who have worked with farmers know it's not the easiest constituency to work with. Things must make sense to farmers. I remember 2 years ago in New York, when we said, we need to take a land mass about the size of Latin America out of production and return it to nature. We immediately need to stop deforestation. We need to reduce our fertilizer use with 50%, and we need to stop using herbicides and pesticides. And by the way, we also need to feed 2 billion more people in the next 20 years. The numbers do not add up. For farmers, it makes no sense. We simply do not know how to do that. We need a program where you can say to a farmer, your business, your livelihood will be impacted in this way. These are the incentives if you do so. And if there is a slag in your income, which there always is if you move from conventional agriculture to regenerative agriculture, for example. For 3, 4, 5 years, you will not harvest the same as you have done before until it picks up again. How will we bridge that gap? There must be a special financing mechanism to do that. Or else, we will just stay talking and talking at events like these. But down where it really matters, where the plow hits the soil, we will not see the impact.
Theo, thank you. I loved your comment that farmers are very practical people. That is, I think, the message here, to get the things not just talk, to get the action in place. And hopefully, our next speaker will tell us how to get the finance also in place. But you have the best title, Coordinator of Sun Movement. So this is Gerda Verberg, the United Nations Assistant Secretary General for Sun Movement. And you've been thinking about food systems. So if you think of a food systems perspective, what shall we do?
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here. Thank you for organizing this, because I'm here to combine the agenda of climate, the planet, and the people. Because as Theo is already saying, not only farmers are very pragmatic people, people in communities are very pragmatic people. And if we are not able to improve life for people, how will people be able to save the planet? So let me take one step back. Soils is the thing that farmers are investing most in. But if tenure, land use is not guaranteed, is not secured, do you think that there is any farmer who will invest in soils if he or she is not sure that he or she can make a product that is tasty, healthy, attractive, and can be sold to against a decent price? It will not happen. So I'm extremely happy that FOLU is organizing this event and that you are chairing this. But I think it is about time to combine the agenda of climate with the people's agenda, and that has happened during the Food System Summit, where and around the Food System Summit, and it now has to mature at the country level. It has to mature through bringing people together. And you were telling in Japan, the Minister of Environment and the Minister of Agriculture are not talking to each other. They should talk to each other, otherwise environment will not be saved, and agriculture will create even more problems, and then you will have the health minister, etc. So it's the dialogues, the country dialogues that are initiated right now at the country level. 110 countries have already defined their in-country pathways, and they need to have a balanced approach on people, the planet, and prosperity, because otherwise we just continue to create conflicts. So I think the 10 points that were in the previous report, and thank you very much for the presentation. Where is the presenter?
This is Marin. Yeah.
Ah, yes. Thank you very much. It was by far too short, but the 10 issues of the FOLU are exactly the 10 issues that need to be dealt with around this table in the national dialogues. And I think the NDC agenda needs to be brought in this table. Bring the stakeholders together, the policymakers together, make sure that you make it part of the democratic process and of campaigns. Because political campaigns, be it for the mayor or be it for the parliament, are by far too little about these important things. It is hardly anywhere that it's about climate. It's hardly anywhere that it's about prosperity and health and potential for people. And then finally, the 3 agenda items that were in your final slide, are exactly the topics that need to be dealt with. Bring people together at the country level, define national and subnational policies, make sure that there is no trade-off for the people at the end at the community level, be it farmers, be it little traders or whatever. But also the global coalitions need to be there to improve and reform trade and make our global system more just. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So just before I introduce our last speaker, just to think about the journey we just had for the last hour. We saw why this is important, what we're doing in NDCs today, fantastic. Then we heard what local governments are thinking and doing. We heard what farmers are thinking. And it is not just about food, it's welfare of people, right? That's what we're doing. Now we have someone from national government, from Colombia, which has been, I don't know if you guys heard, President Duque the first day was amazing, actually. So Antonio Quintero, Director of Innovation Technology Development and Sanitary Production, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. So from the central government point of view, what is Colombia doing?
Muy buenas tardes, muy agradecido de estar el día de hoy con ustedes.
Good afternoon, I'm very glad to be here with you in this session.
Can you just bring your mic closer to your mouth? Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Go ahead, Antonio.
Me siento muy contento de poder compartir con el presidente de los agricultores.
I'm very glad to be here and share with the president of the agriculture, the representative.
Porque en Colombia yo soy cafetero.
Because in Colombia I am a coffee producer.
Y soy ingeniero agrónomo de profesión.
And I am agronomist engineer by profession.
Y debo diseñar las políticas de adaptación al cambio climático en el Ministerio de Agricultura y Desarrollo Rural.
I am responsible for the design of the climate change policy in the Ministry of Agriculture.
Lo que nos ha permitido diseñar un plan de cambio climático a partir de los diferentes productores que hay en cada una de las regiones de nuestro país.
We design climate change plan, the sectoral climate change plan of the in Colombia for the agricultural sector, and with the engagement of most of the main stakeholders, including small farmers.
Recogiendo las necesidades de productividad, de competitividad, de comercialización, de transformación y de logística, de entrega a los mercados para de esa manera diseñar esa estrategia.
The plan was designed based on the needs of the people in the ground And we collect with gathering their ideas, their main visions of the future.
Eso nos ha permitido, a partir de la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación, que es la ley 1876,
We have a law for the science, innovation, and technology, and does allow us
investigar sobre las brechas tecnológicas que se presentan en cada una de las regiones de nuestro territorio nacional para los productores.
research and identify the gaps in this regard at the subnational level.
Investigación pública, investigación privada, que va muy de la mano de la formación de los extensionistas.
We have a model for the integration of national, private and public researchers, research institutes, and we have now extensionism system to deliver information to farmers.
Aprovechando el conocimiento ancestral, regional, para implementar las mesas técnicas agroclimáticas, las mesas de ciencia, tecnología e innovación y las mesas de ganadería sostenible.
Taking advantage in the integration of local knowledge and scientific knowledge, and we have many spaces like nodes, clusters in the subnational levels that is called the agroclimatic roundtable, the sustainable livestock roundtable, and other clusters at the subnational level.
Nos ha permitido resiliencia en los productores, disminuir la tala, o sea, la deforestación, y hacer una ganadería sostenible.
The main achievements are the other results are the reduction on the deforestation, more awareness in the farmers and stakeholders are at the local level of climate change impacts, and the implementation of sustainable systems.
Apuntándole al 2030, disminuir los gases de efecto de invernadero en el 51%.
From the sectoral point of view, we want to contribute to the NDC goal of reduction on 51% of the emissions.
Y al 2050 ser agricultura carbono cero, o sea, sostenibles.
To 2050 be climate neutral agriculture, or has the climate neutral agriculture in the country.
Para todo esto requerimos un trabajo coordinado con los mercados, porque es el mercado el que define las estrategias de desarrollo territorial. Si hay mercado, se puede implementar una estrategia de producción baja en carbono.
We need a strong framework to work closely with markets. Markets are one of the main ways to go through those goals that the government wants to achieve.
Hoy hemos mejorado la productividad en arroz y hemos bajado el consumo de agua en un 40%.
By now, we are improving the production of rice, and with using less water in the process, up to 41% of reduction.
Y vamos sobre este camino espinoso, difícil de recorrer, pero firmes en que lo vamos a lograr, la producción sostenible. Muchas gracias.
The way is not really easy. It's not an easy way. It's hard to do it, but we have we are sure that we are going to go in the way.
Gracias, gracias,
Thank
Angela.
you.
Thank you. Stay on this. Don't move. Can you come together so that we can get the panel together? So we have actually some time for questions from all of you. And if you would just raise your hand, and Jordan, sorry, you're going to get a mic to everyone, right? Do we have another mic? Oh, can you take that out? No. So raise your hand if you want to ask a question. You can ask a question to both panels. This is the only panel I've been to that we had two panels. We still have 25 minutes left. This is fantastic. They've been very good. All of you have been very good. So, sir, introduce yourself, ask your question, and if you can, tell us whom would you like to ask a question. I'll come to you in a second, yeah?
Hi everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, first of all, I feel honored. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you very much for all the inputs you gave us. It's really interesting. My name is Andre Valente. I'm head of sustainability at Raizen, which is Brazilian's largest sugarcane, ethanol, and sugar producer, one of the largest in the world. And it's such an important discussion for us and for the whole sector, and everyone knows the challenges Brazil has on land use and food production. But one thing that gives me record levels of anxiety is the fact that we want the level of discussion to improve, we want the level of actions to improve, but we still have a gap on what we are trying to say and what we are actually telling people with these studies, because I think we cannot afford to keep saying agriculture anymore. We need to name the crops. We cannot afford to say food anymore. We need to name which type of food is the largest villain, because, for instance, Brazil has 18% of Brazilian energy matrix comes from sugarcane, being it from ethanol or bagasse, the leftover biomass. And it's 18% of our energy matrix, and we even export lots of sugar and ethanol. And Brazil only has 1% of the territory covered with sugarcane. 1% of the territory is enough for 18% of our clean energy matrix. And the sugarcane is the same distance from London to Rome is the distance that sugarcane is mostly from the Amazon, and not many people know that. So, it's really far away. Brazil is a continental country, and the villains in Brazil that need to address the challenge are soy and pasture for cattle, and this is like 20% of the country coverage. So,
do you have a question?
And my question, I'm sorry, it's just that was just an introduction, and my question is actually to you because I need to choose someone. But given
I'll
that,
distribute it. Don't worry.
Given that scenario, I would like to hear from you. What is your view on the role of biofuels on energy transition, considering that agriculture is not only for food, but actually for this food and fuel dispute, and how should be the roles of biofuels on this discussion? Because it's very important for us.
So let's
Thank you very much.
with the most controversial question we could have had. Thank you. Thank you. Who wants to volunteer to respond? Craig? Yeah, I'm going to go to her next. It's a good question.
He's my new boss, and that's the new definition of volunteer. I'm in trouble. So let me put it this way. I think the question we all have to ask is the use of land, right? There is a global squeeze on land, right? We need it for food, we need it for fuel, we need it for fiber, we need it for nature conservancy, we need it for carbon, we need it for biodiversity, we need it for indigenous peoples, right? So that's the fundamental question, right? And I think any country, any watershedding landscape has to have that heartfelt discussion about the competition for land and the optimal use and the competing desires for that, right? And so I'm not going to give an answer to specifically your situation, but I think it's incumbent upon all of us to be thinking through these things. And one way I think about it too is, for any tract of land, right, can something else actually meet that need? right? If I'm talking about a rural, I'm looking at one a rural landscape in some rural community in Kenya, right, who needs food, right? Food's probably the best use of that land, right? Because for people, right? Now you want to do it in a manner that actually, as best possible, sequesters carbon, supports whatever it is, but the people there need food. But I'm talking about some forest in Mata Atlantica, right? With not a lot of pressure nearby, but we need it for the carbon and the biodiversity to bring together two places that the species can't go anywhere else on the planet, then maybe that's the optimal. So I do think we have to have this conversation, right? Recognize this competition for land, competing needs, and find some rational way to prioritize.
Excellent, Craig. No, give it to Marion. I also want to remind what Craig's answer, it doesn't answer your specific question, because in Brazil, right? Because it's a contextual. Craig, Jeff's point about we need a global architecture, right? We need a global solution to this rather than individually, because then we can actually work towards a outcome we want collectively. Did you want to add something quickly?
I mean, I can just maybe a very, very quick point, and which is why I also was encouraging to look, across transitions rather than across countries, because I think, land is so dependent on each country's situation is different and has to be looked at separately. And I think just bringing those discussions, having more inclusive production of NDCs, and just having very, very transparent NDCs and policies will also help support determining what these different situations are and the needs are, and then kind of balancing these very difficult decisions. I think I'll stop there.
No, I very much like to, for us to make progress, we have to be specific. And every country is in a different place. We have to have country transitions across. You heard it has to be good for people, not just for, and Theo's point is the farmer wants to know what they're going to plant next. So I think the specificity is going to make us make progress fast. You next. Please introduce yourself and ask your question.
Hi, yeah, thanks so much. My name's Kimmin Austin. I'm a senior research economist for an NGO based in the U.S.
Can you bring that closer, please? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, hi. So thanks so much to the panel. I had a couple of questions. One specifically for Dr. Farhat about the evaluation of NDCs, and I was hoping to hear a little bit more about the extent to which the addressing of food and land in the NDCs could be quantified in your evaluation. So were you looking at magnitude of mitigation in these sectors? And then maybe a broader philosophical question about the NDCs for anyone who has an interest around the extent to which we should expect these NDCs to be articulating all of these specific aspirations, or should they be very high level? Where are we expecting countries to articulate these pathways, and should it all be in the NDC, or should we be expecting those in long-term strategies, national climate action plans, et cetera?
Very good question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marion, you first, and I'm going to come to you about NDCs in a minute. Go ahead, Marion.
Thank you. I think those are two absolutely excellent and to the point questions. I think on the first one, we didn't quantify sort of mitigation in all these different NDCs. A lot of other studies do. We really wanted to look at more governance and institutional mechanisms and the NDCs as a kind of government process of putting forward objectives, et cetera. In terms of should the NDCs do it all? Possibly not. I mean, a lot of other documents are there, absolutely. The long-term strategies are longer term as well, and they articulate things in often more detail. They're longer documents too. But the NDCs really are at the center of all the discussions around COP. They're the documents that countries put forward for their pledges. They're the ones that will be part of the global stocktake. And I think it's really just about getting these issues right, like front and center of the agenda, and making sure that all those policies are coherent. So yeah, I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. Angela, in Colombia, the question was, should everything be NDCs, or the other methods to get to this goal?
Sí, claro, nosotros utilizamos la NDC. Es nuestro norte hacia donde el país debe llegar.
Yeah, the NDC is our principal instrument for the climate change management in the sector.
No hay conflicto con la NDC en Colombia entre el Ministerio de Agricultura y el Ministerio de Medio Ambiente.
There is no conflict between or in the NDC process between the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Environment. There are a very good synergy between the two sectors in the country.
Y los productores de biocombustibles son muy conscientes de la NDC que tiene el país y cómo deben cumplir con esa NDC.
And the biofuel producers in the country are aware of the NDC process and are engaged with the process.
Lo que nos ha permitido coexistir y poder potencializar la agricultura baja en carbono, una agricultura sostenible con una comunidad rural próspera.
We have now we are in the pathway of more sustainable agriculture in the country with synergies within different use of the land for different products. So we are going very well in this respect.
Para finalizar, quiero decirles que aquí vuelvo a repetir que se requiere el trabajo coordinado interinstitucional a nivel global de la mano del mercado.
Yeah, I want to highlight again the relevance of the markets in all this work, and even in the global coordination, we need a strong markets mechanisms.
Absolutely. Thank you, Angelo. So I hope what Angelo said is consistent with your investigation of the NDCs. All right, questions? Please introduce yourself and we'll come to you in 1 second. Maybe we'll take both of them. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Patty Fong from the Global Alliance for the Future of Food, and really want to commend the work of FOLU and SDSN because we're also doing a similar assessment from a food systems perspective of NDCs, some of the same countries and some additional countries, which we'll be publishing also early next year. And want to first commend Colombia because of the ones we've assessed, the most inclusive, transparent process for developing the NDCs in terms of engaging a wide range of stakeholders, more so than any other country. So really, thank you for Colombia. That. But I really want to ask a question to ourselves as food system advocates. We've heard countries, more than 100 countries, basically commit to deforestation. Also countries commit to methane, right? It took decades, really, to get to this point. We don't have that much time. We need similar commitments for food systems, but we don't have to reinvent the wheel at the same time. So what does it take for us? I mean, we know, more than 100 countries committed to deforestation. If you look at the NDCs, no country has actually committed to including accounting for imported emissions. Very few are addressing sustainability of livestock when it comes to methane. It was kind of maybe a side note. Yeah, well, maybe we'll kind of consider it. So we have a lot of work to do. And yes, we have to say it's about the politics, but also about us as a community. What do we need to do as a community to make sure that there is action on the ground, that we can take these big commitments and really encourage more cross-ministerial, multi-stakeholder engagement, that we're supporting more voices coming from the bottom up on how and really decentralize the approach for how these solutions get co-owned, they get co-developed and implemented.
So this is a very good point. Goda, I'm going to come to you. I'm going to take your question and then we're going to have it. This is a very important point. What do we need to do more, faster? Go ahead, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I am Sara Veraguirre. I'm from Colombia as well. I come from a university, Universidad de AN. It's focused on sustainable entrepreneurship. And we have been developing a food system resilience lab in a very urban university. And my question is for Dr. Ferrat as well, because I'm really happy about the results of my country in this assessment, but I see that there is a big gap between sustainable and healthy diets and the diversification of proteins in several countries of your assessment. And I think we have to join to this discussion the fact about food safety, also join to food security and its relationship to climate change. My question could be also for you as a representative for the farmers, because this is something that we have to address rapidly also in urban contexts. I would like to know which is your perspective on that, on the way we are also trying to work for a healthier diet for our population. Thank you.
All right, so these are two very good questions. And if I just can add one sentence to you, it seems to me in energy, so it's 30% of emissions in this sector. Energy transition, everyone's clear, stop coal, do this. It's a very clear, consistent message. So in food, Gerda, I'm going to come to first. Why are we so behind in the curve of bringing not the science of food, getting it in this conversation here, in the climate conversation, the importance of it?
Because we have not invested in food. Food has never been really on the agenda. Look at your national budget and what the percentage is that goes to agriculture, for instance. So the investment in food in many countries, and food needed to be cheaper, and we've only focused on the calories and not on the nutrition and not on the healthy diets. Now it's impacting us because our current food system is bankrupting our health systems and it's exhausting our planet. So we need to act right now. And for that reason, I'm extremely happy that you brought up your question, because I do think that the food systems dialogues at country level need to include these national decided commitments on, and bring them in, because they can be decided by the government, but if people are not aware of them, then it's the government that need to do it without the people. And if they impact people, farmers for instance, but also other communities in a negative way, you get resistance. So combine the agenda, and for that reason I do think that organizations like FONU, but also the Scaling Up Nutrition Movement and other organizations need to invest in complex thinking and embrace systems thinking and organize courses, because you need to connect issues. It's complicated because we used to have a siloed approach, but the solutions need to be tailor-made at the country or even at the subnational or community level. There is no one size fits all. I'm from the Netherlands. We have different challenges, but we have at the same time big challenges as well. So globally, embrace and teach and learn how to embrace systems thinking and complexity thinking, including people and planet, of course, and find local solutions, including the people that need to do it and that are impacted by it. And that is why I'm here. And I want to see that in Egypt, the COP27, food and food systems are included as one of the themes. Right now there are 10 themes. No one is dealing with food. A little bit from the sideline, but if there is no combination of the planet and the people, forget it.
Well said, well said. We at WRI, we very much believe in what you said about systems thinking. Theo, I'm going to come to you. This is, I'm sure, all of your views on this very broad question. Theo.
Thank you. The question is, what will we as farmers do about the nutritious value of our food? The answer is very little. What we do as consumers and not as the producers. Because we are the first link in a value chain. And we talk in food systems about value chains because you cannot push a chain. You can only pull it. The pulling force is the market. You want to change the world's food systems? You start with the market. You start with how that person who buys the food from shelves and shops make their choices. At the end, it's the most important person in our lives as farmers, the people who are buying our products. In this whole debate, the two most important stakeholders are the two mass-based stakeholders, consumers and producers. And to get to their hearts and minds, you need to create trust. They must trust the debate which we have at COP, the debates we have at the Food Systems Summit. That trust will always be built on consistency. We cannot have one message at COP11 and another one at COP16 and another one at COP21. Food and agriculture was not even mentioned in the Kyoto Protocol. There was nothing about it. We fought very hard to get it on the agenda. In Paris, as farmers, we were a bit disappointed. We felt that there was only a small back door which was opened for food and agriculture, referring to food security. All of a sudden, we are in the crosshairs of everything that is wrong in food systems, responsible for 30% of all the emissions, and everything has to change. And then if you talk to farmers on grassroots level about this, they will ask you, so what will be different in another 10 years from now? And in this consistency, we need to provide for diversity. There is no silver bullet. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. What is a solution in Ethiopia and Tanzania and South Africa is different to the solutions for producers in Europe and North America. And we need, if we even try to come with different messages, if farmers and consumers hear us in stereo, they will not hear us at all.
I couldn't agree with you more of diversity of solutions. Naoko, can we go to next you, and then I'll come to Counter Mary and you.
Answer a question.
No, don't ask a question anymore. We don't have time. We have to answer the question now. What should we do next?
How do you bring the Minister of Climate and the Minister of the Minister of Environment and the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Finance together? And the Minister of Health as well.
No, actually, I'm really struggling. The only way for me to bring those different ministries together and to decide themselves is a market pressure, the citizens' pressure, as you mentioned, because those demand from citizens should drive and decide of those existing institutions. And I cannot agree more about it's not just a national demand, it's actually global demand. How we can bring those demand from global citizens to the country-based dialogue. It's something I really would like to see. And I'm actually wondering that one question is how we can bring the finance to it, because I really don't know how to fund the transition. So you mentioned that what do we do tomorrow, right? And you are the practical people. And if there is no finance, how you can be sure about that tomorrow is better than today by doing that? So the big question to steer the finance to fund the transition is, to me, I'm going back to this and how to put a price on natural capital. Then if it's applied to the globally, there will be some way to steer that finance towards the right, the pathway to drive the right pathway. That is something I was thinking about. So put the price on carbon, nature.
I think the national capital to ag, your point, it still doesn't go to ag, the money that is being discussed here. So it's some point to discuss. Maren, you guys have last comments. We have to wrap this up. Angela, if you want to say something, go ahead.
Super. Maybe just to respond very quickly on the food security question. It's addressed in some NDCs, not enough. Sometimes in that kind of healthy diets, critical transition, that was a lot underpinned by discussions on food security in those NDCs that address that. We have country profiles for each of our studies, so you can go and look at them and see how NDCs address that question. I think the question of actually bringing citizens and that voice to the center of the agenda and having two-way conversations is really important. I think climate education is really important for that and for the entire kind of demand side pressure to come as well. And maybe my final comment about bringing food to the center of these agendas is that I think it's absolutely central as well. We've had the Food System Summit this year, but it really needs to be more integrated into UNFCCC processes as well. The IPCC had a special report a couple of years ago on land, and food security was one chapter of that report, so that was a first step forward, but I think we're not there yet, and we really need to get there. There's progress.
I'm going to come to you after this, yeah? You have the last word.
Perfect. I mean, just on that, I actually think we're getting there. It used to be the case that the forest community was knocking on the door and wanted to be part of the climate discussions. Bali started the process. Cancun accelerated it. The forest is central right now. I think we're in the same position on the food systems, knocking on the door, wanting to get into the dialogue. I agree with the comment made earlier. It has to have faster, though. We can't take that decade that it took forests to get in the core of the nature of the climate discussion. Food systems have to get there faster. But I would argue, 5 years ago, no one was talking about food systems. That was 5 years ago. Since 2018-19, it's been taken off like crazy. Now we have a UN Food Systems Summit. I think the accelerator, this is like the electric car acceleration, not the internal combustion engine car acceleration. It's fast, right? So we got to keep our foot on the pedal, right? And keep that acceleration going. But I think it's there, and I think it's up to us to keep that energy going. So next year in Egypt, we're there on the front stage not on a side event.
Thank you for the encouragement, Angelo.
Bueno, pues primero, gracias por venir. Nuestra coterránea, me alegra mucho en tenerla acá.
First of all, thank you for coming and a special
Para
to our
nosotros,
Colombian.
Para nosotros la seguridad alimentaria ha venido jugando un papel muy importante en los últimos 20 años, donde tenemos un plan nacional que es la CISAN.
Last 20 years, food security are in the center of our public policy, and we have the CISAN.
Nos ha permitido identificar las comunidades más vulnerables con problemas de desnutrición, a los cuales le hemos venido llevando programas de seguridad alimentaria, que no es paternalismo, sino enseñarles a hacer.
We identified under this strategy the most, or we target the most vulnerable people that are under in food insecurity in the country.
Les enseñamos a producir los alimentos que los van a nutrir. Y la producción la hacen en pequeñas áreas, en sus propiedades, llámese finca, lote, terraza o agricultura urbana.
We teach them how to produce in their small land or in their area they have available for the food production as an autonomous model of production for their own food security.
Eso nos ha permitido aplicar algunos procesos de investigación e innovación para entregarles semillas biofortificadas y de esa manera recuperar rápidamente la nutrición de esas familias vulnerables.
That allows us to develop or bring them seeds, biofortificate seeds.
Angelo.
Es una prioridad para el país la soberanía alimentaria.
That's a priority for the country, the food security.
Thank you. Look, thank you everyone for being here.
Muchísimas gracias.
And when you go to your cocktail party tonight, I want you to remember these three things. I hope you do get a cocktail party tonight. One, there is no 1.5 degree without sustainable food. If you don't remember anything else from this thing, that's the one thing you remember. The three other things that are a subset of that. One, we need a global system that is consistent. Theo, I really like that we need to be consistent across the different discussions we're having. And we need to be, second thing Theo said, and I very much like, we have to be specific, country specific, the transitions, and practical to make progress. We can't be just talking globally about action. And third thing, we have lots to do together to help each other to create the momentum going so that we're on the front stage in Egypt, but not only that, we're taking actions on the ground. So thank you everyone. Thanks to this fantastic panel here, and thanks for being here.
Performance-based finance.
Okay, I guess it's working. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I hope that you are having fun today. Welcome to our event. Can everyone hear me now? This is the first time that I'm using this device, so it feels a bit weird, but also super fun. Okay, great. So today we have something very important to share with all of you. This event is called Listen to Us, a global youth statement on nature-based solutions. And nature-based solutions, they have gained a lot of attention lately, and they are very promising. And the narrative around this is that it's very promising both for climate and biodiversity solutions, as well for including communities. And just today, Canada announced that 30% of its climate finance is gonna finance nature-based solutions, 20%, sorry. But this proves that nature-based solutions are strong and they are here to stay. Meanwhile, many voices, they may not be completely included in this process, including the voices of youth. And this is why today we are very happy to introduce you to this global statement. So I'm gonna now give the floor to my colleagues, and they're gonna talk a little bit more about this project.
Hello. Oh, hello. Okay. Wow, weird. I think first we're going to introduce ourselves and the organizations that we're coming from. I'm also wondering if we can get our virtual speakers up on the stage, because we have two. Oh, hello, Myrna. We can all see you. Amazing. Oh, that's so wonderful. Okay. And then will we have our virtual speakers right beside the slides? So then can we also see the slides on the other side? Maybe?
I hope you can hear me, guys. Can you?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yay! Okay. Then I'm
Okay,
fine.
we're testing some of the technology. This is fun. Maybe I'll just start by sharing that this Global Youth Statement project is something that came about from a coalition of us working together. Oh, wonderful. From a coalition of organizations, of youth-led organizations working together. So we wanted to briefly introduce ourselves first. And if we go to the next slide, we'll start with Abraham, talking about Yango. Here you go.
Thank you, everyone. Grateful to see all of you sitting here and actually listening to us as we have actually asked you to. My name is Abraham Bugri. I'm from Ghana, and I am a climate change researcher and activist, currently doing my PhD in climate change, focusing on women in agriculture in northern part of Ghana, which is heavily impacted by climate change. But I'm also part of the UNFCCC Youth Constituency, normally called Yango. And this actually is a project, a combination or a collaboration actually between Youth for Nature, Gibbon, and Yango. So I am from Yango, and Yango is actually, like I said, the official youth constituency for the UNFCCC. I think after the 2015 climate COP, the presence of the youth and the zeal of the youth, and then the call of the youth to be part of negotiations became very strong. And that is when we had conversations with the UNFCCC, and we were actually made, an official constituency. So we normally try to put together young people in what we call the Conference of Youth every year, just a week before this event, that's a COP, to try and put together a global youth statement to present to COP as in our position and how we can influence, climate change decisions. So yes, that is who we are, and I would pass it on to.
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, hola, I'm from Mexico. My name is Grecia Bárcena, and I am part of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, which is the youth constituency for the Convention on Biological Diversity, which is also part of the Rio Conventions. And we are a network all over around the world. We organize ourselves at global level, but also at national level, having national chapters where we all try to halt the loss of biodiversity through different types of activities, mostly focused on the ground, but we also do policy advocacy towards things that we really matter about this, like regarding biodiversity, and of course, a lot of collaboration with our other partners so we can enhance our voice as youth. Yeah.
Excellent. Hey, hello everybody. My name is Marina. I'm representing today the Youth for Nature. I'm the founder of Youth for Nature. Youth for Nature is a youth-led international nonprofit organization that is working directly at the intersections of nature and climate. And we're mobilizing young people around the world to really lead on solutions to both nature and climate together in ways that are grounded in knowledge, in community, and in justice. So one of the sort of things that brought us together as an organization was this feeling that the nature conversation and the climate conversation were really happening in separate rooms when we felt like they really needed to be happening together, because this is of course like an interconnected, interlinked series of crises that are influencing each other and feedbacking off each other. And we also felt like young people weren't really being involved in this kind of intersection of conversations either. So we really wanted to kind of fill that gap, and working with organizations like, or constituencies I should say, like Youngo and Gibbon are one of the ways that we do that.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you, everyone, for the introduction. I would like to say that I haven't introduced myself, which is a bit weird as the moderator of this event. So basically, I'm just a ghost right now. So just for you to get to know a little bit more about myself, I'm Raiza, and I'm the Regional Director for Europe and Central Asia at Youth for Nature. And I'm from Belo Horizonte, Brazil, but I'm very grateful to call Finland my home for the past 2 years. And I love dogs. I just love dogs so much. This is maybe a funny fact about me. And now we are going to move on to maybe explain a little bit more about our project and why this is needed and why it's so significant. So beyond Canada's plans of financing nature-based solutions or all these big international narratives, we want to know why we need to elevate the youth perspectives and expertise in this. So. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll briefly give a little bit of context about why we're here today, like why a global youth position statement on nature-based solutions. NBS, nature-based solutions, has been growing in popularity really, really quickly over the last couple years. More and more folks are getting on board in this conversation. And there's a lot of really positive things about that, but there are also a lot of really valid and important and critical concerns about the way that the nature-based solutions conversation is going, and the folks that are being involved, and more importantly, the folks that are not being involved in the conversation. And we really felt that young people especially were not really being included in these discussions. This NBS movement was growing faster and faster, and there was a lack of a youth, especially a collective youth voice. And we saw a couple gaps there that we wanted to address. And Youth for Nature is an organization that really works at these intersections, saw a really natural opportunity to engage in this discussion, but we felt like there was something missing, and we needed to bring more young people in, and we knew that we couldn't do this alone, which is why this coalition came to be. So what we ended up doing is we wanted to put together this global youth statement, and we wanted to do this in a way that was inclusive as possible and bringing in as many youth voices, not just from like the staff members or the direct volunteers of our 3 groups, but bringing together larger youth communities that we represent and are also a part of. But we couldn't just do that without first giving young people resources to even really understand, like, okay, what are nature-based solutions? What is the conversation about? How are people talking about it? What are the various strengths or things that people are excited about when they talk about nature-based solutions? And what are the really important concerns and critiques that folks are bringing up when they're talking about nature-based solutions? Because it wouldn't be fair, it wouldn't make sense to ask a young person what their thoughts were, what their perspectives were about nature-based solutions without them having ever heard the term maybe, or feeling like they had access to resources to really understand the concept and make a really informed, to make an informed decision or have an informed perspective on the topic. So we started by putting together a nature-based solutions information brief that we worked together collectively on. It meant to be a really accessible, relatively short resource document that wasn't providing a perspective or like a position on nature-based solutions, but was rather collecting information and presenting it directly intended for young people, so that young people can get up to speed and sort of understand what the context is. And we launched that at the IUCN Global Youth Summit, which was in April earlier this year. And that's been up ever since. And then once that was up and we had a discussion at the Global Youth Summit where we presented the info brief, and then we also hosted a dialogue of folks on various sort of ends of the nature-based solution discussion spectrum to bring young people up to speed and give those resources to young people. And then after that, we launched our survey.
Yeah, so the survey was basically, we asked about 1,000 young people all over around the world, and they were able to ask, answer things on what they understand as nature-based solutions, what they were looking for, do they really think there was any safeguards around the term, how are we using it? So together with this survey, we launched the statement, which we actually will be presenting to you right now, and we are now here presenting the whole information to you. Actually, on addition to the brief, I think honestly it's really well written. It's very easy to understand, and even if you're not an expert on it, seriously, you're gonna be able to understand everything about it. And it's not also showcasing one point of view; it's showcasing different points of view and which kind of guidelines should be following. So yeah.
I'll also note that we launched the survey in 3 languages, so it was in English, Spanish, and French. And that survey, I think, has been out for 6 months, 7 months. So it's been out for quite a while. And then the statement is a result of the collective responses to that survey.
What I love about this project is that you were not just collecting impressions of people, but you were also bridging this important gap regarding knowledge. And I think this is something very relevant in the climate and conservation movements in general, that many times we want to be part of it, but we just don't really know the vocabulary, the concept. So I think that this is really great. So now we will move on to release the statement, finally, which is super great. And I will invite to the floor Julia, who is joining us online. Yay! Hey, Julia!
Hello,
hey, Mirna.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, it's double now? No, that's mine.
You are muted now.
No, it should be better now.
Okay, it's working.
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I'm super happy to be with you all today. Before releasing, I just want to flag how the huge work everybody is doing, and everyone that has been involved in it. And I want to flag that this work has been mostly on volunteering basis. All the youth involved here that are in the audience, that are on the stage watching us from the video, have been giving hours beside their daily jobs, beside their university thesis, exam stress, etc., on voluntary basis. And I really want to flag that this is a state of youth right now, that we have to fight for what is right for us, but unpaid, unfunded. And I want really you to understand that this is a huge work we're doing right now without much resources. So please acknowledge that. And I also want to thank the Nature for Climate team and the Nature Pavilion team for providing us with a really great platform without much tokenism and with letting us do whatever we want with this lot, which we can't thank you enough for that. So really. So now let's go directly into the survey statement. That's the time. As Marina and Grisha were saying, we surveyed more than 1,000 youth from 118 countries from all around the world. It was really key that we reach as much youth as possible from as much diversity as possible, as long as an online survey would allow us. We are really aware that not rural people are here represented, but we expect that the fact that we were both in French, Spanish, and English allow us to represent as much as the youth communities around the world think about nature-based solutions. We are happy that we are roughly gender balanced and that most respondents are truly under 30 years old. Sorry, just a bit confused. Most of the respondents, for you to understand, have a strong to medium understanding of nature-based solutions. And to sum up in one sentence what they think about nature-based solutions is that they see the potential and they're even excited about what nature-based solutions can bring about the nature and climate issues, but at the same time, they're really concerned about the current narrative on nature-based solutions, especially when they're seeing all the greenwashing practices right now on nature, climate, and using these so-called nature-based solutions to go more into greenwashing and not take their own responsibilities. What youth perceive as the dominant narrative is an overemphasis on carbon sequestration and offsettings, and not enough emphasis on the biodiversity conservation and ecosystem integrity and function side of nature-based solutions. In our statement, we have 8 key messages. These messages are: first, nature-based solutions is not a new term for a node. It's not a new term, it's an old idea that has been understood and practiced for millennia, especially by local communities and indigenous people. This term is also vulnerable to greenwashing that could promote monoculture plantations, commodification of nature, land grabbing, and other impacts on human rights, especially indigenous people and local communities. And nature-based solutions must not be an excuse to delay any decarbonization of our economy that is hugely needed and quickly. It is critical that mechanisms be put in place to eliminate all these risks. One of the most dominant narratives, as I told you, is that carbon sequestration through carbon offsetting schemes is really overemphasized without letting much biodiversity conservation benefits and justice, human justice, being overheard and emphasized in nature-based solutions. And for nature-based solutions to be truly effective, local biodiversity conservation must be prioritized, as well as ecosystem integrity, ecosystem functions, and it must be grounded in justice, equity, and inclusion. We have 2 big recommendations regarding nature-based solutions. If nature-based solutions are to be featured in policies, which seems to be the tendency right now as we're seeing it at the UNFCCC and the CBD conventions, then we need a legally agreed framework that is recognized and upheld by both the CBD and the UNFCCC to prevent any misuse and misinterpretation, and centering community leadership, ecosystem integrity, rights-based approaches, and justice. Another recommendation we have is that nature-based solution implementation must follow strict binding social and environmental safeguards, with a focus on ecosystem integrity and functions, meaningful participation, and free, prior, and informed consent from indigenous people and local communities, human and indigenous rights, and rights of nature. All this must be grounded, again, in justice, equity, and inclusion. This is really what Hughes highlighted us in our survey. The last recommendation, last message we have is that young people will not tolerate anymore polluters and decision makers who co-opt and misuse nature-based solutions to evade their responsibilities. We really commit to calling out co-option and false solutions. So that's the big summary of our statement, and now we will take the time we have to go deeper in 3 big topics. I let Reza explain to us and the audience what we're going to talk later during this session.
Thank you, Julia. This is an amazing summary. This was a lot to unpack, and you did it extremely well, and I'm so happy to hear this. And as you can see, youth is not only calling out on bad practices, but also offering solutions. So this is so great. We are great, young people. So this is really great. Thanks a lot for this nice statement. So now we are going to move to the discussion part, which is usually, for me, very exciting for all the interaction that we are going to have. And you will also be able to ask questions, and we can have more of a conversation with the audience. So we have 3 big topics today. So we are going to discuss greenwashing. Dun, 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 dun. We are also going to discuss the safeguards that Julia just mentioned. And finally, youth leadership, which is, of course, a very important topic for us today. If I can have the slides again, please. Okay.
Maybe useful to just have Julia up on that.
Yes. Because. Okay. Actually, maybe it could be nice to have them. Sorry. Changing things on the spot. Okay, yeah, so we can see their faces. It's better seeing humans than slides. I think we can all agree at this point. So we will start with our discussion on greenwashing. So the first time that I researched online about the concept of nature-based solutions, I didn't know what it was. The first page I saw was a page on Shell's website. And to be totally fair, it was Bing, which is a very bad browser. Like, it's a very, very bad search engine. But still, it was Shell's website, and I was a little bit doubtful of this concept, and I was thinking, this is a bit weird. And many of us, we have been talking for some years at this point about greenwashing, which means when organizations and corporations, states, they also can do that, they say they engage with sustainability without actually changing their practices. And nature-based solutions is a very nice concept because we have the space to communicate to people about it. It's more or less loose, and many people understand right away what we mean, but it can also be dangerous because it can include things that are not really nice, for example, monoculture, tree planting, and all this type of stuff. So I have a question for my panelists now. Why do you think nature-based solutions are so vulnerable to greenwashing? Is there an issue at all, or?
Julia, do you want to start us off? Oh my gosh.
Oh, you can go ahead. I can take over later.
Sure. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about this. Nature-based solutions, both the strength and I think the weakness of this idea is how broad it is. It's a boundary term, really. It's this ambiguous, broad term that is easy enough to communicate to bring people in, which is great. We want to be able to have conversations across silos and across disciplines. We want to bring nature and climate discussions together in the same room. This is the goal. But that also means that maybe bad faith actors or those that maybe aren't as committed to systems change or to meaningfully shifting the status quo can also latch on to this idea because it's so broad and because it's so ambiguous, and they can make it fit their own agenda. And in that way are kind of you could say co-opting or taking advantage of the increased momentum and the popularity and the sort of trendiness of this topic and make themselves have the appearance that they want while still servicing their own agenda that maybe is not committed to transformative change and maybe benefits from the status quo of extraction and of fossil fuel production, for example, or of inequality. So this is tricky, right? Because we want to be able to communicate these ideas, but when you have, oh my gosh, my thing is falling. Hold on. Okay. When you have terms that are this ambiguous, it becomes vulnerable to co-option and to therefore greenwashing. And this isn't nature-based solutions isn't the only term that has suffered from this. This isn't a unique thing. We've seen this with ideas like sustainability, for example, or even resilience, other broad, ambiguous ideas that are very powerful because they're ambiguous, but therefore also can be dangerous or very vulnerable, as we were saying, to misuse and to co-option. So those are sort of some of my beginning thoughts about why a term like NBS is so vulnerable to something like this.
If I'm allowed, I would like to challenge the panel a little bit, if that's okay. Challenging questions. This is not scripted, so I hope it's not going to be too hard
Challenge
on
me.
you. But basically, a similar effect also happens to the term greenwashing. So many times we can use greenwashing to call out anything, and there are some people accusing us of this, of calling out anything that is not perfect, or and trying to seek for a perfection that could not exist. So I want to ask you, is this a danger also on the side of critiques to nature-based solutions, or do you see this expressed in the statement in some way, or how is this being mobilized by youth that reply to the survey?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I think it's tough, and I think that as much as it's really useful and good to have concepts that can cross boundaries and that can bring people together, we also need to meet people where they're at and have specific conversations with specific groups of people sometimes, because not everybody is the same and not everybody is coming from the same place. So I think what one person might understand as nature-based solutions or as greenwashing another person won't, which is why I think it's really important that within the statement we're calling for more specificity and specifically like legally recognized definitions if a term like nature-based solutions is going to be used in policy. And I think that's the real difference here, because if we're just using nature-based solutions as a communication idea or as a communication term or as an education term, that's one thing. But if we're writing it down in policy, if governments are using that term in funding commitments, if corporations, major corporations are integrating that into their plans and into their sustainability or climate action goals, then it becomes a different thing, because now this term becomes a lot more powerful in those contexts. And if there is no like meaning or definition, governments and major corporations can just plaster it wherever they want to service their own agendas potentially, which might not necessarily be for the benefit of transformative change, which might not necessarily be for the benefit of justice. So I think the context is everything, I think, and the people who are talking and using this term, like that matters. And the ways that folks are using this term, that matters, because ultimately language is incredibly powerful. So where we're using it and how we're using phrases like nature-based solutions, it really does matter.
Thank you. This was great answer to my difficult question. This was great, Marina. And it's not because we are co-workers, but I think you went really well. I have another question, and then maybe we can move to the audience after this. So I'm wondering, in which ways do you think youth can contribute to avoid greenwashing in relation to nature-based solutions? So what can we bring as youth to the table?
Julia, do you want to take this one, since I have monopolized the speaking a little bit?
Yeah, I want to go back to what you were talking before. I think it's really key to acknowledge that, yes, there is greenwashing in nature-based solutions, but the key, you said, Marina, is like to be understandable and acknowledging that not everyone has the same knowledge and the same experience within nature and climate. And sometimes even people trying to do the good using nature-based solutions the greatest way they can, despite the lack of boundaries, the lack of bindings, the lack of guidelines and safeguards. They're trying to do the good, but sometimes they just don't have the scientific and indigenous knowledge to correctly implement nature-based solutions. Sometimes they don't have the opportunity to have the leadership to create nature-based solutions that is completely that we can call basically nature-based solutions, not because they're trying to on purpose do some greenwashing, but because they just cannot, they've not provided enough resources, enough knowledge to simply do what is right. And that's why we also need this change, and we need to share and to be here and to provide young people some tools, as we're doing right now, as other organizations are doing, to make sure that everyone is on board, everyone is going in the right direction, and is fitted in what is needed, especially fitted locally and local knowledge. Then to go back to what Teresa, you were asking me, it's a bit tricky. I think I'm not sure exactly. I think I've heard a bit of your question, but anyway, I'm gonna go to it. What I wanted to do is that I think we also need transparency in nature-based solutions, and transparency leads to accountability, and the other way around. Accountability leads to more transparency in everything, and this is how we can avoid doing greenwashing and misuse, and only using nature-based solutions, for instance, as a carbon offsetting tool, like many orgs and many businesses and many governments are seeing nature-based solutions right now, because everyone is talking about climate change and how carbon is the reason of climate change without understanding all GHG emissions, etc. So nature-based solutions perspective around climate and carbon offsetting is like nature-based solutions is the key to sequestrate carbon without considering all the biodiversity integrity around it. I'm not sure I answered right your last question, Raisa. Maybe you can re-ask it.
I think you went really well, Julia. It was a difficult question with no preparation. So this was great. And by the way, Julia has 2 bachelors in history and biology, and I think this is awesome. And I wanted to tell everyone here in person and also digitally who is following us. And also answering to my own question, because why not? I think we as young people, we are going to live in this planet, and it's in our best interest that we are going to have a future and a livable planet. So we want to make sure that actions are actually sustainable. So now I would love to hear from our audience, and if you have questions to our, yes, I already see 2 people. That's great. So you can come here, so everyone can see you, which is going to be great. Both this side. Okay, great.
So, yeah, so it's nice to see you again, Gracia and Myrna. It's Adrian, if you remember me. GYBN crowd. So, my question to you though is, and Gracia and Myrna and I have had this discussion before. I don't see NBS as ambiguous. I think the definition is in the name, right? So you mentioned greenwashing. What are the difficult question here is, what are the protocols that you'd like to see to prevent greenwashing, literally? Because we've had this, Gracia and I have had this discussion over years, right? And the second question is, what are the practical support that you're looking for in terms of resources that you'd like to see well-defined? As a GYB and alumni board member, one of the old folks now, yeah, they kicked me out because I got old. But because we've been having this argument for the last 4 or 5 years since I've been working with GYBN, what are the practical resources that young people need? Define those for me, because I think those are what needs to be defined.
Thank you for these questions. If I can, I will transfer your last question to the third part, because we are just going to discuss youth leadership. And this is going to be a main point for us, how you can support youth leadership in nature-based solutions. But would you like to?
No, I just wanted to say, like, just wait a bit, because we're talking about safeguards in a moment, so I think this will respond to your question, so yeah.
So for the first question, you want to know how, in practice, we can implement protocols that would avoid greenwashing. Is that right? Great. So who would like to answer? No one.
No, never. I think we can maybe move to the safeguards, because I think it's going to kind of answer his question.
Yes, maybe we can answer on the next part of the discussion, if that's okay. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me? I hope. Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for this panel. It's really interesting. I was wondering about labeling approaches, because just some background, I'm working on sustainable AI, and I see a lot of research done on labeling and labeling certain AI algorithms, for example, as sustainable. So what are your thoughts on labels being able to counter greenwashing? Because I'm skeptical about it.
Yeah, I'm skeptical about it too. Who's doing the labeling?
Just so everyone can hear me. Usually it's university studies being done, and then of course there's supposed to be institutions in general that give out the labels. But of course there's also private labels, and what I worry about is of course that that we as consumers are not able to tell the two apart, which ones are funded privately and which ones are not. But yeah.
Yeah, and then if you can't tell them apart, and maybe one is less trustworthy than the other, then the whole concept of a label kind of loses its level of trust, right? Or it loses a little bit of integrity. Like if you don't understand what a label means, or who put that label there and why, and who they were funded by, and what their maybe agendas might be, if it's private or if it's not, then that label kind of loses meaning. Or could itself be like an example of greenwashing, like, oh, plopped a little label on it, that was privately funded. So like that's tricky. Especially like, I mean, we had to put together an info brief about nature-based solutions because we felt like even this term was, like my master's degree is on nature-based solutions, and I still feel like there's so much about this idea and this concept and this discussion that I don't know. So it can be really opaque, especially I think for young people, to feel like they have access to the resources that they need in order to actually meaningfully engage in this discussion. So if the idea of labels, I feel like kind of aligns with that trouble as well a little bit. Like if you don't have the background, if you don't do the research to understand like what this label means, then it kind of loses its purpose. So it kind of, I think it really depends on who's regulating and who's making the decisions about that in order to like, and I don't think like, I don't think there is such thing as a one size fits all sort of answer to like this is going to solve greenwashing. So even like a label couldn't be that. But if it's going to be part of a toolbox of approaches to really meaningfully address greenwashing, like all that sort of access to education and information also needs to be there, I would say. You put your hand up though. Yeah.
And that's why we need social scientists in the world.
Thanks for the interesting discussion. I wonder whether part of the issue is that nature-based solutions is being sort of almost entirely conflated with offsetting. And maybe the ambiguity comes in when you're asking nature-based solution to what? Because it's not always to climate change. Sometimes it's to water quality or to coastal protection. And I think that in a world where we desperately need investment into the recovery of nature, I guess my question at the heart of it is, if Shell did very large scale, very good quality ecological restoration, would you support that and be able to take and spread the lessons from it? Or can we somehow stop it from being a zero-sum game where it's like, well, you're doing this in order to not do that? I don't know.
I'll jump in. One of the dominant narratives that young people perceive from the NBS discussion, this is what we discovered in our survey, was that nature-based solutions overemphasizes, or the narrative around nature-based solutions, the discussion around nature-based solutions overemphasizes carbon sequestration. It overemphasizes mitigation, climate mitigation. It overemphasizes a focus on carbon and offsets especially. And that's really dangerous for a multitude of reasons. One, of course, being nature cannot be an offset to climate crisis because if we don't immediately reduce and eliminate fossil fuel emissions, all the trees in the world are not going to help us. Nature loses its ability to be a carbon sink effectively as temperatures continue to rise, as we continue to increase emissions. So I think there's an issue there. And I think there's also a problem when the folks that we're hearing from most in the nature-based solutions discussion are folks like Shell, who, to be frank, like we have no reason to trust anything that they say. Young people, at least, I would say, like that's just to like not speak for too many people outside of me, but I feel like what I hear from young people and what I feel as a young person is that I have no reason. Shell has never given me any reason to trust anything that they say. They've never shown any intention of meaningfully committing to systems change or to transformation, to meaningfully scaling down their operations, and to meaningfully committing to reparations for all of the loss and damage and loss of cultures and loss of lives and loss of species and ecosystems that they have directly contributed to. So like, why should I trust their ecological restoration goals? And then I think you also have to look at it as a whole as well. Like if Shell's like, oh, we're committing X billion dollars to ecological restoration, and maybe that ecological restoration is really good and is done really well, but then that's a fraction of a percent of the money that they're committing to oil and gas extraction. Like, does that ecological restoration like matter? I mean, like, yes, like it does in that one place for that ecosystem, but on the grand scheme of things, if we're continuing to increase our extraction of fossil fuels, that harms nature. So that ecological restoration will be threatened by all the other investment that they're putting towards fossil fuel extraction and towards the continued destruction of nature, of peoples, and of cultures because of that work. So I don't know if that's like a really like succinct, nice answer to your question, but I guess I just find it very, very hard to trust anything that someone like Shell says when it comes to nature-based solutions. And I think because of that, their participation in the discussion is eroding any kind of credibility that nature-based solutions can have.
Thank you, Marina. We have time for one very quick question, and I see there's someone who would like to ask this question.
Can I answer to this question as well?
Yes, Julia, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that our statement is really clear on that. Nature-based solutions are not an excuse to delay any decarbonization and to delay any changes in our current system. Even if Shell is doing great thing with many transparencies and grounded in science, etc., doing something, as Marina said, somewhere in the world that is mainly about poor people, always like wrong on poor people, polluting, extracting fossil fuels or whatever they're doing. If at the same time they're flagging the fact that they're restoring nature, then no, it's not a question of balance. It's a question of globally acting to change the global system. We cannot look at the details. We really need to look at how globally the system is working. And in the case of Shell, if they're doing minor steps as an excuse to not change the way they're doing and the way they're working, it's not going to work. And then overall, Shell is doing greenwashing, even though their local action is not greenwashing and cannot be labeled as greenwashing. And to go back on the label question, to make sure that the label is great, again, we're getting back to the transparency and accountability idea. We need to ask ourselves, is there any clear indicators that says, first, the state we are, and then the state we expect to go, with great indicators grounded in science, grounded in indigenous and local knowledge? If all these questions or answers are no, then you're not taking into account the environmental, social, and climate parts of all of this, and also economic part, because nature-based solutions right now has lots of economic parts that are really highlighted. There is big potential for a good economy, but right now it's not going the right direction, but it's something else. So I think now we can jump on another question on the next part on biodiversity safeguards. I'll let Rachel try.
Thank you, Julia, for also bringing back this statement, because it's important that you realize that we are not talking here on behalf of ourselves personally, but these are the voices of more than 1,000 young people of more than 100 countries. So thank you, Julia, for that. And now we have some time for a very quick question before we go to the safeguard part, which we are talking a little bit about now, but yeah, go ahead.
It's short, I promise, and it kind of goes into this, but I work for an environmental NGO, and a lot of environmental NGOs and conservation charities often have corporate sponsors and partners working with them. For instance, WWF is working with Wreck-It and I wrote it down, Sky Zero, for promoting nature-based solutions. And kind of to avoid greenwashing, what types of partnerships would youth leaders and policymakers like to see from environmental NGOs like us?
Oh, I love this question. I feel like I've been monopolizing a lot of the panel though, so I want to see if anybody else has an answer to this before I say anything.
Maybe my quick answer would be the kind of partnership I want to see is just sharing our knowledge and experiences and making sure that every person has a say and he's heard and he's listened to when we're in this case. NGOs usually are working locally and they have the local knowledge working with local people. Usually, especially many NGOs are locally led by communities and led by people on the ground. They have the knowledge. And on the other hand, us as youth global organizations, we can bring other solutions from other sides of the world. We can bring our expertise as youth people. We can also just bring our curiosity and learn from what organization has to bring to us in partnership. So this is one of the answers of the question, like one side of the answer, but I feel like everyone has a place and everyone has something to share and to bring to the table equally, especially and horizontally.
Maybe something that I can add as well, thank you, Julia, it's that sometimes we get into a very complicated situation when these companies, super huge, have a lot of funding and then they want to do their bit. And then you are in a situation where you can really do it. So I'm going to tell quickly a personal experience. One super huge company that we all drink this black soda from wanted to fund a project in very close to my hometown to restore the river-like soil, you know? Like you have to kind of ground the soil so the river doesn't wash up all the nutrients from the soil. So we try to get the funding because their proposal was really not going to do any benefit on the ground. So I think there are some times that you really if you're in a good position to make that money really matters on the ground, maybe you should fight the battle and really make that money is counting to transform in a really important way on the ground. You have to be aware that you will be battling a lot of bureaucracy and processes and blah, blah. But I think it's important that we are ready to fight for that and take that thing to really make changes and propose things that they are not able to see because they don't have time or whatever reason, right? So I think we should also take the chance.
Thank you for this. I think the money is the big question that all of us are kind of facing, and I think we should definitely talk about this. I would also like to welcome Kathy, who just joined us from Yongo, and I think she came at the right time because we are going to start now the discussion on safeguards. So safeguards are mechanisms and tools that we use in nature-based solutions or in any other projects to avoid potential harm and potential threats. And I feel we are discussing this a little bit already, and we also had a very good question from the audience, which I'm going to steal. So my question to the panel is, what kind of mechanisms and tools did the survey indicate or that you think that could be good to ensure that nature-based solutions are sustainable, regenerative, and good for communities?
Myrna, I think we're going to pass this one to you.
Can you hear us, Mirna?
Yes, I can hear you.
Maybe
I can hear you.
I can give just a little bit of background from the survey. So just for you guys to let you know, like around 60% of the people that answered the survey, thanks, they really think that there is a huge lack of safeguards, and that it is really important that whatever safeguards we manage to establish, they should be legally binding. Because I mean, the topic what we're talking about is so broad, and anyone can use it right now as the way they need and the way they like. So they should be like guidelines to like really like kind of start establishing these measures that you were saying. So I think this is going to answer your question. So go ahead, Mirna.
Thank you so much, Grecia. And yes, first to introduce, what Raisa said about safeguards, it's the correct definition. Maybe a way to remember it quickly is just safeguards are tools to prevent that you don't do harm, so you don't do bad, and ensure the benefits that is do good. It is very complicated still, but at least safeguards are legal mechanisms, so in a way they can be binding. And that is the difference between safeguards and other kinds of approaches, for example, voluntary commitments or standards or even labeling. That could be interesting, but we all have heard already that we are a bit skeptical about this kind of approaches because they have shown us that they don't really work and they don't ensure the things that should be ensured for the people and for nature, biodiversity and climate. So we have actually asked the question to our survey respondents about how they think that nature-based solutions should be implemented. And we gave them the options, like legally binding safeguards, like global legally binding safeguards, or nationally developed legally binding safeguards, or voluntary commitments, or other kinds of approaches. And we had more than 50%, 63% of our respondents, which is a big majority, say that they want nature-based solutions to be implemented through legally binding safeguards, either at the global or a national level. But still, they want this kind of approach. I think that it makes a lot of sense because, to be honest, young people, we are sick of these false promises. Like, we don't buy it anymore when we have this a company that says, oh yes, like we are going to offset your emissions by planting trees in this place. We don't believe in that anymore because we see how they really they are bribing us. Like they are not really keeping to their promise. They are saying a lot of good things, and they are saying that they are being really green, but they are not. And we have we have seen how the failure of a lot of environmental frameworks that didn't really work. And for example, RED, it's not like we are comparing RED to nature-based solutions. These are different frameworks. But RED, the discussion of RED started in 2005. And in 2007, we had RED acknowledged under the UNFCCC and already funding and projects implementing RED. And we had a lot of RED projects that didn't care about indigenous peoples and local communities, didn't care about biodiversity. They only cared about carbon sequestration, carbon absorbing. So we had actually gold camps that were accredited as RED projects because they had a special type of grass that would store a lot of carbon. And we had indigenous peoples and local communities protecting their forests, and they couldn't apply to RED because they didn't comply with all the requirement criteria that was very complicated to acknowledge, like to make the checks. So after that, there was a lot of criticism, and at the end, they developed safeguards for RED Plus in 2010. So we had like 5 years of bad implementation of RED already before the safeguards came in. They don't ensure implementation anyway because like it all depends on how they are going to be monitored and how civil society are going to say, hey, you're not really complying with the safeguards, but at least now we have a legal tool to say which things should be ensured. Among the RED safeguards, we have the protection of traditional knowledge, the full and effective participation of all the relevant stakeholders, and the conservation of biodiversity and the natural forests. That is huge, and that should have been said in the beginning. So that is what we want with nature-based solutions. We don't want nature-based solutions to come like super last minute into the UNFCCC and the CBD. We don't have like the term and the commitment and the definition in the glossary, and that's it. And then like 5 years after, after 5 years of bad implementation, we will develop safeguards because this really didn't work. We don't have the time. We are really running out of time, and we need the best possible framework to be adopted soon in the CBD and the UNFCCC, because as Marina said, if this is going to be into the policy, if governments are going to be encouraged to implement nature-based solutions, then we need to ensure that certain benefits are going to be protected and certain risks are going to be avoided. Among the benefits that we want to be protected are biodiversity protection. That has been like the biggest claim from our youth communities, like more than 50-70%, like the most voted option has been biodiversity protection. And then climate mitigation and climate adaptation, and then the rights of indigenous peoples, local communities, a free, prior, and informed consent of these communities before implementing nature-based solutions. And the risks that should be avoided by these safeguards, according to the respondents of our survey, are first, the loss of ecosystem integrity, structure, and functions, with more than 54%. Then polluters using nature as a greenwashing tool, more than 50%, 51 say that we want safeguards to avoid that polluters use this as a greenwashing tool. And then the transition of forests and other ecosystems into monoculture plantations, the lack of minimum participation of local communities and indigenous peoples, commodification of nature, and land grabbing and other impacts to human and indigenous rights. So these are the responses from our survey. This is not something that we made between this group of people that you see like in front of you, but these are the responses of more than 1,000 young people that responded to the survey.
Thank you, Mirna. This is great. So basically, in a nutshell, we cannot use nature to keep living like we are living today. It's not going to save us if we don't change radically and systematically how we live. So now I'm going to transfer for one quick question from the audience on safeguards. So if any, okay, you want to ask something? Okay, go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm a team member at Youth for Nature, and I just wanted to comment something on sponsorship that you're asking. Money comes from two sides, right? It's either aid from the government, or it's funded by billionaires around the world. And why do billionaires have the money? It's because they sell more things than other people, and so they make more money. And so if we're gonna end that, then you're asking to end capitalism. So that's the problem there. You know, we can't switch our funding sources from poorer countries or poorer companies. It doesn't work. The people who are funding like Microsoft and Amazon, Jeff Bezos, they're all capitalist winners, you know. So it's not us the problem or choosing the sponsors that are wrong. Everybody in the environmental community is doing that. My question to you guys is that if we get those protocols and those guidelines there, if we incorporate them into the NDCs and the UNFCCC and the COP and all of these other summits, we are essentially asking governments to implement them the right way. But how are we asking corporations to implement them the right way? Because governments can only aid with fiscal policies. But at the end of the day, corporations will only be as sustainable as to the degree where it doesn't touch the earnings of their company. We know all the companies they will do whatever it takes to be sustainable, but once that means reducing the size of money in their pocket, they won't do it. And so you can't ask Shell to implement nature-based solutions in a right way or ask them to reduce their emissions, because that means reducing how much they're selling fossil fuels. So how do you make corporations do that? That's my question.
Do you mean end capitalism? Is that your question? Please go ahead, speakers.
And hi, everyone. Just first to say hi, I'm Kathy from Youngle and Gibbon a little bit, but that is our Gibbon expert there. So I guess just briefly, probably my view is not very sharp because I also work in private finance, a little fun fact. But my opinion is that, of course, corporates are not just monsters, of course. It's made by employees and people, of course. And I guess a really driven point, especially today and the days to come, is the pressure from civil society stakeholders and also what we want. At the end of the day, that's how they make profit over a longer and longer term. So, I mean, if corporates are smart enough, they would realize, for example, suppliers of this furniture, if they actually realize how important it is to make sure maybe they'll still be as profitable as they are today, if they're still as dominant as they are today, maybe in 50 years and in 70 years, they would listen to the voices of consumers and the voices of future consumers especially, and to really see how that might work out well, and especially that, overconsumption over a longer term also doesn't do much good for corporates. But again, there are corporates who are not aware of this, and of course and also governments can also pressure the corporates, from one side, and including the safeguards, which indirectly also pressures the corporates. So I guess mainly just two sides. One is the pressure from governments, and one side is pressure from civil society stakeholders. And of course, maybe some corporates just have pressure from themselves as well. But again, we definitely cannot 100% rely on that. So yeah, this is my view. I'm not very sharp. So Marina, do you want to go next? Or yes.
Super quickly, just to complement what you were saying, I think a lot of companies want to go green, want to do good for the environment, but they don't know how. And I think this is something that really involves everyone here. If we know how to do it, I think it's kind of the responsibility of us to really tell them, don't worry, give me and I'll do the good thing. And I think it's really important that we are really knowledgeable and that we know what we're doing on the ground, because they really need us if you think it around, no? And every time the social pressure is bigger and bigger.
Thank you for this. Would you like to say something?
Maybe quickly, I was going to say that since he was talking about, how these corporations are going to do what they're going to do, irrespective of government, I was thinking that is why probably we need some of these standards, if you really want to implement a nature-based, initiative cleanly, without hiding anything, then you should be able to submit yourself to some standard, a standard that has been made very transparent, that people can trust, and you could submit to the standard. And then we know that, yes, everything you're doing is being transparent and all. Otherwise, if you skip that standard, then we know that you probably are hiding something and you don't want us to know, because most likely they would want to do this to, cover up, their emissions somewhere and all that. But if you are willing to do this openly, we think if we have these open standards, these are one of the things that could actually help for us to check and keep these private companies, under surveillance.
Thank you a lot for your contribution. I think we are ready to move to the next part. I would just like to...
Maybe if I can add something very quickly?
Yeah, let me go. Yeah, very quickly, go on.
Very quickly, 2 points. One, if we have legally binding and universally agreed definitions for nature-based solutions, then if private companies are doing something that doesn't comply with this, then they should not call it nature-based solutions. They should call it something else, but not nature-based solutions if we have this. And another point is that we don't need the private sector to be encouraged to do good things. We need them to be regulated. And the global multilateral agreements are being too soft on the private sector, and we need stronger approaches.
Thank you. This was a great contribution. And also, we should remind ourselves that private money also comes from the public sector. And this is something that many economists and social movements have been saying: tax evasion, public investment in research that generates profits for the private sector. So, this private money is also very much public. So now maybe we can move to the next point, which is youth leadership. Great. We are very excited for this. I see one person cheering who is also from our team. So yes, so we had a very good question from our audience, and I'm going to start with it. And what does youth need? So what types of practical resources and tools can people here, can people in our digital audience contribute for inclusive nature-based solutions and good nature-based solutions?
Yeah, sure. Just, I guess, 4 main points. One is, of course, training. One is finance, always a key topic. And then one is, of course, capacity building, which is also relates to training. And also, very importantly, is empowerment. So to start with, in terms of training and capacity building, of course, youth, when they were born, they're children, but again, Yangon is the youth constituency, but we're also accepting anyone under the age of 35. So maybe if they were just born for 10 days and they want to register, they can also join us. But so, of course, the first step would be to train them and then to make sure we give them the sufficient amount of knowledge of what is, for example, nature-based solutions and what is climate change broadly. And that is definitely the first step. And so far we've seen from public education, private education, and also in terms of resources, on the internet, it is not very sufficient and also sometimes not mandatory. So yeah, that is definitely step one, is to give youth the opportunity to receive those training, especially in many global south countries and in many least developed and most affected areas, and peoples don't really have the resources and don't really have the access to training and to have the understanding of these very critical areas. And two, of course, is finance, is when they have sufficient knowledge, when they have sufficient training, and then they maybe start their own project, but then they reach this challenge of finance, of course, especially for our Global South colleagues and for the MAPA colleagues. And of course, myself actually also follow the UNFCCC financial mechanism. And I think in their last meeting back in September, I asked a question about youth access to climate finance, and I think the answer back then is it is very challenging. For example, it's already challenging now for civil society stakeholders, for CSOs to reach the funding criteria of GCF and GEF, which are the two operating entities of the financial mechanism. And you can imagine how challenging it is for youth to access and for youth-led projects to meet these criteria. So this is indeed a really huge challenge. And I guess, so far there is definitely no perfect solution, but what we're trying to do is to advocate for national governments to sort of set up small grants and small funds for youth to, youth who have really amazing ideas to grow their projects from an initial stage to a stage that can reach the funding criteria of these funding agencies and institutions. And so I think the funding is definitely important, not only public funding, but also private funding. And of course, we know that many corporates, especially the ones who have integrity, have set up foundations who also provide very small amount of funding. But of course, it's far, far not enough to what we need, in terms of reaching a world living in harmony with nature or reaching our 2030, 2050 goals. So of course, indeed, more should be done from both public sector and the private sector. And last but not the least, of course, is to give youth an actual seat at the decision-making table, which is exactly what Secretary General Guterres said to us, Yango, last weekend. And I've been quoting this sentence for quite a few times in the past few days in various events, but this is such an amazing sentence, and it's exactly what we need, is to have a real seat at the decision-making table, and of course to actually participate, to be consulted with, and to provide ideas from decision-making processes like COP26 and to national and also regional, of course, regional, national, subnational, and local level implementation as well. So these are all critical areas, and there is no way we can be, truly, because at the end of the day, youth are the future. So if we are to reach our goals, then we must have these in mind. And of course, we must be included, consulted, and provided with sufficient resource, including finance. Thanks.
Thank you. We are the future and we are the present, basically. So thank you a lot. I wonder if any other panelists would like to compliment. Maybe one that it's being live. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Abraham.
Yeah, so I think I'll end where I'll start where Kati ended actually when she talked about the youth needing to be at the table, right? I was speaking at a panel during COI, and a director from WMO was saying, young people, you're asking to be at the table, but I would challenge you to come with something to the table. And I think that is why I'm proud of, this coalition, because we are not just asking, to be at the table. We come with this to the table, right? We say that we have this. We are not just saying that do something about nature-based solutions. We have found out what should be done about nature-based solutions from a youth perspective, and that is what we are bringing to start that discussion. And most importantly, we have young people doing amazing stuff all around the world, right? Like myself, no. I see myself to be privileged, because I am from Africa, but I happen to be educated. I happen to be part of a few people who is studying a PhD. How many young people at my age, have this opportunity, even to be able to come to Scotland for COP, right, and COI, and with a party. Okay, but there are young people where I come from who are doing amazing things, and some of them who are suffering seriously from the impacts of climate change. I can give one quick example. I'm working on a project with a professor in University of Regina on women, in farming, and there's a category of young wives. So these young girls who quickly after school they just get into marriage. They don't go forward with education. And this was a section of women we were looking at. And this lady who unfortunately lost her young husband very early, still had to now farm for herself, And unfortunately, because it's a family land, she'd been given a very bad portion of the land where when it rains, the water actually passes. It's a waterway. So this lady has to come up with this ingenious method of planting rice upstream, so that when the water is coming, the rice farm actually, soaks up the water and gradually, releases the water to her groundnuts and to her millet farm. And when I heard of this story, I was like, I need to go talk to her. Unfortunately, when I started my interviews, by the third day when I got there had been a heavy rain the previous day. And when I got there, this thing that I thought was a brilliant nature-based solution, idea that she was using to protect her farm, when I went there that day, the rains from the previous day had cleared everything, from the rice to the millet to everything. And I went there and I couldn't even have that interview, because when I was speaking to her, she was speaking about the farm, like tears were dropping. And these are the things we are talking about. Corporations and people can say, oh, we have nature-based solutions, it's going to be the next thing. But is it really going to solve the climate crisis? We need to make sure that we don't use these terms to just overshadow, our responsibilities. And also, we need to know that these guys are doing amazing things there and need support. If she had some little support in, backing up this amazing nature-based solutions that she had come up with, it probably would have helped her to be able to go through this farming season. And these are the supports that are needed, right? Young people are doing things in different areas differently. And support to young people have to be need-based. They need to be bespoke. A young person in Europe would not, or in Africa, would not need the same thing that the young person in Europe needs. We need to start addressing young people not as a homogeneous, group, but actually groups that are different and need different needs. I think I've spoken too much. Thank you.
You've spoken perfectly. This is really well. Does anyone have anything to add? I have a question from the audience, but really, that's it. Yes.
Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm from 2050 Climate Group. It's Scotland's youth climate charity, and we educate and empower young people to take action on climate change. And just wanted to ask, in your experience, what is the best way for the youth to influence companies that they work with from within, but also companies that they engage with as consumers on nature-based solutions?
Very big and challenging question, so I love it.
Anyone want to take?
Sorry, I didn't get the question well.
She was asking, as young people, how can we influence either from inside a company or either as a consumer? So this was the question.
Sounds like a question for me. So yeah, I guess inside the company, and from my personal experience, I was interning at an American investment bank in the summer, and it's really surprisingly that although that there are many critical voices from the outside, people within the firm, it is a very large bank. People within the firm, for example, people who are engineers, people who are works in operations, they start to build this sustainability network who actually have very regular like webinars and everything to really share what climate change mean for all the employees. And of course, at an initial stage, it starts with how to reduce your personal plastic waste, but it's really trying to push the firm forward. And of course, these are little steps. And of course, the firm, in my personal opinion, is as large investment banks, they are responsible for much more than what they committed. But of course, these are little steps from internal perspective view, and for consumers, of course, consumer voices really matter, and especially for I do love the consumer industry, and I think from the little things that I know that they do care a lot about the voices of consumers, because at the end of the day, that is what built them, what made them, where they are today. And I feel like companies, for example, like the ones who are, you've probably seen their events at COP, and I feel like those are, of course, there might be events who they just put it on for just to be an event, but then there are really ones who are really passionate in hearing the voices, especially the voices of youth. For example, a few private sector companies, President Koi, also have their youth advisory board, and they intentionally not to make it public, but to really build this relationship with youth. And also, of course, I guess a few of us and also our friends might be part of those groups, and we've heard a lot about how they actually provide so much resources to the youth without making that a public marketing thing, and also to really get them to know what the firm is doing, and also to really want to hear from them what they can improve. And I really agree with what my fellow panelists have said. Is really importantly, is companies sometimes they want to do great things, but they don't really know where to start with, or they don't really know what are the challenges and where are the needs. So that is my personal perspective. Who wants to go next?
Thank you, Cassie.
I think, Kathy, you're right, but I'm tempted to say that this opinion probably is more of what is happening here in the global north. In the global south, most of these companies don't care about sustainability. They do not implement all those sustainability policies and structures that they showcase to you guys here. They don't do them in Africa, in my country, in the global south. They pollute, and nobody holds them accountable because our governments actually do not really even have time to talk about those things. They are more focused on providing the basic necessities, the food, the healthcare, those infrastructure. And these companies lie to you guys here that they are doing all these things, but back home, back in the global south, they don't do these things. And that is just so true. We did a waste audit recently. My organization, Green Africa Youth Organization, we did an audit, right? And we went to the beach, took all the, plastics and bottles, and it's amazing if you see the number of companies, foreign companies and all these bottles there, and none of them have any serious, recycling or buyback or whatever policy where we come from. And that is the truth, right? So they might be telling you guys that they have all these structures and they care about this, but I'm telling you it's here, right? And not there. And over there, that is where a lot of the pollution is happening. And I think that is one of the discussions that we need to do. Encourage young people in the global south also start reporting on these things. I think they have changed here because you guys have been complaining, reporting, right? How do we create such opportunities for us to also report these things, to keep them under the microscope, like, keep watch on them, right? Report that, hey, I don't want to mention any name, but hey, company X is polluting this much in this country. Company Z is doing this much in this country. How do we hold them accountable? We need to work with you here because most of the time their HQs are here, and we need to work with young people here and private civil society organizations here to hold them accountable because they are doing that here, but at certain places they are hiding their bad activities and practices.
Thank you. I think I will just add something more quickly. And I have a company, I study business, it's a sustainable company, I do sustainable tourism, don't think I pollute. But I think mostly you should focus on the costs. Since any company always wants to low down its costs in any way, like even the payment they do to the employees or the staff, or either the processes or in the logistics. So we need to start learning their language. That's important because otherwise you will be the nerdy person that they will not look at. And the second thing is you really need to know how to learn, to read numbers and try to find a way to low down the costs, and then they will give you this girl has a good idea. Maybe we should put attention on whatever green thing she's doing, and then it's gonna make us look great. I think it's a cost matter and really learning their language, basically. Yeah.
So I love this because we have three very different opinions, and this is precisely why we need to have young people and diversity in panels, because this is what happens, and this is great. Somehow I feel we could have an entire session only on engagement with the private sector. So Emily, do you think you can find us a spot, perhaps? Emily is in charge of this pavilion that we are talking right now, we are speaking right now, so this could be really fun. So yes, I think now we can move to our next part, which is the call to action and the next steps. As we are, like I said, solutions-oriented, we would like to invite you all to, engage with, Marina, you can go.
Yeah, before we run away, let's chat about what happens next. So we have this statement. It's launched. It's live on our website. Yay. That's so exciting.
Marina, does this mean that people can share on social media? Because there were some people asking, and I was kind of forbidding, because to not spoil the surprise. So now it's allowed.
It's allowed now. So there's a couple copies that we've printed out for folks that are here, for folks that are listening and tuning in digitally. It's up on our website, and for folks that are here in person as well, it's up on our website. And maybe if we can jump to the slides because we can see some stuff.
Thank you. We can go.
That's you.
Yeah.
But while, perfect. It's still doing the feedback.
I'm hearing myself, and this creeps me out a little bit.
Anyway, I'll just go forward. What next? Now that we have this survey, a couple things. One of the things that we really, really hope from the survey is that young people can use it as a really tangible tool and resource to support them in their advocacy, in their activism, and honestly also in their discussions when they're talking about nature-based solutions. Something that we found as three different groups, and one of the reasons that we kind of internally wanted to do this together was we wanted to be able to talk about nature-based solutions, but we felt like we really wanted the credibility of having a community, our communities of young people sort of backing us when we're, and making sure that we're doing justice to their views. So that's why we wanted to put this statement together, and we're hoping that it can really be a useful tool for young people to use when they're talking about nature-based solutions, to sort of lean on and to use in their advocacy efforts. To that point, it's now live on our website, and we're looking really for signatures and support to help really bolster the survey, the statement even more. Again, this statement is not just the opinions of our three respective groups. It is coming directly from this consultation survey that we did in 3 different languages that brought together over 1,000 young people from 118 countries. But now we're looking even for more support from young people now that we have the statement and it's published. We're looking for folks to sign on and support. And you can do that on our website, and all of those links will come up on the slides, and I'll share them in a moment. And you don't have to be a young person to show your support for this statement as well. We're looking for intergenerational support for this statement. Some of the things that we're hoping to do in the future, and if folks in the audience or listening online have resources to support us in doing this, please, please, please come let us know. But we're hoping to host community-specific dialogues to go even further than just an online survey, because there's a lot of pros to having online surveys, but also that can be really inaccessible for folks. And while we were able to translate it in 3 languages, That's only 3 languages. There's lots of young people that don't speak either English, Spanish, or French, or maybe don't have the sort of data or internet connectivity to be able to participate in a survey like this, and those youth voices are just as important, if not more important, because many of those are likely on the front lines or in places where so-called nature-based solutions might be taking place. So we really want to be able to make sure that those voices are also brought into this discussion and being really centered. So that's something that we're maybe hoping to do in the future. The survey, we're going to keep the survey open. The statement's going to remain as it is, but in the spirit of bringing together the biodiversity and the climate discussion, we understand that the CBD COP is coming up, or at least the second part of the CBD COP is coming up soon. So we want to keep the survey open and honestly see what happens with the responses and in recognition of this next CBD COP, which might potentially mean a revision of the statement around the CBD COP. It kind of really depends on what we see from those responses. But based off of the responses that we do have right now and that fed into the statement that many of you in person here are holding in your hands or online, I hope are looking through digitally, we're going to produce a fuller report that digs into some of the demographics and more detailed responses that we got from the questions from the survey, because there are lots of really interesting things in there that didn't make it into the statement, but we want to make sure that we're being transparent about what young people are thinking and saying and feeling and knowing about nature-based solutions. So we're going to be producing that full survey report early in the new year. Yes.
I love the open deadline. What does it mean early? It's like nature-based solutions, it's a bounded concept.
Hey now.
Okay, so next slide.
Oh yes, okay, so for folks that are tuning in digitally and want a really easy way to access the statement right now, there's a little QR code up for you. And also for folks that are here. But we also have some printed QR codes for folks that are on ground as well that you can use. I think the website is www.nbsyouthposition.org. So that's where you'll see all the information. You can also find our info brief up there too, and access to our surveys and detail about the whole project. But you'll see the full statement there, and that's also where you'll see the form to sign on your name and support is on that website. So please do that.
This means that anyone here can support in any capacity. So even if you can do only signing, this is already amazing and super great. So everyone has an opportunity of tangibly supporting youth today.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's take a photo.
Can we bring up our virtual speakers again? We want to take a photo of all the panelists.
Can I just say
yes.
very quickly a thank you to everyone who is here today. Some people, they were asking me if this was a youth-only type of event, like can only young people attend? And I was like, please no. We want to have as many people as possible because we want a truly intergenerational dialogue. This is what we need. And I would also really like to thank the speakers and the 3 organizations that are involved in this really important work. Nature-based solutions are here to stay, and we wanted to make it as inclusive as possible. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so now we can take a picture.
Yes.
I don't know if it's working, if you can hear me.
Thank you so much, Myrna and Julia. We love you so much.
We love you too.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you. It was amazing. See you.
Bye.
Thank you so much. So everyone needs to wear a headset to hear you. Yeah. Oh, you've got the hair, sorry.
Can you, I have a mic. Can you hear me now? Okay, very good. All right, thank you everybody. Apologies for technical difficulties. We've had our challenges trying to get our translation system set up. I think that it should be working now. We'll see. Okay, welcome all of you to this session on emerging policy approaches for intact forest conservation. I want to thank the host organizations for putting this together. This is an event sponsored by the Forest for Life Partnership, and you can see the organizations listed up there, all of whom have been working together on this presentation, including in particular the second part of it, where we will have a number of quick presentations on policy options that the partnership is putting forward for intact forest conservation. The objectives of this session are to discuss climate, conservation, and indigenous perspectives on intact forest protection, to share options under development for including intact forest protection in global and national policies and finance, and to see to what extent we can identify areas of shared interest among key stakeholders to advance work on intact forest protection. To set the context, I want to draw our attention to just a few really key points that I would say are just beginning to be better understood in the climate policy and climate finance community. Intact forests act as a carbon dioxide sponge, removing 30% of the carbon pollution we put in the atmosphere each year. This means that without these forests, we would already be around half a degree warmer than we are now. That's actually a very conservative estimate because intact tropical forests are responsible for additional biophysical cooling that's quite substantial. So a better estimate is likely 50% higher. It may be as much as 1 degree. But even that half degree difference is the difference between 1.5 and 2.0. We know from the IPCC 1.5 report and subsequent analyses that that corresponds to economic cost of tens of trillions of dollars in the near term, and indeed more as we move toward mid-century and beyond. We can think of that as the economic impact of the COVID pandemic over and over again. And of course, keeping forests intact will help prevent future pandemics by stabling the frontiers, which, when active and constantly changing, lead to greater probability for zoonotic transmission of disease. It's entirely accurate to view the global economy as a free rider on the regulatory role that forests provide. The cost of continuing to take these vital ecosystems for granted is not only financial, but can also be tallied in lost lives and livelihoods that we entrain on a path toward an impoverished planet. A few 100 million years ago, we had a world without forests. Its atmosphere had 10 times the carbon dioxide that we have today and half of the oxygen, and it was 10 degrees Celsius warmer on average than our world today. So amidst everything we're hearing about the complex nature of the challenges we face, I think we can often lose track of the simple truths. Mitigating the climate emergency has two immediate imperatives: drastically reducing greenhouse gas emissions from every economic activity, every sector, and protecting the forests that protect us all. So I want to start our conversation by introducing two of my colleagues. I forgot to introduce myself, I think. My name is Daniel Zarin. I'm the newly hired Executive Director for Forest and Climate Change at the Wildlife Conservation Society. And I'd like to introduce two colleagues. First, I'd like to introduce Tuntiak Katan. Tuntiak, if you will come and join us. Tuntiak is the coordinator of the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities. This is a network organization of the major indigenous and peoples and local community organizations that represent the largest share of territorial community management and occupation of forest and unforested lands globally, including everywhere from the Amazon basin to Central Africa to Southeast Asia and Mesoamerica as well. And I also want to introduce someone who I've gotten to know increasingly well as my new boss, the president of the Wildlife Conservation Society, Christian Samper. So we invited these two global leaders to join us here on the stage today to kick us off, to begin a conversation sharing with us the perspectives on the importance of intact forests for indigenous communities and for global conservation. So Tuntiak, I'll start with you and ask you to share with us some reflections on the role of intact forests for indigenous peoples, for your own people, and for this whole organization, the Global Alliance that you now represent.
Buenas tardes con todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Un gusto saludarles.
It's a pleasure to welcome you.
Es una buena pregunta sobre el tema de bosques intactos.
This is a good question.
Justamente ayer estaba reflexionando que no había mucha voluntad o política y financiamiento para preservar los bosques prístinos o intactos.
There hasn't been too
que
much
más bien se movilizaban a áreas de zonas deforestadas, degradadas, y que había que hacer un enfoque para preservar lo que son bosques intactos o con cero o mínima deforestación. La importancia de existir los bosques prístinos, bosques con mucha biodiversidad para las comunidades indígenas es muy importante en el sentido de que les permite hacer el ejercicio de practicar su tenencia de tierras, su tenencia de sus territorios, de practicar sus conocimientos, de transmitir sus conocimientos. En áreas mejores preservadas, las comunidades viven con mucha salud. Pensaría que son más saludables en todos los aspectos que las comunidades que viven en áreas dañadas o áreas deforestadas. Entonces, yo en mi caso, en Ecuador, he hecho una comparación entre pueblos que viven donde no hay mucha actividad, digamos, de deforestación. Son comunidades más exitosas que las comunidades que viven en áreas donde se están haciendo operaciones de diferentes actividades y ya los bosques no es lo mismo y no pueden ejercer sus prácticas tradicionales. Por ejemplo, ya hay una escasez de la biodiversidad, hay menos bosques, menos abundancia y las comunidades tienen que acudir a otras formas de vida, como por ejemplo salir de la comunidad que no tiene suficientes recursos e ir a otro lugar para poderse ganar la vida. Entonces, garantizar territorios o bosques intactos es garantizar la pervivencia, la existencia y el desarrollo de comunidades de su propio enfoque. Entonces, y además, yo pensaría que no es solamente el bosque en sí, sino es una una combinación
It's a combination,
ecológica
it's an ecological
que genera muchos
combination
servicios ambientales.
that generates a lot of
Servicios desde la salud, desde la
environmental
seguridad
services,
alimentaria,
from
desde la
health,
espiritualidad también de
from
las,
the
de las
spirituality of the
comunidades,
communities,
hasta pues en temas de carbono, en temas
and
de
all the
biodiversidad.
carbon,
Entonces, si garantizamos la,
if we guarantee, if we can
la
secure
preservación
the
de
preservation
bosques y territorios intactos,
of those
realmente
lands and
estamos,
those forests,
trabajaríamos
we're going to
para
work
minimizar
towards reducing
digamos, las emisiones
the emissions,
de gases de efecto invernadero a la
the
atmósfera,
greenhouse,
¿no?
gas
Entonces,
emissions.
y además también se garantizaría la
Moreover,
vida misma
and
de,
you can
de las comunidades.
guarantee
Y
the
por supuesto,
livelihoods
yo
of those
pienso que
communities.
esos bosques intactos también serían una
Those intact
oportunidad,
forests are also an
como
opportunity
una oportunidad para generar más conocimiento,
to generate
no solo
knowledge
también en la cultura tradicional, sino
in the traditional
en la ciencia
cultures.
misma. Entonces serían como un banco de información,
It's
una
like an
reserva
information bank
para poder generar
that you can
más
generate more
conocimiento,
knowledge,
más ciencia
more science
para el beneficio de todos, ¿no?
to the
Si
benefit
ustedes
of
saben,
all.
la ciencia misma, la medicina,
This
su
science,
principio básico es la naturaleza,
the
es
principle
la
of science
biodiversidad,
and
de ahí
health
sale
is
todo
nature.
el conocimiento.
It's the
Entonces,
basis of all
garantizar esos
knowledge.
espacios es garantizar la vida tanto de las comunidades y también de la
It's-
gente
it's
que
to
vive afuera de
assure
las
the
comunidades.
life of all communities and the people that live there.
Thank you very much for that initial response, Tuntiak. We'll have time a little bit to reflect on what you've said. Christian, your reflections on that, though, we hear from Tuntiak a very holistic vision of the importance of forests, the importance of conservation, for the kinds of things that perhaps people in the climate space, conservation, think about, but also as a whole part of a way of life, right? And so share with us your perspective on how you think about the intact forests from the perspective of a global conservation leader.
Bueno, gracias, Dan. Voy a hablar en español aquí en honor a mi amigo Tuntiak para que
I'm going to
podamos
speak in Spanish
conversar.
so that my friend Tuntiak can
Yo creo
understand.
que
I believe that
partamos por reconocer que no todos los bosques son iguales.
by
Y
recognizing
uno de
that
los
not
temas que
all
tenemos que
forests are the
reconocemos
same.
que hay cuando hacemos análisis de la cobertura boscosa y usamos sensores remotos y la
when we are
información que tenemos,
analyzing, when we're
no
using
tenemos en
remote
cuenta la
sensors,
calidad de esos bosques, cuáles son los
to
bosques que
understand
tienen
the
alto nivel de
quality
integridad
of
ecológica
those and
y
which
que
one
realmente
has,
nos permiten tener
ecological
todos esos
integrity.
elementos que incluyen no solamente la gran
And all of
riqueza de
the
especies,
foods
sino
and the
las
species,
culturas
the
y las
cultures,
prácticas tradicionales que son
and the
íntegramente
traditional
ligadas.
practice that are integrated in
Y
that.
nosotros en los estudios que hemos hecho recientemente,
studies that
por ejemplo,
we've
analizamos
made,
la cobertura de bosques a nivel mundial,
We have
desarrollamos
went
un
across
índice de
all of the
integridad
forests of the
ecológica
world and,
y lo
the
que encontremos
reality,
es
the
que solamente el
ecological reality,
40% de los
and we
bosques a
found
nivel mundial en este
40%
momento
of all forests
son bosques intactos.
are intact forests.
Y esos bosques no los podemos
Those
perder
forests we cannot lose
por la biodiversidad,
because of the
por las
diversity,
comunidades
for the
y por lo que
communities,
representan también en
and for all
términos
that they
de carbono y de
represent
cambio
in
climático.
terms of
Y para
emissions.
poderlo hacer necesitamos combinar todos los enfoques,
to
tanto el
combine
conocimiento científico
all of
que
the,
podemos traer con
scientific
todas las
knowledge
herramientas,
and the
con el
traditional
conocimiento
knowledge,
tradicional y cómo podemos realmente
how we
ayudar a
can
conservarlos.
really
Nuestro
help to
trabajo
conserve
como
them.
una entidad de conservación como WCS está enfocado en conservar esos sitios, trabajando con estas comunidades locales y realmente proteger esa integridad y en algunos casos restituirla para que realmente podamos tener todos estos elementos y toda esta
so
riqueza.
we can have all of the elements that we need.
Thanks, Christian. So what I'm hearing from you is also a holistic response, which is not a reflection of a more old-fashioned fortress conservation approach to forests. I wonder, Tuntia, coming back to you, listening to Christian's remarks, and having spent a little time with you over the past few days, what I'm seeing from you as a leader in this space now is in addition to articulating your vision, is also a lot of reaching out for collaboration and seeing opportunities to collaborate with others in ways that will be of use to you and others in the Global Alliance. Could you say a little bit about how your vision of collaboration with conservation organizations, with others, because I'm seeing a lot of work on your part towards collaboration, and wonder if you might explain that a little bit and what your vision is for collaborating with others on your agenda.
Bien, yo pienso como somos sociedades distintas
I think we are distinct
en distintas partes del mundo.
In every part of the world.
Y el problema está en que nuestras actividades, por el sistema que nos han enseñado, desde el sistema educativo, sistema de vida, sistema de ver el mundo, la naturaleza, quizás no es la correcta y por eso lo estamos destruyendo. Y lo hemos destruido tanto que ahora estamos, según la ciencia, estamos en un punto de no retorno de distintos biomas en el mundo. Y en este camino que nos lleva a la degradación del espacio de nuestra vida, del planeta, se requieren soluciones conjuntas. O sea, si yo solito digo, bueno, aquí está mal y yo voy a proponer un cambio en el mundo, quizás nadie me escuche o quizás nadie haga nada. Pero que van a pensar que mi problema no es problema de él o de Cristian, sino van a pensar que es solo mío. Entonces necesitamos empezar a generar alianzas de trabajo en todos los aspectos, porque realmente tenemos un problema compartido y problemas diferenciados, quizás unos con más responsabilidad que otros. Y si generamos esas alianzas, probablemente vamos a encontrar soluciones para este problema en el caso de cambio climático. Y yo pienso que esa colaboración debe de ser con la gente, porque las personas viven cada uno su realidad, pero también con los gobernantes. Yo ahora he estado compartiendo con los que toman decisiones, con los gobiernos, con los ministros,
with the decision
con las
makers,
ONGs,
with the governments,
pero también he
with the
estado
leaders,
compartiendo con la gente.
but also with the people.
Hoy he estado en la gran marcha
I was in
mundial,
the march, and the global march,
donde la gente no se siente representada
where
por
people
sus
don't feel
gobiernos,
represented.
se sienten defraudados.
They feel left
Entonces
out.
pienso que hay como una desconexión,
And I
no
feel
hay
that there's a
comunicación, no hay
disconnection
comprensión.
in understanding.
En este ecosistema
In
de
this ecosystem
pensamientos, de sociedades,
of
de
society,
iniciativas, de
of
proyectos por aquí por allá,
initiatives,
no hay esa sinergia de
there's no
comunicación, de
synergy
comunicarse,
in how we
y
communicate.
que la gente se sienta
So that people can feel that they are represented.
Entonces, la
So-
gente va por una iniciativa que cree que le representa.
So we want an initiative in
Y
which they
eso es la
believe
voz
in.
de la gente, la voz de la juventud,
And that's the
de los
voice of the
líderes,
people,
de las
of
mujeres,
the women, of the leaders.
que debe ser escuchado, que debe
They
ser
must be
tomado en
heard.
cuenta, porque ellos son los que viven
And they
allá.
must be accounted
No
for.
el presidente o el ministro.
It doesn't matter if it's
Ellos
a
viven
minister
allá en
or
el
a
terreno y
president,
saben cómo
but those people,
saben,
they
o sea,
know
saben, tienen problemas concretos,
they
pero
have
también tienen
concrete
soluciones
problems.
concretas. Entonces, ese apoyo que hay que
This
generar
support that we need to
demanda
generate
de mucha voluntad, probablemente de recursos,
requires
y no solo me refiero de
resources,
temas
requires a lot
financieros,
of
sino de
will,
procesos,
and a lot of work, a lot of
programas
processes
para generar esa solución.
to
Entonces,
generate
en
that
definitiva,
solution.
el problema que tenemos ahora
The problem that we have
sería
now
más fácil solucionar
would be
si
easier to
generamos
solve
trabajos conjuntos.
if
Por
we
ejemplo,
work together.
Cristian trabaja en la ciencia.
this work on science and technology, in the community level. Science also works with people. I work in the community and also for science. Those experiences needs to be shared, and that's the path for a solution.
Thank you, Tuntiak. Christian, it's a last question for you. Often, an organization like WCS, in particular in places as I'm learning coming on board, is engaging both with indigenous peoples and local communities and also with government. And there's often, sometimes there are good relationships, other times we're in places where we're navigating a space between government priorities, wanting to also serve the interest of indigenous and local communities. How do you see that space? How do you see the priorities for navigating the space and advancing a conservation agenda, both with indigenous and local communities, also with government actors, sometimes also trying to position with respect to the private sector? How do you approach that?
En el caso de WCS somos una entidad muy anclada en el terreno, en hacer el trabajo en el terreno. Estamos enfocados en conservación de vida silvestre, especies y espacios silvestres. Pero nuestro programa arranca en el terreno mismo, en estos sitios que consideramos importantes, trabajando con estas especies y con la gente que vive allí, que son comunidades indígenas, comunidades locales, que son nuestros socios, son nuestros aliados en este proceso. Nosotros estamos apoyando este proceso. Y de hecho en este momento hicimos un inventario y nosotros trabajamos a nivel global con más de 200 comunidades indígenas y más de 1.400 organizaciones locales de base en ese terreno. Lo que no siempre hacemos es trabajar con diferentes instancias. Y de hecho una historia bonita es que ayer precisamente nos sentamos no solo con Tuntiak, que nos conocimos hace unas semanas, pero con los miembros de esta alianza global y con los líderes no solo de América Latina, sino de África, de Indonesia, y comenzamos a construir una relación de trabajo a nivel no solo local, sino a nivel global, para que esta voz y este mensaje pueda traerse acá, a estos espacios, y también en los países y en los terrenos. Pero sí, nuestra relación depende también del trabajo con gobiernos locales, gobiernos nacionales. Usualmente es una relación constructiva, a veces hay problemas, como siempre, pero yo creo que en la medida que podamos trabajar juntos, escuchar, ser transparentes, plantear cuáles son los valores y los principios sobre los cuales nosotros estamos construyendo, esto es fundamental. Y quiero terminar con un comentario más, y es que necesitamos colaboración a distintas instancias. Y como hablábamos ayer con mi colega del Rainforest Foundation, precisamente, necesitamos entidades que se complementen. Y quiero mencionar esta alianza para los bosques intactos, precisamente trae entidades que tienen fortalezas diferentes, como el World Resources Institute, que trabaja en temas de política, o Rainforest Foundation Norway. Son entidades que tenemos experiencias, tradiciones distintas, que juntas estamos trabajando por estos bosques y trabajando con las comunidades locales. Y ayer Tuntiak en nuestra reunión usó una frase que yo conozco muy bien como alguien que creció en Colombia y no lejos de donde vive Tuntiak. Y es la palabra minga. Y es hagamos una minga, hagamos una alianza donde podamos trabajar juntos para un resultado común y conjunto. Y eso es lo que necesitamos. Este es el comienzo de una minga y que todos trabajemos en una minga para poder proteger, conservar y restaurar estos bosques intactos.
Well, I'm sure we could continue this conversation for a very long time. I want to thank both Tuntiak and Christian for kicking off our session today. And lots to follow up on. I know that Tuntiak may have to take off to go get some food because he hasn't eaten in a while, and I can see he's cold and not really accustomed to being in this climate either. But we really are grateful to him for joining us today, and thank you both very much.
Muchas gracias.
That was amazing. Okay. Thank you both. Oops. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to have a few transitions during this program. The next part of this program, can you hear me okay? Does everybody hear me all right? Okay, great. the next part of this program, we're going to be hearing presentations of several related policy ideas, proposals that are things being put forward by the different component parts of this Forest for Life partnership, working together on trying to identify ways to bring intact forests into the policy discussion here. So I want to ask to join me up here first, Torres Jager, and apologies, my Norwegian pronunciation is not great, who is the new head of the Rainforest Foundation Norway. Also asked Kimberly Todd of UNDP to come up and join, and Tom Evans from WCS. All right, so Doris, we're going to start with you. These are a set of policy solutions that have been under discussion, are in an initial form that we wanted to share today from the Forest for Life Partnership. Doris is going to give us a few minutes on performance-based finance and some of the Rainforest Foundation Norway's case studies.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me the space here. Rainforest Foundation, we're pleased and proud to be partner with WCS in the Forest for Life partnership together with WRI, UNDP and Rewild. And we do see this partnership as key in lifting the importance of intact forest in political arenas such as this, and to implement programs that can protect these indispensable ecosystems. Now, RFN has worked over 30 years, has an experience of over 30 years of working with indigenous people and local communities in tropical rainforests. We've supported organizations and communities across all major rainforest biomes, and together we've made huge progress in advancing and obtaining their territorial land rights, as well as supporting ongoing management and protection of forests. We're excited to see the attention indigenous peoples and local communities have gotten at this COP, and the pledge that was also presented on Tuesday. It's important that funding is scaled up significantly, as our own study also has shown earlier this year, because only about $270 million annually go to this extremely cost-effective climate solution. And with Tuesday's pledge, our understanding is also that this amount will be increased significantly. It's a good start. More needs to come, and more needs to be mobilized. And for that, performance-based could be an important measure to allow for that. Indigenous forests, like other areas of highly intact forests, generally fail to attract result-based finance when the results are measured in reduced emissions. Performance-based finance, however, offers the opportunity to take a broader approach to results and benefits provided by intact forests. And while these benefits are worth billions every year, they remain largely unrecognized and undervalued. The benefits include carbon sequestration, storage, biodiversity protection, watershed management, rainfall management, if that's a term to be used, to mention just a few. And instead of counting the carbon the trees store and sequester, we could recognize these services by rewarding the preservation of forest cover or of the ecological integrity and functions of the forest. Other relevant measures could be to support and reward governments for their advances in tenure reform, in landlines recognition, and for setting up support mechanisms for indigenous peoples' forest management. This has been part of several of the bilateral agreements that Norway has entered with rainforest countries, and from our perspective, this is often one of their most important and successful features. The potential for protecting intact forests through indigenous management is enormous. RFN, together with our partners, have presented solutions for how indigenous forest management can be scaled up significantly. These solutions span the three major rainforest biomes, the Amazon, the Congo Basin, and Southeast Asia. And combined, they have the potential to put about 150 million hectares under the sustainable management of indigenous people and local communities, which is an area that equals about 15% of the remaining tropical rainforest. Not all of this land is forested, but most of it is, and most of the forest is indeed intact. And in combination with the inclusive management of other protected areas, other protected area categories in adjacent forests, this can be a key component in our approach to protecting the world's remaining intact forests, as well as in our delivery on the 30-30 target. In Brazil, indigenous territories already cover about 110 million hectares, or 20% of the legal Amazon. And for years now, indigenous communities have developed indigenous management plans detailing on how they want to monitor, manage, and live off their lands. Indigenous management plans for more than 110 territories out of more than 420 exist, and they cover about 35 million hectares. But government funding now for the implementation of these plans has been entirely cut off. In response to this, our partners in Brazil have developed a tool for budgeting for these management plans. And our indigenous partner, COIAB, has set up a fund, the Podali Fund, led by indigenous people that will channel funding to indigenous projects and communities. Valeria Paye, who will later join the panel, is the director of the Podali Fund. In DRC, the recent legal advances in recognizing indigenous rights in community forests can be a springboard for increased land recognition and for inclusive management of protected areas. And in Colombia, we're supporting the establishment of indigenous municipalities in areas that are now outside the municipal structure, which would decentralize governance and allocate resources on a par with other municipalities. These areas cover 10 million hectares, 24% of the Colombian Amazon. And in Indonesia, the government social forestry scheme offers the opportunity to issue permanent indigenous forest licenses, and indigenous organizations have already claimed 13 million hectares and estimate that about 40 million should be recognized as indigenous. So, to wrap up, the potential for protecting intact forests through indigenous land rights is enormous, and it needs to be at the core of our approaches going forward. And performance-based finance could be a good way to provide support for just this. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Torres, for sharing a range of performance-based indicators that go that are quite distinguished from a performance-based approach that only focuses on the carbon measurements, but rather the policy and the particularly the indigenous people's opportunities to reward real progress in the countries that are the focus of attention here. And we're going to turn to Kimberly now. Kimberly Todd is been working with UNDP and is part of this coalition, and she's going to be talking about accounting for avoided foregone removals and degradation as well, I think. But go ahead, Kimberly, over to you.
Great, thanks so much, Dan. And thanks. So now you've heard about performance-based finance. So I'm going to be speaking about the next three proposed solutions. So all of these are applying enhanced carbon accounting with the objective to deliver fuller valuation, both of the removals and the avoided degradation. So first we'll go to avoided foregone removals, which is essentially, in simpler terms, can be considered securing sinks that are at risk. We have an animation to show this.
Crediting avoided foregone removals. This approach rewards the protection of threatened intact forests that are active carbon sinks. A typical intact forest removes more carbon from the air than it releases each year in the cycle of growth and decay. When a forest is degraded or deforested, the net removals are stopped or reduced, and this balance is shifted. This makes climate change worse. If a forest area was at risk, and then it's protected, the balance doesn't shift and the carbon stocks keep rising. Because this rise in stocks is now due to human action, it can be eligible for climate finance. To calculate how large the incentives are for this kind of conservation, we first combine estimates for the area saved from threat with the carbon removals per unit area. This helps us work out how many tons of carbon removals have been saved. We call this quantity avoided foregone removals, or AFR for short. The total incentive is then calculated by taking the tons of avoided foregone removals per year, multiplying it by the number of years protected, and the incentive rate. Because the removal benefit accumulates well into the future, the incentive takes the number of years into account.
Okay. So that is avoided foregone removals. So to sum up, the idea, the concept that was coming across in that animation is that it's an approach that's quantifying the full carbon benefits of ensuring continued action of these sinks that would have otherwise been lost through human action. So we can consider a few particular benefits of this approach. So only those sinks that are at risk of clearance or degradation are counted. And as sinks are continuing, there's the ability to reward over multiple financing cycles. And now another benefit, let's just look at the scale. So the scale of this process is large. And that's because there are many sinks at risk. So we can look to a recent study by Maxwell et al. In 2019 that showed that avoiding damage to intact forest landscapes in the tropics during this time period from 2000 to 2013 would have avoided the loss of a sink of almost a gigaton of carbon, so over 3 gigatons of CO2 equivalents. So now the next approach to look at is accounting for avoided committed degradation. So this is where we now have that fuller valuation, but we're looking at the avoided degradation side. And we'll go to the animation again to break that down.
Crediting the avoidance of long-term committed degradation. This approach involves preventing a type of carbon emission that's often underestimated. Some forms of forest degradation cause few emissions immediately, but many more over time. For example, cutting into the middle of a forest creates new edges. These new edges eventually produce smaller trees with lower carbon stores. If degradation of this kind is initiated, the forest is then committed to losing carbon gradually. These losses accumulate over years until a new stable state is reached. If conservation is successful, these forms of degradation can be prevented before they begin. So the forest is no longer committed to losing all that carbon. To estimate how large the incentive should be for this kind of conservation, we combine the area under threat and the long-term carbon impacts that would have happened. We call this quantity avoided committed degradation, or ACD for short. The total incentive is then calculated by taking the ACD in tons and multiplying it by an incentive rate.
Okay, so again, to recap, this approach is quantifying the full carbon impacts of long-term degradation that have been set in motion by human disturbance events. So examples of these types of degradation processes include those listed here: creation of new forest edges, improved access for piecemeal logging, and the overhunting of ecologically important animal species. And just to note that we are working with the verified carbon standard to consider this concept in the context of its REDD+ methodologies. And again, let's go back to that same study, the Maxwell et al. Study, to show how significant the process is given the scale. So now what we're doing is looking at the same results, but looking at a new slice of the potential here. So this is intact forests that became degraded in ways that cause a slow loss of carbon. And over time, this leads to the release of several gigatons of CO2, which would have been avoided if the proper incentives had been in place earlier at the right time. So the final approach I will be sharing, and then I will pass along to my colleague. The next one is valuing removals by intact forest under enhanced protection. I'm going to the animation again.
Crediting removals from protected intact forests. This approach rewards the protection of intact forests that are active carbon sinks. A typical intact forest removes more carbon from the air than it releases each year in the cycle of growth and decay. When a forest is degraded or deforested, the net removals are stopped or reduced, and this balance is shifted. This makes climate change worse. If intact forests are legally and effectively protected, the net removals should continue long-term despite external threats. To estimate a hectare per year, then multiply this by the extent of intact forest actively protected in hectares and the number of years protected, which gives us the total removals from protected intact forests in tonnes. We then multiply the number of tonnes of removals from protected intact forests by an incentive rate to give us the total overall incentive.
Okay, so the quick recap on this one is that it's quantifying the full long-term carbon benefits of protecting active sinks. So this can, these types of active sinks can involve protected areas, indigenous territories, community managed lands, or other types of protective land designations. And many of these areas are, of course, at significant risk in either the short, medium, or long term, and so need these incentives for protection. A joint report released by WRI and UNESCO last week gives a good example of the scale of this service, of the service this represents. So the net absorption that we're looking at is 190 million tons of CO2 equivalent per year on net. Okay, and that is all for me.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. We're going to go right on to Tom Evans, who will talk about the last part of that agenda on hard forest, low deforestation crediting pathways. Tom.
Kim, thank you very much. It's a little strange to speak to people without being able to hear the volume you're hearing, so if I'm too loud, please make appropriate hand signals. So I hope you're still with us. I realize this has been quite a complicated, rich diet of alternative solutions. The world of climate finance is a large and complex one, and our group has been exploring a range of different options, some of which we think may be appropriate in the context of carbon markets, some of which we think may be more relevant to international assistance and philanthropic investments, and possibly other potential ways of mobilizing money as well. Solution A certainly is one that is really ready to go at scale right now, and it's something we've been hearing about over the past week. It's something that's likely to be invested in much more heavily over the coming few years. Solutions B, C, and D, I think may be able to tap into sources that A cannot, and they're going to need some more technical development, and we're very interested to engage with people who might be interested to talk to us about that. Solution E is one which actually is happening right now. It's just kicking off at the moment. It involves the supplemental crediting for countries and for subnational areas of countries which meet a certain classification as having high forests and high forest cover and low deforestation rates. The animation, which will come in a few seconds, will explain that in more detail. Then I'll explain why that's so current and why it's so exciting.
Crediting removals from protected intact forests. This approach rewards the protection of intact forests that are active carbon sinks. A typical intact forest removes...
I'm sorry, I think we have the wrong animation there. Stay in your seats. Right, well, okay, I will, I'll have to do this through the, Cecile asked if we'd be doing a dance at the end. Maybe perhaps I should try and perform this one. Right, so this is an approach which has been developed recently in the context of the Art Trees crediting standard, which
Supplemental crediting for HFLD jurisdictions and countries. Some areas have such a low level of past deforestation and degradation that they can't earn many incentives for reducing their rates any further. However, these areas may still require forest protection finance. These areas are known as high forest, low deforestation countries and jurisdictions, or HFLD for short. Many of these areas need funding for protection against future threats to ensure emissions remain low. One type of incentive for these areas is to provide them with supplemental credits. These credits should be calculated according to a transparent formula. One such formula is part of the Trees version 2 standard under the Architecture for REDD+ transactions. The Trees formula calculates a new benchmark for forests by taking the past emission rate of the forest and adding an extra 0.05% of the carbon stocks in the forest, which is multiplied by a separate HFLD score. This gives a new target to stay well below. The total incentives are then calculated by taking the margin below the new target and multiplying it by an incentive rate. A percentage is then deducted to allow for aspects such as risk, uncertainty, or small increases in deforestation.
So, the essence of this idea is that it should enable areas which are dominated by relatively intact forests to participate in markets and in results-based finance. In a sense, it ensures that places which have yet to enter a high deforestation state are given incentives to stay in a low deforestation state. There have been several pilot efforts in recent years, and many of you this week will have heard the announcements about the LEAF Coalition, which has mobilized purchasing pledges of over $1 billion for credits under the Trees standard. And so all the participants in that market, all the participants in that pledge will be able to direct some of their finance towards these HFLD credits, and so channel finance to some of these particularly intact areas. One way of thinking about this is that this is helping to avoid deforestation before it begins, rather than to reduce deforestation after it has really picked up speed, and that's both smart and cost effective. It will help to avoid the leakage that can happen between countries that lower their emissions and perhaps move in deforesting industries to other places. This will help to protect against that movement. And it also helps avoid the perverse incentives for countries to try and get their deforestation rates up so that they can participate in the REDD+ framework. As a partnership, we're very supportive of this approach, and we're actively working to strengthen the success of this pathway in various ways, including recently some of us put out a statement in support of, to encourage LEAF participants to consider including these credits in their purchasing portfolios. And actually we've run some initial analyses across REDD eligible countries to think about the potential scale of this opportunity, and we believe that if most of the countries and jurisdictions that could qualify participate, this could mobilize tens of millions of credits per year for those places, which could potentially result in hundreds of millions of dollars of finance flowing to these wonderful places. So it's quite a significant opportunity if it can be made to work effectively. So as I'm presenting the last of the 5 solutions, I'm also going to wrap up but just giving you a sense of what our next steps will be. As you'll have seen, some of these are works in progress. And as I said, we're very keen to hear from others that would be interested to work with us on this. But essentially, our goal over the next few years is to try to ensure that through one or other of these mechanisms, most or all of the intact forests that need additional finance are able to access it. And we'll continue to work on trying to match these specific ideas from this set of 5 to specific finance mechanisms, to work to co-develop them with key stakeholders, refine the technical aspects, and also move towards piloting them in key geographies so we can show that these things work at scale. And at that point, I'll hand back to Dan.
Thanks very much, Tom, Doris, Kimberly. So the agenda that we have for this program is jam-packed. We've gone from a very broad-ranging conversation between Christian and Tuntiak to hearing these technical discussions on the progress on a particular number of options. I'm going to ask our panelists to take their seats. We may come back to them with questions later if we have time, but I know some of our next set of panelists are under time pressure themselves, so I'm going to ask... Thank you. I'm going to ask them to come up to share their comments. So Tom Clements, who is serving as Strategic Policy Advisor to Secretary of State Lord Goldsmith. Tom? Oh, there you are. Looking around, thank you. Welcome, Tom. Also ask Pradeepa Bolanath, who's the Senior Director for Climate from the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Government of Guyana, to join us. And Pascal Martinez, Senior Climate Change Specialist at the Global Environment Facility. And then Valeria Paye. Is Valeria here with us? No? Yes? Okay. Valeria can come and join us. Valeria is the responsible for the implementation of the Podali Indigenous Peoples Fund of the Brazilian Amazon. So welcome to all of you, and we're going to start with Tom. I understand Tom's under a tight time schedule, so we'll start first off with you and ask you, there are lots of great announcements this week. Congratulations on those. Within that context, what are you seeing? What is the government of the UK seeing as the convener of this Glasgow Declaration on Forest and Land Use, as what parts of this that really may have potential for increased and better finance targeting intact forests?
Thanks, Dan. I think firstly, one of our intentions of putting nature at the heart of the climate COP was to start to build something that would be ambitious going towards the CBD next year. And so an ambitious CBD outcome that includes 30 by 30, that includes measures for OECD, my brain has gone with Climate World, but the modalities for indigenous peoples and reserves to be counted within OECMs within the CBD. I think we're all seeing that as very important, and at least as a government have committed to put out quite a significant amount of new finance that will go for measures towards 30 by 30, which we're not announcing here, and are things that will probably come next year. We also, and I think you saw this at the World Leaders Summit, so we made a deliberate decision to try and put indigenous peoples leaders, including Tuntiak, on the stage with world leaders, with the Prime Minister of Norway and the President of Costa Rica, to talk about these issues, because we feel that they are crucial, as was highlighted by your earlier speakers. As part of that, we mobilized this $1.7 billion collective pledge by 14 public and private donors. Within that, and what was not announced on Tuesday, but I can say, is that we have created a new fund of UK money, which will be is part of our contribution to this pledge. It's not the full contribution, which is £105 million, which is specifically going to be for land tenure reform to support indigenous peoples and local communities to secure their rights to forests and natural ecosystems. And that is a fund that we're going to be rolling out over the next few years. We also committed as part of that pledge to be accountable as a group of donors to that constituency, to involve them in decision making, and to think through ways to improve the ways that they could more directly access that finance. And I think that talks to some of the things that your speakers were talking about earlier on. I think finally, and going back to the 4 different methodologies you showed, we're very interested in thinking through ways of trying to make carbon markets work to incentivize intact forests. And I know that's something that WCS in particular has worked on for a very long period of time. We've partially got there with the HFLD mechanisms under LEAF. The UK has put £200 million into LEAF, and a portion of that money will be for HFLD jurisdictions. And we are thinking through how we can use that public money to pay for what is a public good, as in intact forests. But it's very interesting to see your methodologies, and I'd like to continue that discussion as to whether there are other mechanisms that we could pick up over time, because we are very, very committed to this intact forest agenda. Thank you.
Oh, well, that's great, Tom. Maybe I can ask you to pass the microphone on down to Pradeepa. Pradeepa, welcome, and Tom, I know you have to go. Thank you for joining us. Pradeepa, listening to these presentations and then hearing from Tom, maybe you could share with us from the perspective of Guyana, which certainly qualifies as one of these HFLD countries, how you are orienting policy approaches on intact forests in the implementation of your national low-carbon development strategy.
Thank you very much, Dan, and also for the opportunity to be part of this very important session, which is so closely aligned to the Guyana situation and our context in terms of forest and environment. A lot of what we have been engaged in really started back in 2010 through our collaboration with the government of Norway. And it was through that bilateral that many of the policy approaches really saw a lot of resources being pumped into for implementation. And some of these include aspects like the European Union Forest Law Enforcement, Governance and Trade, which really sought to strengthen forest governance within the areas that are affected both by private sector and indigenous peoples groups, because a lot of timber harvesting happens at both ends. We've also seen a lot of development on EITI, which is the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, which Guyana has now submitted 2 reports. So these are really founding elements of strengthening the governance structure at that broader global level, national level, linking to the global programs that are out there. We've also seen, taking it right down to the community level, that through that bilateral we've been able to establish what we call the Amerindian Development Fund. In Guyana, the indigenous peoples are called Amerindians. And we've been able to have hundreds of community development plans developed by indigenous villages and funded through proceeds of that bilateral. So that has seen that kind of ground-up ownership of the program and of the bilateral really saw, the results that we've been able to see over the last decade. And in that context of policy approaches, the low-carbon development strategy encompassed the programmatic level, which like EU Flight and EITI, and those aspects that really drive performance at the forest level. And within our low-carbon development strategy, the underlying message that we have sent through the revised version is that forest is way beyond carbon. It has to do with freshwater management, it has to do with biodiversity protection, it has to do with looking at blue carbon in terms of mangroves and expanding mangroves, especially as we look at Guyana being a low-lying state below sea level and frequent flooding events affecting the population on the coast, which is about 90% of Guyana's population. So our approach has been to look at ways in which the overall perspective could be integrated within planning, so that at the governance side, the aspects that need to be strengthened and built to improve transparency, to improve reporting, to allow for there to be a fully participatory approach in developing the structures that are necessary for those to be established, but at the same time, to look at what we have to offer in terms of the forest as more than carbon, because it's an ecosystem that we support. And a lot of forest communities don't have forest. They have savanna lands, they have mangrove forests, they have wetlands, and they also want to be part of the conversation. So it really is necessary to look at it in that context of everything the ecosystems can support. And throughout all of that, what we've also tried to do, and it has become a core part of our moving forward, is engagement with our trees. Guyana has been one of the countries that has been engaged with our trees since December 2010. We have now submitted our documents for both the vintage period of 2016 to 2020 and 2021 to 2025. And we are also a participating country in the LEAF Coalition. And we have just passed the initial screening to take us to that next stage. So I believe there is really a lot of potential. It's for the first time at jurisdictional scale that there is this recognition of HFLD as a potential participant in the carbon market. And we're really excited about what that can offer, not only for state lands, which is about 85% in Guyana, but indigenous lands, which are titled to about 15% of our territory. So we're excited about what those could mean for forests in Guyana and for environment overall.
Well, great. Thanks for that response, Pradeepa. And I can confirm with full disclosure that as one of the board members of the Art Trees initiative, that Guyana has really been one of the leaders in putting forward concepts, proposals, the documentation necessary to really show what it is doing, what it has done on this agenda. Pascal, I'm going to turn to you. Pascal is a senior climate change specialist within the Global Environment Facility. Could you share with us within the GEF, what are some of the main opportunities for including intact forests or prioritizing ecological integrity of forests in GEF's climate programming?
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you for the invitation too. As you know, the GEF is a financial mechanism of the Rio Conventions. So as such, we provide funding to the countries so that they can implement what they are committed vis-à-vis these conventions. And what is interesting to see is the convergence between climate change objectives and biodiversity objectives. And this is more and more clear that we should speak only about nature because they all include both objectives. And GEF has been moving from these different funding windows according to the result that we were looking at for these different conventions to a more and more integrated approach. And now we are really considering these both or three aspects if we even consider the convention on certification. And as it was said at the beginning, it was interesting because one of the first statements made in the introduction is that there are many kinds of forests. And it's true. And the GEF has supported sustainable forest management through big programs, about $750 million on GEF 5, the same in GEF 6. One cycle is 4 years. No? And then we moved through impact program, trying to have more impact with more targeted interventions and investments on what could provide the best results in terms of environmental benefits. And what is interesting is that now we are moving towards more integration and more targeted actions. We had 3 impact programs in GEF 7, and we are proposing to the donor community, because now we are in the middle of the replenishment period in the GEF for the new cycle, we are now proposing 11 programs, big programs. And one of these 11 big programs is exactly oriented to primary forest. And so this is very important to consider because concretely, the next cycle of the GEF will begin on the 1st of July 2022. It means that from that date, there will be the possibility for the countries to use these resources specifically on primary forest. And this is even more relevant with this meeting because we are proposing several kinds of interventions in this primary forest program. And these interventions are specifically focused on indigenous people and local communities. So this is very important because we have worked with these local communities for long already, but maybe it has not been as clearly and importantly manner explicitly mentioned and focused in the strategy. So I think that when the presentation was very interesting because the problem of the forest, primary forest, is that because they are still there. So what do they need? I mean, and we tend to work on secondary forest or landscapes where we have agriculture with forest. And so it's very interesting to see how we can value the nature value this forest, this primary forest, because of course in the REDD+ we tend to compare from a baseline scenario, so it's not easy when you don't have deforestation. We saw in GEF 7 we have so the cycle we are now finishing. We have an impact program on Amazon and Congo Basin, and in some places where we are intervening, it's not so easy to see that we are preventing deforestation, because there is not so much deforestation where we are. We have degradation, we have threats for the future, but not so much deforestation now. So this is very interesting to see how we can capture the value for carbon in this primary forest, because, and maybe I will end it with this, of course we are all convinced that we need to value nature. If we don't do it, we will not be able to do anything. And my CEO, that you all know, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, which comes from, he was Minister of Environment in Costa Rica, used this example of the opportunity cost of keeping forest of trees in farmlands is $17 per ton. How can we pay this guy only $5? He's not his interest. No? So as long as we'll not be able to value the forest as its true value, we'll not be able to advance. And today Costa Rica is a very good example of succeeding in terms of forest protection and even expansion. So I think that all these initiatives and this partnership are very important. And what the GEF can do. Of course, our funds are limited. We are not speaking about billions. We are speaking about millions, tens of millions. But what also is important to have in mind is that the GEF resources are catalytic. With our resources, we can put together other funds, and this is why it is so important to use the GEF in that perspective. This morning, I was speaking in the Colombia pavilion. On this Heritage Colombia. And it's only with very limited resources from the GEF. They have built a platform with different kind of finance from the government, carbon tax, and also other funds. And they are trying to build a $200 million funds to ensure the sustainability of the protected areas. And it was only with $1 plus $2 million from the GEF at the beginning. So this catalytic effect of the GEF also is something that is important to consider. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Pascal. It'll be very interesting to see the development of those new programs in the GEF. So now we're going to turn to Valeria Paev Podali. Me desculpe, Valeria, mas vou falar inglês em vez de português. I'm going to speak English. I usually would speak Portuguese to her because I don't have a Portuguese translator. So the Podali Fund is a relatively new to be operationalizing after a long history of conversations towards its development. Could you share with this group your thinking, the planning about how the fund plans to attract and sustain climate finance, and how the fund will be communicating about the results of that finance in the future?
Alô. Hello? Alô.
Talvez pode tirar a máscara, Valeria, para falar.
Alô. Ah. Eu prefiro que não. Posso continuar assim? É que eu não estava entendendo o que está. Bom, primeiramente eu quero agradecer essa oportunidade de estar aqui com vocês, né, nesse painel tão importante, diverso, da experiência que a coalizão tem liderado, né? E o que eu posso observar depois de todas as apresentações é que os povos indígenas são parte disso. Vocês mesmos trouxeram isso para essas apresentações. E Eu tinha esquecido de você.
So first of all, thank you very much for this very important presentation. And what I can see here in this initiative that the partnership has been leading is that indigenous peoples are very important in this whole process. And you've brought that yourselves many times.
Sou da Amazônia brasileira, né? E o que eu vejo a partir daqui é que a gente fez muito, né? Com apoio de vocês, um pequeno apoio, que vocês admitiram que é isso neste encontro, o que é importante.
So I'm from the Brazilian Amazon, and what I see is that we've done a lot with a small support, like you've said yourselves, but we have achieved a lot with that.
Há um tempo a gente vem falando que os povos indígenas, eles cuidam do território, do meio ambiente, em termos gerais. E ao chegar nesse seminário, ouvi falar que é preciso reconhecer e valorizar o trabalho que já é feito, me deu uma certa esperança. Falo para vocês.
So we've been saying for a while that indigenous peoples are very important in protecting the territory and in protecting environment. And coming here to this event and hear you saying that is indeed very important, that fills me with hope.
E aí, eu acho que a gente está caminhando juntos nesse processo de ver as possibilidades mesmo dos apoios, do que são mobilizados, do que são colocados para esse tema, de fazer chegar mais aos povos indígenas e mais diretamente. É o que a gente tem trabalhado.
So I'm very glad to see that we're working together and joining forces to explore the different ways in which these finance mechanisms can reach the indigenous peoples.
E nesse caminho, na Amazônia brasileira, a gente está no processo, então, da implementação do PODALI, Fundo Indígena da Amazônia Brasileira, um mecanismo que penso eu para esse espaço como uma oportunidade dessa coalizão se aproximar e apoiar mais diretamente os povos indígenas e suas iniciativas.
So in this context, we're implementing PODALI, the Amazon Indigenous Fund. And it's an opportunity for this partnership as well to come closer and to explore the opportunities for implementing that.
Porque realmente nós temos um desafio hoje. Até então, a gente estava conseguindo cuidar dos nossos territórios.
Because we're really facing a challenging, until now we were being able to take care of our territories.
Mas na atual conjuntura do Brasil, a situação tem se degradado em relação ao cuidado, em termos gerais, do meio ambiente, dos direitos indígenas, e isso afeta diretamente a nós e os nossos territórios.
But in the current political context in Brazil, we're facing a lot of setbacks on social levels, on environmental levels, and that impacts us indigenous peoples very directly.
Que têm sido, então, invadidos, ocupados por garimpeiros, incentivados às entradas, a exploração das madeiras, coisas que a gente não tem dado conta. E os apoios nesse sentido, elas são importantes, porque nos apoia no sentido de que o governo não está fazendo, mas nós que já sempre fizemos e que temos preocupação com o meio ambiente, que é a nossa casa, com o nosso território, o que chega para nos apoiar, continuar nos incentivando a fazer aquilo que a gente já faz.
So we've been facing a lot of threats, a lot of invasions from loggers, from illegal gold mining, and since the government is not doing anything to protect us, these international support is very important to support us in protecting our territories. We have been doing this forever, but it is very important to have this support so that we can continue managing our territories in a sustainable way.
Então, com isso, eu vou encerrando, dizer que vocês sim, na Amazônia brasileira, no Brasil, vocês têm uma oportunidade de poder apoiar as iniciativas da Amazônia brasileira a partir do PODALI, Fundo Indígena da Amazônia Brasileira, discutido pelos povos indígenas é para os povos indígenas e gerenciado pelos povos indígenas. Hoje sou a diretora desse fundo.
So I'd like to close to say that with this, there is an opportunity for this partnership to support Podali, which is an indigenous fund of the Brazilian Amazon, which has been set up by the indigenous people and managed by the indigenous people, and it's for the indigenous people. So this is a way that you can support us by collaborating with this fund.
Obrigada, vou aproveitar para quem quiser conhecer pouquinho mais, algum folder aqui e muito obrigada mais uma vez pela oportunidade.
So thank you, and I'll leave some folders for those who want to learn a bit more about this initiative.
Right, well, I want to thank Valeria, Pascal, Pradeepa, Tom, who had to leave, our other panelists. We're going to have time for a couple of questions, could be to any of these panelists or anyone else. I want to share with you the observation that we've given you a bit of a buffet in this session. We began with an appetizer course that was almost at a philosophical, spiritual level, very much rooted to on-the-ground experience of indigenous peoples. Proceeded to give you the main course of a lot of technical detail, focus on particular opportunities, emerging options for solutions in very defined policy spaces. And now we've proceeded to talk about real experiences, opportunities in the finance space, programs, new initiatives to actually put things into effect. So that's been your dessert, and now we can have time for the cordial of the final drinks of the session with any questions that you may have to share. Any questions from the group? Christian.
Could you explain a little bit more about the fund? Espanhol, bueno. Obrigado. Obrigado com você. Portuñol. ¿Nos puede explicar un poco más de cómo está estructurada la gobernanza de este fondo y la representación de los distintos pueblos y cómo interactúa con los donantes?
So maybe a little. Do we have a Spanish translation? No. Okay. Just.
Answer in Portuguese and then have it translated.
Yeah, but the question, I want to make sure. Did the question get translated? Okay. So the question was about the governance of the fund, how it is structured, the different component parts of this fund. If Cristiano is asking if Valeria can explain a little bit more about these structural aspects of the Podali Fund.
Obrigada pela pergunta, pela provocação importante, né? A governança do Podali, ela é formada por 11 lideranças indígenas da Amazônia brasileira. Uma liderança indígena por cada estado da Amazônia. Acre, Pará, Amapá, Maranhão, Tocantins, Rondônia, Roraima, Mato Grosso. E 2 representantes de organizações indígenas que também têm abrangência na Amazônia. A COIAB, Coordenação das Organizações Indígenas da Amazônia Brasileira, e o MIAB, União das Mulheres Indígenas da Amazônia Brasileira. Esta é a instância de governança maior interna.
So the internal governance of the Podali Fund is made up of 11 representatives, one of each state of the Amazon, the legal Amazon, and 2 representatives of indigenous groups, which include COIAB, or which are COIAB, and UNIAB, which is the Union of Organization of Indigenous Women of the Amazon.
Esta é a governança. Neste momento que a gente está no processo, como eu coloquei na minha fala, o Podali é o resultado do movimento indígena, né, do debate, dessa construção coletiva dos povos indígenas da Amazônia brasileira. Assim, este é o meu primeiro contato com vocês, mas anteriormente a COIAB faz isso, né? A COIAB faz essas relações maiores, né?
So Podali is a construction of discussion by the indigenous movement, and although this is our first contact with you, COIAB has been holding that role of having contact with different actors and donors.
Uhum. No sentido de dizer, então, que a gente está muito junto, caminhando muito junto. Nós somos uma ferramenta do movimento indígena, mas uma oportunidade que os próprios povos indígenas enxergaram ao criar o Podali.
So just to say that we are working very jointly together. Podali is a mechanism of the indigenous people, but yeah, we're very keen of exploring how we can partner up together.
Thanks very much. Did you have a question, Stephanie? Okay.
Thanks to all the panelists for a great discussion. My question was for Pradeepa. I was wondering how much is Guyana planning for climate finance to fund the low carbon development plan? And does this track in any way to conditional and unconditional commitments under your NDC?
Thank you. Thanks, Stephanie, for that question. Within our low carbon development strategy, we have embedded all of our NDC commitments. So what we wanted to avoid is to have a satellite of commitments on the CBD, on their commitments on the UNFCCC and other areas as well, and having the large transaction costs and also governance burden of looking at those separately. So what we've tried to do is to embed those commitments. So our CBD commitments are nested within the low carbon development strategy. The aspects with regards to our NDC commitments are also nested there. And overall, our strategy is to use all of the carbon financing that could come from a market-based mechanism solely for the implementation of the LCDS and nothing else. So the process that we have outlined in the LCDS is one that involves parliamentary approval, so where both sides of the House could look at what is proposed for financing in a given year and for that to go through the national budgetary process. Because Guyana is a very dynamic society, so we have to ensure that all voices continue to have, you know, a focal in terms of what gets funded every year and what gets funded the next year and thereafter. So it is the hope that the LCDS, the Low Carbon Development Strategy, will be the vehicle of taking forward everything that we have outlined for our commitments, globally as well as regionally. We have commitments that we've also made to ACTO, that we have, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, that we're taking forward. So it is the hope that in the ideal world that there will be enough financing to be able to catalyze the development of those so that we're able to, you know, see full results from them.
Thanks very much, Pradeepa. I'm afraid that we're at time here. I want to thank again all of our panelists for joining us today, sharing their insights, their knowledge with this group. Thank again the Forest for Life Partnership for organizing this, and especially my colleague Stephanie Wang, who spent many hours putting this session together for all of you. And thank you all for coming.